Hello friend, this is a meta fanfic. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So we will see what if Harry Potter defied destiny and revert his own fate. But before we start, if you are more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if you possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Please subscribe my channel.
Here is short summary. Years after the war, Draco Malfoy's thrill for danger puts everything he's rebuilt at risk, and Hermione might be the only one who can save him from himself. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Hermione grabbed Scorpius up in her arms. All right, Scorp. You may have a few chips. Daddy will be upset with me if I let you spoil your dinner. I don't know what's keeping your father. He was due back from that bloody ski trip hours ago. Bloody, 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 sang Scorpius from his baby chair. No baby, no, don't say that, Hermione replied with a grimace. I'm a bad mum saying things like that around my little man. I'm sorry, Zoe, Zoe, Zoe. Scorpius mimicked as he picked up one of the 3 chips Hermione had placed on his tray. Duce, mum. Want duce. No juice until dinner, sweetheart. Finish up your chips so we can go wash up. I wish your father would get here. I cannot relax when he's off on one of his bloody sports jaunts. I'll tell you one thing, sweetie, she said, lifting Scorpius from his chair. Your father and I are going to have another shout down about this stupid behavior. Asterisk. Another hour passed. Scorpius was on a schedule, so she fixed him and herself a plate. As Hermione sat there watching their son feed himself, she began to worry in earnest, as she did every time Draco went skiing. Although she shouted at Draco about the dangers of skiing, Hermione knew that tons of muggles and nowadays magical people found pleasure in speeding over snow-covered hills. Her husband wasn't a fool. He had to be careful for her sake and Scorp's. However, she still worried. Whenever she tried to discuss it, Draco's answer was always, I've gotten too good at it. I cannot get hurt. It was at that point she would remind him of the accident which had kept him laid up in St. Mungo's for 2 weeks. Draco would grin and give her some variation of, that was a year ago, love. Nothing like that will ever happen again. The discussion usually devolved from there. After feeding Scorp, Hermione sat down with her son to read him a story. He was picking up words so fast, she and Draco made it a practice to read to him at least once a day. This particular night, Scorpius was in a cranky mood and wouldn't settle down to listen. After several attempts to get through the story with Scorpius banging his hand on the book, Hermione gave up. All right, love, have it your way. Mum will read to you tomorrow. Let's get you into your pajamas. Jamas, potty, jamas, potty, repeated Scorpius as he pulled on a lock of Hermione's hair. Yes, your pajamas and your potty. Hermione cooed, leaning down to her son on the forehead. I didn't want to put you down before your father got home to say goodnight, but he's very late. 15 minutes later, Hermione lifted a sleeping Scorpius from the couch to put him in his big boy bed. As Hermione pulled the covers over Scorpius, she felt herself growing more and more aggravated that Draco wasn't home yet. Unless he made specific plans to be away overnight, Draco was always home in time to say goodnight to Scorpius. Asterisk. Hermione began to worry. Looking out a window at the darkening sky, a sudden chill ran through her. She felt cold and nervous. 1,000 goosebumps suddenly appearing on her skin. This, she mumbled, going to look for her mobile. Hermione didn't want to be one of those wives who chased their husband down whenever he left the house, but this was different. If he did nothing else, Draco would call if he was going to be this late. Her mobile wasn't on the table where she normally left it. She looked around a bit. Before remembering that Scorpius had been playing with it earlier, Hermione finally found the phone under the couch. Shite, shite, shite. While playing with the mobile, Scorpius has turned it off. Hermione hurriedly pressed the on button, thinking that Draco had probably tried to call. As soon as she turned it on, Hermione immediately knew something was wrong. She had at least 10 missed calls in addition to just as many messages. Panicking, Hermione didn't know what to do first, dial back the missed calls or listen to the messages. Hermione didn't have to choose, because Harry followed by Hannah stepped out of the flow shouting at her. There's been an accident, Hermione. Seth, Matt and Sal have been trying to contact you for the last hour. Hermione's hands flew up to her mouth by their own volition. Scorpius was playing with the phone earlier. He had it turned off. Seth, Matt and Sal. An accident? What kind of accident? Is Draco all right? You need to get to Italy, Hermione. Italy? Why? Just tell me. Where is Draco? Is he all right? Harry and Hannah stood there with sorrow all over their faces. Hermione began to pound on Harry's chest before he could wrap his arms around her. Draco is not all right. You need to get to Italy, Hermione. Don't worry about Scorpius. Hannah will take him to our house. Matt knows we'll be coming through the flow. I'm coming with you. Hermione had sunk to her knees and was crying hysterically. How bad is he hurt, Harry? Can he be moved to St. Mungo's? Harry lifted Hermione to her feet as Hannah came out of the room carrying Scorpius in one arm and his carry bag over her shoulder. Don't worry about Scorpius. I've got him. Just get going. Hermione ran to get her wand and a jumper. She was almost to the flow when she remembered her beaded bag. She was being irrational, thinking she might have something in her bag that could help her husband, but that was where her mind was at. She needed to get to her husband to help him. Harry finally pulled Hermione to the flow, called out the address and just about pushed Hermione in. He quickly aided Hannah before stepping into the flow behind Hermione. He had to be there when Hermione got the news. Draco was not all right. Asterisk. Hermione stepped out of the flow screaming for Draco and had fallen into Fausto's arms. Hermione, listen to me please, he said quietly. I don't want to talk, Fausto, shouted Hermione, tears streaming down her face. I want to see Draco. He needs to see that I'm there. Please, she begged. We're wasting time. Take me to him. Fausto gestured to Carmilla, who took Hermione in her arms. Hermione, Carmilla said softly. It's too late. Draco was injured very badly and passed away on the slopes of Alagna. There was nothing anyone could do. No, Hermione wailed, sliding to the floor. No, Draco has to be all right for me and Scorpius. He's a husband and a father. He cannot be dead. Please, take me to him. He's taught me things. I know spells. Please, Mela, please take me to him. Matt and Seth tried to lift Hermione from the floor, but she had gone limp. Seth and I love you and Draco more than life itself. Neither of us would be standing here if Draco was somewhere lying in a hospital. I'm so sorry, Hermione, but what Carmilla said is true. He's gone. Suddenly, Hermione was sobbing and vomiting. Kim spoke up. Take her to the master bedroom. Carmilla and I will see to her. Now. Please, snapped Kim. I'm pretty sure we all don't need to be standing around watching our good friend fall apart at one of the worst times in her life. Fausto lifted Hermione from the floor. I'll take her. Show me the way. Those standing around all had tears in their eyes. Their cousin, benefactor and friend was really gone. The holes in their hearts were visible for all to see. Asterisk. As the news filtered across Italy and Britain, mobiles began ringing, the flow bell began ringing and a wail was heard coming from the den where Louis Adrian Malfoy hung over the fireplace. Seth stepped into the den to speak with Louis. The door was left open, said Louis in a somewhat panicked voice. I am hearing bits and pieces of something that cannot be true. Explain to me what is going on. Where is Draco? Bring him to me so I can see his face. I cannot do that, Elder. The bits and pieces you have heard are true. Draco was killed in an unfortunate accident earlier today. Louis let out one piercing howl, then closed his eyes. Seth sat for several more minutes before rising to leave the den. He was at the door when Louis spoke again. I have a request. I've heard about the progress that has been made in the wizarding world. I would like to inquire if it is possible to have another portrait of myself hung in Britain. I need to watch over Hermione and Scorpius. Seth thought for a moment. There will be many people who will watch over Hermione and Scorpius. Your request, while well-intentioned, seems like an impossibility. I do not think portraits can travel great distances to their next portrait. I understand you do not know, answered Louis with his eyes still closed. That does not mean it can't be done. Please research my request. If that fails, I would like to be moved to Britain. If it is all right with Hermione. Seth sighed. I will check on both your requests, sir. I'm sorry for your loss. As am I, answered Lewis, eyes still closed. Please give my family my regards. Asterisk. By the time Seth finished speaking to Lewis and returned to the main rooms, the house had filled up. Hannah had advised many of Draco's friends of what had happened and they had shown up in full force. Blaise and Theo had come through the flow questioning if what they'd been told was true, and showed no embarrassment as they broke down in the middle of the room once the information was confirmed. The witches who came through gravitated towards the bedroom where Hermione was being looked after. Gas stepped out of the flow with Shauna only to break down in his brother's arms. As he was pulled into a by Sal, Shauna wrapped her arms around both wizards while openly sobbing herself. Hermione's former home, now Matt and Kim's home, was a house of misery that afternoon. Asterisk. More people were in and out as the evening progressed into early morning. In the wee hours of the morning, Emilio Lozier and his mother Ilaria stepped through the front doors to offer their condolences. Hermione, who had just recently returned from the hospital after viewing Draco's remains and sitting with his body, accepted Emilio's condolences as she had all others. She had then gone to lie down for a few hours before going back to see about Draco. Asterisk. As Hermione tossed and turned, the life she'd had with Draco flashed before her eyes. It was still unbelievable to her that Draco was gone. How could he be gone when she and Scorpius needed him so much? She was a mess, and she knew it. The strength that had always seen her through had deserted her. She had become a quivering mass of agony and nerves. The husband and father was gone. She and Scorpius would have to traverse the world alone. Not alone, alone. They still had loads of extended family, but it wasn't the same. When Hermione finally began to drift off, all she could see was herself shouting at Draco about his destructive behavior. The truth. As much as they loved each other, she and Draco had been drifting apart. Hermione felt Draco may have regretted settling down. That he envied the lives of his cousins and friends. Sometimes, Hermione thought she could see it on his face. He was at home with a wife and son while the others were off on extravagant holidays. Hermione's first idea to get their relationship to where it once had been was to have another child. However, good sense had reigned. If Draco was unsettled with one child, another wouldn't fix anything. She had begun to work harder on their relationship. Working harder on their relationship was a bit of an untruth. Hermione fed her husband, ed him and supported him, which should have been enough, but it wasn't, because she always had to comment on him trying to emulate the lives of his cousins and mates. This particular accusation irritated Draco more than any other. He would snap back that she was being ridiculous. He wasn't trying to emulate either his cousins or his mates. After the discussion, Draco would hold her and tell her that he loved her and Scorpius. While he was soothing her, Draco never failed to add that it didn't mean he was unhappy with his life just because he wanted to enjoy some time away. Hermione hadn't ever left the argument there. Being Hermione Malfoy hadn't changed her mindset. She had always argued with a Hermione Granger mindset. She wanted the last word, and she wanted to be right. It had been better lately. Less arguments, but Draco still did what he wanted. There was nothing Hermione could do. Then there was Pansy Parkinson. Hermione would never repeat her thoughts to certain people, but she believed Draco had had a flirtation the previous year when Pansy had turned up in London for a week-long conference. It wasn't something she could prove. It was something she felt. After Pansy left London, Draco went back to being the attentive husband. Yet, there were still times Hermione thought Scorpius was the only thing keeping Draco grounded. Asterisk. The day of Draco's accident had started out well enough. He had ed Scorpius and Hermione goodbye at the very crack of dawn to keep a planned engagement with Seth and Sal to try out some of the more advanced skiing in Alagna. It was a ski weekend for Sal and Seth, but a day getaway for Draco, who planned to spend a bit of time there then get back home to Hermione and Scorpius. As was her way, when Draco mentioned his plans, she had read up on the subject. To Hermione, the advanced pistes in Alagna seemed more than an intermediate skier like Draco could handle, but being Draco, he would not admit something like that. He had laughed off Hermione's concerns, figuring what Seth and Sal could do, he could do as well. That was the problem, and this was the horrible ending. Asterisk. Blaise, Theo, Fausto and Gas cornered Sal and Seth in the dining room, all wanting to know what had gone wrong. Relating what happened that afternoon, Sal first described 2 minor incidents Draco had while on the slopes. Both Seth and I tried to explain that Alagna might be out of his reach, but you know Draco. Once his mind was set on something, he had to see it through. He wouldn't be talked out of going back out on the pistes for one last run. Seth took over at that point. Believe me, Sal and I both tried to talk some sense into Draco. I'm devastated that at one point, I snapped at him about what would happen to Hermione and Scorpius if he killed himself. It was then I thought he would take our entreaties into consideration, but I was wrong. He rolled his eyes at me and told me I sounded just like Hermione. Then he headed back to the slopes. Sal and I began to worry when we didn't see Draco anywhere on the slopes or the guest area. When 2 hours went by and Draco hadn't turned up, Sal and I started out to look for him, but were met with a commotion out front of the lodge. Seth went quiet in his grief. The word going around was that someone had had a deadly accident, and the rescue wizards were bringing the body back to the lodge. Sal whimpered, his voice getting caught in his throat. Seth and I chased down the security wizards hoping the casualty wasn't Draco, but it was. As piss-poor as it sounds, neither myself nor Seth knew what to do. It was like we were frozen in place. It wasn't until the lodge director approached us about notifying next of kin and getting Draco home that we realized we had to tell someone. I didn't want to call Hermione directly, but I had to. Seth and I took turns trying to get through to her, but she never answered, so Seth called Papa while I called Harry. I'm so sorry we couldn't talk Draco out of going back out. We should have. Hard-headed, bloody idiot, huffed Theo. You should have what, Sal? Asked Blaise as he grabbed Sal by the shoulders. We all loved Draco, but we all know what a hard ass he could be when he'd made a decision. You and Seth did nothing wrong. Stop thinking you have. Thank you both for seeing that Draco got back to his family. Giving Sal and Seth a, Fausto, Gas and Theo murmured the same sentiments before heading off to get some sleep. Blaise shared a few thoughts as the men separated. Theo and I will have to straighten out some things in London, but we'll be back. Call us if Hermione needs anything set up on that end. We'll see you soon. Asterisk. Emilio Lozier had been shocked when Matt called to tell him about Draco. The cousins who had become closer than ever over the last few years discussed at length how best to help Hermione and Scorpius. I expect Hermione will want to bury Draco in Britain, Matt offered solemnly. More than likely Matt, but I believe she might want to hold services in Italy as well. Draco had many friends, associates and employees who would want to see him off. Matt let out a long sigh. You could be right, Emilio. However, let's not mention anything of that nature unless Hermione brings it up first. Think about it. It will be hard enough for her to get through one service. 2 might push her over the edge. I'd rather we just wait to find out her plans. Seth had a conversation with Lewis, continued Matt. It seems Lewis wants either an additional portrait commissioned to be hung in Malfoy estate in Britain, or have his portrait moved to Britain so he can watch over Hermione and Scorpius. I'm not surprised by Lewis's request. He was extremely proud of Draco. About the number of services, I obviously wasn't thinking Matt. 2 services would be extremely hard on Hermione. Well, whatever she needs. I'll be there for her. Matt paused for a split second. Knowing what he knew about why Emilio never married or got serious with any witch, he offered a guarded answer. I know you'll be there for her, Emilio. It's my hope Hermione will accept your help. Emilio laughed a tormented laugh. Don't go all maudlin on me, Matt. The current situation is maudlin enough. I'll help if I'm asked, and that's it. Certainly, responded Matt in a lighter tone. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. So, will you be coming through? Yes. I'll stop by as soon as I can. We'll see you then. Matt, Emilio called out before his cousin could hang up. Matt waited for Emilio to speak. Take care of Hermione. You'll be able to do things for her that I cannot get close enough to do. It's all right though. The important thing is she has support. I'll speak to you in a bit. Matt and Emilio ended the conversation agreeing to do whatever was needed, acknowledging they would have to wait to find out what Hermione wanted. Asterisk. Matt sat in the den by himself thinking about his cousin. As Minister of Acquisitions and Minister of Finance in the Italian ministry, he and Emilio traveled in the same social circles and had become very close in the last 4 years. They often spent hours together working on projects, attending ministry events, or sometimes simply talking. Matt knew Emilio's story backwards and forwards. He had fallen in love with Hermione when she was a lobbyist for the Ministry of Magic in Britain and hadn't ever fallen out of love. Emilio had been very frank with his explanation of how he'd lost Hermione. To this day, Ginny Weasley rubbed Matt the wrong way. He didn't care for her, I'll do as I please attitude, nor did he like being around her. Ginny knew how he felt, as did his wife Kim. Therefore, there hadn't been any issues like the ones he experienced when he first landed in Italy, because Kim didn't do well with trifling witches. She didn't take any shite. As much as Matt respected Draco for all he'd done for himself and Seth, he also felt sorry for Emilio. It was as though Emilio never expected to fall in love again. The most beautiful witches in Italy threw themselves at Emilio. He dated a few, but nothing lasted. Matt didn't know what he would do if someone tried to come between himself and Kim. There would be murder for sure. Asterisk. Matt sighed so loudly, Lewis opened his eyes. A penny for your thoughts, Matt. How are you holding up? Good evening, Lewis. I am holding up as well as can be expected. Draco's death has been a shock. We've lost a good wizard, a good cousin and an amazing friend. As far as my thoughts go, I'll have to keep those to myself. Lewis closed his eyes again as if closing them would keep the truth away. I understand, Matt. As thankful as I am to be able to converse with my descendants, I am resentful at not being able to help my family. I know it's early, but have you given any thoughts on how you will proceed? Proceed, Elder. I'm not sure I follow. Think, Matt, blustered Lewis. With Draco's death, you have become the heir to the Malfoy legacy until Scorpius attains full age and takes his rightful place. I know you will do right by your heritage. If you'll excuse me now, I'd like to savor the silence. Matt had his second shock of the day. By way of death, he'd become the heir apparent. With Draco gone, he was now the oldest living Malfoy heir, and with that title came irresponsibilities. Matt sighed. Even as Minister of Finance and all the skills his position encompassed, he wasn't looking forward to stepping into Draco's shoes. I'll leave you to yourself, Lewis. I'll see to it no one except Hermione comes through the door. Thank you, Lewis replied in a listless manner. Asterisk. The sun had fully risen when Hermione came out of the bedroom to thank those in the room for their support. There's no need to thank us, Hermione. We are your family, Carmela remarked, going to sit beside her adopted daughter. We are all here for you and Scorpius. My baby, wailed Hermione plaintively. What will we do without Draco? Stop that, Hermione, said Carmela, wrapping her arms around Hermione. You are as strong a witch as I've ever met. After you come to terms with Draco's death, you will come back stronger than ever. Hannah inquired if she should bring our little angel through. I took the liberty of asking her to give you one more day. I hope I didn't overstep. I know you miss Scorpius, but you don't have to worry. He's in good hands, and at this moment, you have your hands full. I miss Scorp, but I know you're right. I know he is in good hands with Hannah and Harry. I have some thoughts, but before I share them with all of you, I'd like to share them with Lewis. I'll be back shortly and we'll talk. Asterisk. Carmela spoke to Fausto, who had just returned from home. I think we should invite Hermione, and Scorpius, when he comes, to the house. Gas old room is large enough for two. Fausto thought about it for a moment. I know you want to be as helpful as possible, honey, but Hermione may want to remain right where she is. Ask her, but don't push. When have I ever pushed? Asked Carmela crankily. A smiling Fausto jeered his wife as he replied to her cranky retort. Only every time anything had to do with Hermione. Carmela smiled and nodded. Maybe I have pushed a bit. She's my daughter after all. Why shouldn't I? I think someone should probably go home to get a bit of sleep. I'll go with you. Sal will come get us when Hermione is ready to talk. I think I will, answered Carmela, rising from the chair. I won't be any good to anyone if I can't stay awake. We'll see you all later. We'll be back, echoed Fausto as he followed Carmela to the flow. Asterisk. Hermione spent an hour in with Lewis discussing not only Draco's untimely death, but her and Scorpius' future as well. Lewis, who was overcome with grief, began giving Hermione instructions. Scorpius is the only full-blooded Malfoy left. Don't let our line end, Hermione. Watch over him as though he is a king. Hermione didn't want to hear this. I am grieving for my husband Lewis. As well-meaning as your words are, I don't want to hear anything about the dangers that might befall Scorpius. He'll be fine. When Matt takes over, he'll be there to take care of you both. Hermione silently wondered what Lewis was going on about, and for a moment she was speechless. Finding her voice as well as her memory, Hermione replied to Lewis. Matt will be taking over the Malfoy legacy. He won't be taking over me and Scorpius. No one will replace Draco in our lives, so be careful of the words you use in your misery. I came in here to discuss arrangements and services for Draco. My life can wait. If you have suggestions, speak now. Otherwise, I have friends and family in the next room waiting to hear what I plan to do. Lewis opened his eyes as wide as he ever had to gaze at Hermione. You were overwrought, Hermione. I meant no disrespect, and I certainly didn't mean what you think. Perhaps you should go have your discussion with the others. Closing his eyes, Lewis made one last comment. We'll speak at another time. Lewis, cutting across her, Lewis repeated himself. We'll speak at another time. For several minutes, Hermione stood with her forehead leaned against the door, letting the tears slide down her face. When she felt able, Hermione spoke a few soft words before opening the door. I do value your opinion, Lewis. We will speak at another time. As the door closed, the portrait of Louis Adrian Malfoy whispered, Thank you, Hermione. When Hermione emerged from the den after speaking with Lewis, Kim, Matt and Sal immediately noticed her red eyes. You seem a bit beat up, Hermione. You were in there for ages. Did you get things sorted with Lewis? Kim asked cautiously. Hermione gazed at Kim for a few seconds before replying to her comment. I was in there for a long time. Sorry. How long am I supposed to take trying to sort out the best way to get Draco in the ground? I don't know, because my husband hasn't ever died before. I will try to speed things up. To answer your question, Lewis and I never even got near the subject. A bright red Kim glanced at Matt before standing to pull Hermione into a. Hermione, love, you must know that's not what I meant. No one, especially me, is trying to rush you into anything. I apologize if it sounded that way. Why don't you come through to the kitchen? I'll fix you a spot of breakfast. Hermione gave Kim a dismal smile. No apology necessary, Kim. I'm getting very good at misunderstanding the words coming out of people's mouths. I don't think I could eat a thing. My stomach is in total flux. However, if you don't mind, I would like a cup of tea. Good. 1 cup of tea coming right up. Has anyone seen my mobile? Asked Hermione, looking around. I'd like to call Harry and Hannah to check on Scorp. He must be wondering where his mum and dad have gone. With those words, Hermione wrapped her arms around herself and broke into heart-wrenching sobs. What will I tell Scorp? What will I tell Draco's son? Sal jumped up to encircle Hermione in his arms while Matt conjured a wet cloth without wand or word and handed it to Hermione. Sal stepped back to allow Hermione space to move as she took the cloth from Matt. Thanking Matt for the cloth, Hermione offered a sad bit of cheek. Still practicing that non-verbal, wandless magic then, Matt. Draco was so proud of you. Matt smiled. Are you sure he was proud? I seem to remember him taunting me on numerous occasions for being a complete show-off. Hermione smiled her first smile in 24 hours. Yes, that too. He was at his happiest when he was bantering with his cousins and his mates. I expect you to share those thoughts when you stand for Draco. He would have liked that. Giving Hermione a quick, Matt assured her he would absolutely share. Asterisk. It's nice to see you smile, said Kim, who had come through holding a cup of tea. I hope we get to see more of them in the coming days. Carmela went home to lie down, but she sent information about services and internment in case you wanted to preview your choices. Thanks, Kim. I'll look over the information to get some ideas, but I intend to hold Draco's service in London. The others remained silent. Whether they agreed or disagreed, Draco was Hermione's husband. It was her choice. Carmela, who had stepped quietly out of the flow, didn't feel the need to remain silent. I decided to take a pepper-up potion. So here I am, relaxed and ready to go forward. Carmela, Hermione exclaimed in surprise. I heard what you said about Draco's service, Hermione, and I understand you wanting it to be held in London. As you and Draco's adopted mum, may I suggest you also have some kind of service here as well? Perhaps a memorial service, so we Italians can pay our respects to a wonderful wizard. With a nod, Hermione hurried over to Carmela. Thank you, Mum. I was stuck. Even though the path to what I need to do is clear, I couldn't bring myself to take the first step. You've set me on the right path. Even my stomach has somewhat settled in the last few minutes. Thank you. That's my job now, and since I first laid eyes on you. Matt and Kim smiled at Carmela, who often acted as mum to all of them. Asterisk. When Hermione spoke again, it was in a firm voice filled with conviction. I'm going to step away to call Hannah. I want to speak to my son. After which, I will shower, then go sit with my husband for a bit. When I get back, I'm hoping my family will sit with me to suss out details of how we can give an amazing man a proper send-off. 2 proper send-offs actually. I'll see you all in a few minutes. Thanks, Mum, said Sal, giving Carmela an A. Yes. Thank you so much, Carmela, echoed Kim and Matt. Your daughter simply needed a jump start. Glad to be of service, Carmela replied crisply. Before we meet, may I suggest we get Harry, Blaise and Theo here as well. It would be silly to have to plan twice. We should plan to set parameters that can be used in Italy as well as England. One outline which can be used for 2 countries. We'll see what Hermione thinks. Asterisk. While Hermione was off talking to Scorpius, Matt called Blaise to let him know he and Theo were needed in Italy later that afternoon. Blaise told Matt that he and Theo would be there and were prepared to kip out with his relatives for the next week in case they were needed. Matt also called Harry. Sal prepared to call Gas, but was surprised when Gas and Shauna stepped out of the flow, explaining they had just come from sitting up with Draco. Sal G'd Shauna, then clapped his brother on the back without saying a word. Fausto and I want to sit with Draco for a few minutes as well, added Carmela. If Hermione doesn't mind, we'll go with her. If I don't mind what? Asked Hermione, returning from the other room. I've just spoken to Scorp. At this moment, I don't mind anything. Good, because Fausto and I want to sit Draco for a bit, but don't want to intrude on your time with him. No problem. I'm glad for the company. Most of the guys have gone in pairs or threes. No one has offered to go with me before now. This is one of the times I need them beside me most, but they think they will be intruding. After all this time, they don't know me as well as I thought they did. I'm ready when you are. A surprised Carmela gave Sal, Matt and Gas a quick glance before stepping through the flow to get Fausto. She hadn't thought about it like that either. Asterisk. Emilio was tired, and hadn't been able to think straight since he'd looked into Hermione's sorrow-filled eyes. He had seen his mother home planning to spend some time at the estate, but she and his father had been so obnoxious he'd stayed less than an hour. He had tried to remain staid and stoic, but their ramblings, especially those of his mother, bordered on blasphemy. I'll take my leave now, mother, father. I'm tired. This has been a stressful day for many. Stay a bit longer, Emilio. Your father and I didn't mean any harm. You didn't mean any harm. He shouted at them both. You didn't mean any harm. You were both talking bullshit and I will not listen to your schemes. A good man is dead. Emiliano Lozier stood up so rapidly the chair he had been sitting in fell over. How dare you talk to your mother like that? You'd better watch that mouth of yours, or I'll watch it for you. Ilaria reached out to touch her husband on the arm, hoping to calm him down. She whispered. Emilio didn't mean anything. He's just stressed. Stay and have tea with his son. Oh, don't side with him, mother. The poor excuse for a thief had better watch his tone and timbre when he addresses me, because unlike him, I have enough clout to get his sorry ass thrown back in prison. Emilio, stop it right now. He is still your father. Don't remind me, snapped Emilio, wrenching off his cloak and sitting in the chair opposite his mother. Running his hand through his thick, black hair, Emilio let out an exasperated sigh. I apologize for my thoughtless words. I am not myself. No matter what, you are my parents and I should treat you as such. I just need for you to keep your thoughts and opinions to yourself. This is not the time for spurious comments to fall on the wrong ears, no matter how well-intentioned you purport them to be. I am begging you to refrain from commenting on anything to do with Hermione Granger. Hermione Malfoy. Please. Of course, Emilio. It was just us talking here. We would never. Please make sure you don't, Emilio replied, getting up from the chair. Hermione and her family and friends are devastated. The last thing anyone wants to hear is that my parents think Draco stole her away from me. Thank you for understanding, and thank you, Mother, for accompanying me to see Hermione. I'll see you soon. Emilio reached his own home in a sour mood. The anger over his parents' remarks had settled in his stomach and were wreaking havoc on him. Emilio grabbed a drink, then turned on his phone. Normally, having his phone turned off during a business day was frowned upon. In fact, it was one of his rules. Phones on at all times. This, however, hadn't been a normal day. Evidently, his assistant had handled everything. The only message he'd received was from a lovely witch who was beginning to annoy him with all her messages and phone calls. Emilio quickly turned the phone off. He wasn't up to defending himself over why he hadn't called. When Matt called to give him the news about Draco, he had been dumbfounded. Draco Malfoy had everything to live for, a lovely wife, a handsome son, and a fantastic life laid out before him. Then this. Emilio shook his head. He and Draco weren't the best of friends, but after the blood feud madness had been straightened out, they had come to terms. Over the past few years, he had run into Draco and Hermione at a number of functions. They looked radiantly happy. It wasn't that he coveted another man's wife, but there were still stirrings deep inside him whenever he saw Hermione. He had learned to live with the fact that the woman he loved would never be his. It was hard, but he managed. Now what, Emilio? He growled out loud. Nothing has changed. Hermione Malfoy will always remain Hermione Malfoy whether her husband is living or dead. Drinking his second brandy down in one, Emilio closed his eyes, and sat very still as he had learned to do long ago. The closed eyes and stillness always helped him regain his balance and reduce his stress. When Emilio opened his eyes, he let out a shrill laugh. What I wouldn't give to have James Woolley here to carry a personal, sympathy message to Hermione. You were a good man who did right by me, James. Spain was lucky to get you. Emilio kicked off his shoes, then stretched out on the couch. It didn't matter where he laid his head. He wasn't going to get much sleep. Lying there, Emilio admitted to himself the reason he had gotten so angry with his parents. They had said exactly what he'd never admit thinking. Hermione was free again. At a time like this, the thought was crass and offensive, but he had thought it and was ashamed of himself. The last thought before Emilio drifted off pertained to the annoying witch. Perhaps he should call her more frequently. It would probably be better if he had a witch on his arm than not. While Hermione, Carmela and Fausto were gone, Seth returned from wherever he'd gone bringing strange news. Lewis asked me to check on something for him. I have done so and found out several interesting things. 1. Living portraits can travel great distances to visit another version of the portrait. 2. Even though the subjects can travel great distances, they cannot pass from country to country. 3. A living portrait will not suffer any damage if taken through a flow, even an international flow. There you have it. The room remained silent until Matt spoke up. Well, brother, those are some very interesting facts. The question is, why are you sharing them with us? One guess, Seth answered softly, checking if the door to the den was firmly closed. Lewis insisted I research the information because he wants either a portrait of himself set up in London so he can watch over Hermione and Scorpius, or he wants to be moved there permanently. It looks like you'll be losing Elder Malfoy when Hermione leaves. Matt, Kim and Sal were speechless. What does Hermione think about this? Asked Kim. I haven't spoken to her yet, Seth replied sheepishly. Her answer will solve the problem. If she declines to have the portrait in her home, the matter is closed. I've done my bit. Matt offered his opinion on the matter. I for one hope Hermione declines to have the portrait in her home. I've gotten used to seeing Lewis's face sitting on the mantel. We'll see, Seth said in rebuttal. Hermione's wishes trump all. Sal and Matt nodded their heads in agreement. Seth was speaking the truth. Nothing mattered except what Hermione wanted. Asterisk. As the men sat talking quietly among themselves, Sal mentioned Hermione's remark about sitting Draco alone. The general consensus was they all owed Hermione an apology, because they all had thought the same thing. Their presence would be an intrusion on time between a wife and her husband. Sal made a decision. According to Italian rules and regulations, tomorrow is the last day Draco's body is allowed to remain in the hospital chamber. Draco will have to be moved to either the medical examiner's office or a funeral home. I'll take off work to sit with Hermione tomorrow. Should we all sit with her as a family? Matt offered up the truth. We may have missed our chance. I'm certain Blaise, Theo and Harry will want to sit with Hermione on the last day. If Hannah brings Scorpius through. Seth cut his brother off in mid-sentence. Are you mad, Matt? Hermione won't want Scorp. Matt jumped up, surprising everyone. If you'll let me finish my bloody sentence, Seth, my meaning will be clear. May I finish? We're all under a strain, brother. Seth replied softly. There's no need to be insulting. You're right. There isn't any need to be insulting. I apologize, Seth. All I meant to say was Hannah would probably want to sit with Hermione as well. Unlike sitting in a public service, sitting up with Draco before he is moved to be prepared is personal time. Everybody wants some. Both Kim and Seth recognized at the same time that Matt was falling apart and approached him together. Seeing his brother's watery eyes, Seth G'd him, then stepped back. Kim wrapped her arms around Matt's waist and led him out of the main rooms. Adult, male wizards didn't often break down. On the rare occasion it happened, it was in private. Knowing this, Kim made sure to get Matt away from prying eyes even though no one would ever comment. He was a sitting minister. If her husband was going to break down, she would ensure it was in private. Asterisk. Once in the privacy of their bedroom, Kim cast a silencing spell when Matt fell completely apart in her arms. I was arguing with my brother, he said. The words coming out as a sob. The wizard who has had my back and been at my side since we were toddlers. I'm a bleeding idiot. I think Draco's death is killing me. I just can't reconcile in my mind the fact he is gone. He was 28 years old, Kim. He had another 80+ years of life. Seth and I owe Draco our lives. Literally. If it wasn't for him, Seth and I would be working at some manual labor job wondering if we would be able to make the monthly bills. Look at Seth. Look at me. Draco was our savior. What will Hermione do without him? What the hell will any of us do without him? He was our glue. Kim had remained silent, running her fingers through Matt's silky hair while he had his emotional vomit, but now she was ready to set him straight. I love you more than I've ever loved anyone in my life, Matt Lozio, so please take what I'm about to say in the spirit it is intended. Draco gave you and Seth what you deserved. It wasn't some gift. It was your heritage. He told you both that more than once. What you and Seth have done with what you were given makes all the difference. Neither of you ran out to spend your inheritance wildly. Well, Seth did go a bit crazy. Matt gave Kim a smile and a before letting her proceed. It is not my intent to take anything away from Draco, but everything you have now is due to your ethics, intelligence and perseverance, so stop feeling guilty. I hate that your cousin is dead, but you'll do exactly what you've been doing for the last 5 years, knocking it out of the Quidditch pitch. And just for propriety's sake, I'll tell you this. Skiing is out for you, and should be out for Seth as well. I don't want to be a Hermione, crying over the body of my husband. Let's set our backs and get back to the living room. Pulling Kim into his arms, Matt gave her a bruising. I love you. I'm fine now. Thank you for your sage advice. It helped. Asterisk. When she and Matt returned to the living room, Kim announced that she had prepared a lovely meal. If you don't mind, we'll wait for Mum, Dad and Hermione to get back. Besides, Harry, Blaise and Theo should be coming through at any minute. If we all eat at the same time, we'll be able to get down to business all the sooner. Good idea. I'll just pop into the kitchen to set some warming spells. I'll be right back. Asterisk. Harry, Hannah with Scorpius, Blaise and Theo came through the flow one after the other, calling out their greetings. Kim immediately took Scorpius from Hannah, listening gleefully as the baby started repeating over and over, Auntie, Auntie, Auntie. You are such a sweetheart, she said, nuzzling Scorpius' neck. Peeking around Kim, Scorpius saw Shauna and Gas and held his hands up to Shauna. Sana up. Sana up. Shauna walked over to take Scorpius from Kim. With tears forming in her eyes, she jeered him. My little man. My brave, little man. Scorpius gave Shauna a puzzled look as he awkwardly tried to wipe her eyes with his tiny hands. To everyone's surprise, he began to cry. Hannah rushed over to take him from Shauna, asking Kim if she could use one of the bedrooms to let Scorpius nap. Kim showed Hannah to the bedroom Hermione was currently using. Scorpius' tears, the worst tears of all, had cast an even greater pall over everyone, bringing home the fact that a son had lost his father. Knowing the little wizard would never see his father again, had made everyone more emotional. It was a solemn group of wizards who migrated to the dining room to console each other while the witches remained in the living room to give their men space. In the dining room, Harry was being a loud, emotional beast. Draco was being a dick. I can't tell you the number of times Hermione asked, no, begged him to be careful. To stay away from shite like skiing and motorboat racing. What was he thinking? He had a wife and child to think about. He was being an arsehole. Just look how that turned out. Pipe down, Harry, said Seth irritably. Blaise walked over and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. We're all emotional, but shouting and calling our mate out of his name won't change anything, and Hermione doesn't need to hear it. We all knew Draco. When he set his mind on something, that was it. No one was going to change his mind. It even seemed he had gotten worse over the past year. It was Draco being Draco. It may sound crass now, but Theo and I had taken to calling him Daredevil Draco. He loved the name. Let's just be cognizant of others around us. Harry remained sullen and angry. They all knew he wasn't angry with them, so they let him sit quietly and stew while they discussed other things. About 30 minutes later, a tired and drawn-looking Hermione stuck her head in the door. I'm back, lads. Shall we talk first, or eat? Kim has put together a lovely meal. Your choice. Jumping up to pull his sister into a tight, Harry spoke first. You look like you are falling off your feet. Why don't we sit down to eat as a family? When that's done, we can sort out arrangements and such. Sounds like a plan, replied Hermione, jing Harry back and ing him on the cheek. My brother. My champion, she whispered. Always there for me. Always will be, love. Always will be. The others watched the poignant scene before them, realizing that if there was ever an unbreakable bond between two people, it was there between Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Malfoy. All right, Hermione said, looking around the dining room. One of you enterprising wizards enlarge the table and round up a few more chairs. I'll do it, said everyone at once. Matt was quickest. He drew his wand and did what needed to be done while the others were trying to decide who should do it. Scorpius sat in his baby chair between Hermione and Hannah, but he kept glancing over at Matt and Seth. After one extremely long look at Matt, Scorpius began to chant, "Dada, Dada, Daddy." Hermione broke. Grabbing Scorpius out of his chair, she excused herself from the table and quickly left the room. Hannah excused herself as well, explaining that Scorpius had never said the word daddy before. It had always only been Dada. About 10 minutes later, Hannah, Hermione and Scorpius returned to the table. My apologies everyone, she remarked wearily. As Hannah mentioned, Draco never got to hear Scorp call him daddy. This is the first time the whole word has come out his mouth. I do realize I won't be able to run out of the room over every missed milestone. Please bear with me. Fausto spoke up before anyone else could. You don't owe any of us here an apology, Hermione. You don't owe us any explanation at all. You are grieving. Things will come up and you will deal with them as best you can. Walking away from a table isn't worth mentioning. I don't think you'll find one among us who thinks differently. We love you and Scorp. Any of us would jump at the chance to be able to take your pain away. That not being possible, we will be here to catch you when or if you fall. Hermione nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She had scared Scorpius enough with her wailing. She had to be strong for her son. Hermione didn't speak much throughout the rest of dinner. At one point, Harry covered her hand with his and asked if she was all right. Hermione quietly replied that she was fine. When dinner was over, Hermione told them all to have a stretch then join her in the dining room. After the loo break, the subdued group took seats around the table then looked to Hermione to begin the discussion. A wave of restlessness went through the British wizards when Hermione made her first statement. Looking slowly around the table at all Draco's cousins and mates, Hermione told them in a choked voice that according to Italian regulations regarding the deaths of a non-citizen, tomorrow would be the last day anyone would be able to sit with Draco's body. He would have to be moved to a funeral home of their choosing before midnight. Sal explained that rule before Harry, Blaise, Theo and Hannah arrived, offered Seth. We know the Brits will want to sit with you on the last night, but we're hoping you will allow us to sit with you as well. I'm not a spokesperson, but I will say how sorry we are for not sitting with you before this. We should have known you wouldn't take our presence as an intrusion. I don't think that will be a problem, Seth. We'll all take some personal time with Draco. I know he's gone, and I knew he'd have to be moved at some point, she whispered tearfully. But cutting us off from him almost feels as final as interring him. Lying there, Draco looks like he's sleeping. He looks like he did every night lying beside me. I appreciate the time the hospital took in preparing him for the sittings. I was told he was a bloody mess. That was how it was put to me, his wife. My husband was a bloody mess when they brought him in. As she spoke, the tears began running down her face and dripping from her chin, but she didn't bother wiping them away. They were tears for Draco. They belonged on her face. Hermione's last comments infuriated everyone around the table, but again, Matt spoke first. I know this is not the time, growled Matt savagely. But I want a name. Who is the bloody that would address a widow in that manner? Especially a widow who had come on her own. I want a bloody name. I don't have time for any member of any staff who is so insulated, he or she cannot act with a modicum of propriety. That person will lose the position and perhaps learn a lesson. Kim reached over to take Matt's hand in hers. With tears still dripping from her chin, Hermione gave Matt a small smile. You sound just like Draco, and Harry, she said, turning to look at her faux brother. The words were unfortunate, Matt, but please don't worry about that. I need assistance with bigger things. Matt was incensed. I'll put it aside until we have everything settled, Hermione, but I intend to deal with it first chance I get. Just like Draco would do. May we start before I lose my shite altogether? Kim shook her head. Her normally gentle husband had been in a state since learning about Draco's untimely death. She feared it would only get worse from here. I don't think that will be a problem, Seth. We'll all take some personal time with Draco. I know he's gone, and I knew he'd have to be moved at some point, she whispered tearfully. But cutting us off from him almost feels as final as interring him. Lying there, Draco looks like he's sleeping. He looks like he did every night lying beside me. I appreciate the time the hospital took in preparing him for the sittings. I was told he was a bloody mess. That was how it was put to me, his wife. My husband was a bloody mess when they brought him in. As she spoke, the tears began running down her face and dripping from her chin, but she didn't bother wiping them away. They were tears for Draco. They belonged on her face. Hermione's last comments infuriated everyone around the table, but again, Matt spoke first. I know this is not the time, growled Matt savagely. But I want a name. Who is the bloody that would address a widow in that manner? Especially a widow who had come on her own. I want a bloody name. I don't have time for any member of any staff who is so insulated, he or she cannot act with a modicum of propriety. That person will lose the position and perhaps learn a lesson. Kim reached over to take Matt's hand in hers. With tears still dripping from her chin, Hermione gave Matt a small smile. You sound just like Draco, and Harry, she said, turning to look at her faux brother. The words were unfortunate, Matt, but please don't worry about that. I need assistance with bigger things. Matt was incensed. I'll put it aside until we have everything settled, Hermione, but I intend to deal with it first chance I get. Just like Draco would do. May we start before I lose my shite altogether? Kim shook her head. Her normally gentle husband had been in a state since learning about Draco's untimely death. She feared it would only get worse from here. A Tale of Two Wizards Full Circle, Chapter 3. Once Matt settled down, the group was ready to get down to business. However, before the first word was spoken, the familiar whoosh of someone coming through the flow made everyone turn. Turning right along with everyone else, for 1 second, Hermione expected Draco to step out telling her she should remember to leave a note if she planned to be away all day. Of course, it wasn't. Xavier Cross appeared in the doorway, apologizing for his intrusion. Moving straight towards Hermione, whom he lifted from her chair, Xavier crushed her in his arms. Going around the table, Xavier shook hands with the wizards while giving the witches a polite nod. I was away from Ministry Services. I didn't get Fausto's note until a few minutes ago. I'm so sorry for your loss. Draco was a true friend. If there is anything I can do, please let me know. When Hermione's feet hit the floor again, she briefly laid her head on Xavier's shoulder. Over the past 5 years, Xavier had become as much a part of the family as the maid. Hermione had nothing but respect and admiration for the wizard who had, at one time, come to her rescue. Join us, Xavier. We were just sitting down to figure out how we should set services for Draco in both Milan and London. For the moment, I can't seem to get out of my own way. I'll take all the help I can get. I'm certain Fausto has already offered the help of Ministry Services if needed, but I will reiterate. If you need us, just tell Fausto, Xavier replied as he pulled out one of the extra chairs. Asterisk. Taking a deep breath, Hermione plunged right in. Carmela has gathered information relative to memorial services here in Milan. Hannah will be doing a bit more research seeing how Draco's funeral will be held in London. Please take a few minutes to look over the information. While the lot of you is examining the info, I'm going to excuse myself to see about Scorp. I'll be back straight away. With Hermione away from the table, the group spoke a bit more freely. Do we all agree we can discard any services which are outside of Milan? Asked Matt. I think it would be easier for Hermione as well as the rest of the Brits who haven't ever traveled more than a mile from DLM. Fausto disagreed. If the best memorial services are found outside Milan, I say those should be considered as well. Any decent funeral director in charge of a memorial service should offer group port keys for the attendees without a problem. Don't get me wrong, I think Matt has a point, but I just wanted to point out the obvious. Heads were nodding, but to which plan was unknown at the moment. Although I haven't been invited to speak, interjected Xavier. I'd like to offer an opinion. Both suggestions have merit. However, why not use people whose business it is to see that things of this nature go right? I mean, Hermione is under enough stress. Hire the witch or wizard who will see that everything is done to the family's specifications. No piecemeal with the family having to run here and there. Tell them what you want, and presto, it's done, leaving Hermione free to concentrate on the more important London service. A brochure for just that thing is among those Carmela turned in. Harry agreed with Xavier. You make it sound so simple but if one shop can save Hermione an ounce of stress, I'm all for it. There was agreement around the table. The discussion turned to the one particular brochure from Stare Tranquilli which offered all services, including their own location, obituaries in 3 major papers, photos and banners of the deceased, handouts to mark the service, port keys from up to 3 select locations direct to their door, transporting the body to its final destination, and music, if specially requested. Everyone had a look at the brochure and there was a consensus that Stare Tranquilli was the place to start. By the time Hermione was back at the table, Matt was able to hand her information on a complete memorial service. We think this is the way to go, Hermione. You have Xavier to thank for it. For once, your family is all in agreement. Look it over. If you like it, we'll make a call to set an appointment, hopefully, for tomorrow. While Hermione studied the brochure, the others waited quietly for her to finish. Pushing the bushy hair away from her face, Hermione nodded. I hope this shop is what they proclaim to be. If they are, I agree with everyone else. We shall move forward with Stare Tranquilli. Just in case they aren't up to snuff, let's get a backup plan. When Hermione mentioned not being up to snuff, Carmela, Fausto, and Xavier all gave her enigmatic smiles. What? Am I missing something? Asked Hermione, glancing warily at the 3. Has my mum already vetted this shop? You might say that. Stare Tranquilli is run by Xavier's family and has an impeccable reputation throughout Italy. Everyone turned as one to look at Xavier, with Harry being first to speak this time. Why not just tell us X, instead of letting us sort through the other brochures? Xavier held up both his hands in surrender. Life is about choices, death isn't. You only get to bury a loved one once. Fausto, Carmela and I didn't want you to feel obligated to use my family's business. I wanted the family to come to a decision on their own. If you'd like, I'll make a call. I'm sure Papa, I mean Mr. Cross, will see you in the morning. Will 10 a.m. be acceptable? 10 a.m. will be fine, replied Hermione quietly. Draco would be so proud. His family has never let him down. I'm so thankful to have all of you supporting me in Scorpius. I don't think we'll need a backup plan. Thank you for putting this together, Carmela. Xavier. I plan to go for Draco's last sitting tomorrow around 4 o'clock. Those of you who are free are more than welcome to sit with me. I haven't decided whether or not to bring Scorp with me. Is it better for him to see his father dead, or never see him again? Just one more thing I'm torn over. He will, however, be with me at the memorial service. As soon as Scorp is down for the night, I intend to take a small dose of dreamless sleep. Perhaps some sleep will give me energy enough to do something with this hair. Sounds like a good idea, love, agreed Kim. You'll feel much better after doing your hair. Hermione gave Kim a shrug before turning to Carmela and Fausto. I need to impose on the maidens yet again. If you don't mind, Scorp and I will kip out in Gas' old room for a few days. Kim glanced at her husband, but didn't comment on Hermione's request. Fantastic, Hermione. You don't even have to ask, replied Carmela happily. Come on through when you're ready. Good night, everyone. Come on, Fausto, I need to make sure the rooms are ready. Good night all, echoed Fausto. When Xavier is through with his call, ask him to come through to the house before he leaves. Turning to Hannah, Hermione asked if her friend would take Sal's old room to help her with Scorpius. If it's all right with Carmela and Fausto, it's all right with me. Right, Harry? Harry hunched his shoulders as if to say, do you even need to ask? That's fine, but I'll need assistance setting up the London arrangements, which can only be done after we speak to Mr. Cross. I'll find somewhere to kip. As long as my two favorite witches are together, I'm happy. Let's all meet here by 9:30. I'm tired. Where am I laying my ass tonight? Take the downstairs, Harry, or stay with Seth at Draco's old flat. He has plenty of room. Downstairs will be fine. Hope I'm not pushing anyone aside. I'll just go say goodnight to Hannah, Hermione and Scorp. See everyone in the morning. Asterisk. With things settled for the night, Sal, Theo and Blaise called out to Seth, and the four huddled in a corner plotting their next moves, which more than likely consisted of drinks and witches. 10 minutes later, the four said they were heading for Seth's flat and would see everyone the next day. Gas and Shauna had flowed back to London right after the meeting. There were still things to be done, especially with Draco gone. Asterisk. Matt noticed that Kim was extremely quiet as she moved her wand through the dining room and kitchen cleaning up. Everything all right, sweetheart? Asked Matt. You're awfully quiet. I'm fine, Matt. A bit tired is all. I'll be in a minute if you want to go ahead. Matt stared at his wife. They'd been married long enough for him to know when something was wrong. Come sit with me for a minute, he said, patting the couch cushion. Kim sat down, but maintained a stiff posture. There's obviously something that needs to be said, Kim. You always take that stiff posture when there is something on your mind. I honestly don't have the strength to pull it out of you, so please just tell me. It's Hermione. She snapped at me this morning and tonight she embarrassed me by choosing to stay with Carmela. I think she's angry with me because you're still alive. Matt snapped his head back against the couch so forcefully he almost broke his neck. Hermione doesn't think anything of the sort, he sputtered. How can you even think that? Hermione is trying to bury Draco, for Merlin's sake. Why would she be playing games with you? Kim stared straight ahead without offering any reply. Don't, Kim, Matt snapped, jumping up from the couch. Just don't. We went through this once, but I'll tell you again. I never had any romantic interest in Hermione and she never had any interest in me other than brotherly. So stop right now. I'll tell you what I told you when this came up before. I married you because I fell in love with you. I still love you. I'll always love you. Just because a witch under duress snaps at you, or chooses Carmella's home over ours, doesn't mean anything. You've never been an insecure witch over anyone except Hermione. My cousin's wife is no threat to you or us. Grabbing Kim by the waist, Matt pulled her into a tight and ed her firmly on the lips. It's been a long day. Let's retire to the bedroom where I will show you how much I love you. Kim wasn't convinced. From the beginning, she thought Matt would have taken Hermione in a heartbeat if she and Draco broke up. She still did. With Draco gone, deep down inside she felt it was only a matter of time before her husband began chasing the witch whose name always seemed to be on his lips. All under the guise of taking care of his cousin's family. Kim put everything she had into their lovemaking, but it took so long for her to climax she was as sore as she imagined Matt must be. With a soft sigh, she turned to snuggle against her husband's back. Matt was hers, and no witch, including Hermione Malfoy, would take him from her without one hell of a fight. Matt reached back to take Kim's hand in his. He didn't like it when Kim got this way. There was no reason. He loved her with all his heart and always would. Maybe he appeared guilty because of the private conversations he and Emilio had about Hermione. Conversations he couldn't and wouldn't repeat to anyone. Emilio never crossed the line when he referred to Hermione. He respected her and her marriage to Draco, but it didn't stop him from mentioning his every thought about Mrs. Malfoy. I saw Hermione at the White Ball. Hermione was at our ministry picking up documents for Draco. She might be going back to work for Kingsley Shacklebolt. Her son is the image of Draco. Hermione seems to have lost weight. Draco spent a lot of time talking to Beth Giglio at the last function. Hermione is spending the week with Carmela Maida. And on and on. How Emilio knew some of the things he knew, Matt didn't know, but he always listened, cautioning Emilio when it seemed he was doing himself a disservice. They both knew there was no hope of Emilio ever being with Hermione again, but a bit of discreet talk never hurt anyone. Lying there holding his wife's hand, Matt promised himself he would refrain from mentioning Hermione, although that might be impractical seeing how he was heir to the Malfoy legacy and dynasty. There would be situations he would have to handle, meetings he would have to attend, and businesses he had to oversee. It would be extremely hard to do all that and not have some interactions with Hermione. Between his position as Minister of Finance, Italy and head of the Malfoy family, he'd be stretched tight. Even with his skill at delegating, it would take an army. Dozing off, Matt wondered how Draco had done it all. After she, Hannah and Scorpius flowed through to Carmela's, the day caught up to Hermione. Her legs felt so weak she all but collapsed into one of the big, soft chairs in the Maida living room. When Hermione tried to get up, Carmela ordered her to remain in the chair while she fixed Scorp his snack. Of course, Scorpius heard the word snack and couldn't think of anything else. Knack. Tips, Duce. Tips, Duce. No chips Scorp, Hermione called from the living room. You may have juice and a cracker. Duce. Tips, insisted Scorpius turning his words into a whine. Hermione scolded Scorp from where she was sitting. You're being bad. Be a good boy for Nana Mela. Scorpius tried a pout for the several seconds it took Carmela to put his juice and crackers on his tray. Then he forgot all about chips and held up his crackers for all to see. Duce. Caca. Yay. Hannah and Carmela smiled at their little angel. Hermione smiled with a heavy heart thinking how her little man was so happy not understanding that these days were some of the hardest his mum would ever live through. Mum, Jama's mum. Potty, sang Scorpius. Okay love. Jamas and Potty then bed, sang Hermione back to Scorp. It was amazing that even in the worst of times, her son made her heart sing. Then bed Auntie Anna, then bed Mela. Say good night love. Do night love, repeated Scorpius as the three witches laughed at his parroting. Scorpius giggled all the way down the hall. After Scorpius was put down for the night, the three witches sat talking quietly among themselves about life, love and loss. Carmela offered to have Hermione and Scorpius come stay with them. I know there are ends that need to be tied up Hermione, but it would do my heart good if you and Scorpius came to stay with us for a while. Just to get away. You love Italy and Italy loves you. Maybe you might even want to come back to DLM. Hermione loved Carmela to death, but she was pushing too hard. I can't even think as far ahead as tomorrow, Carmela. Can this discussion wait for another day? I just don't feel up to thinking. Let me bury Draco, please. The tears began to run down Hermione's face and Carmela was appalled at what she had caused. Moving over beside Hermione, she apologized for being so thoughtless. I think I need Matt here to conjure up a wet cloth for me, joked Hermione, wiping her face with her fingertips and giving Carmela a heartfelt reply. You weren't being thoughtless, Mum. You were just trying to look out for your daughter. I appreciate you more than you know, but I need to concentrate on what's going on now. My life can wait. I'm going to call it a night. I'll talk to you both in the morning. Asterisk. Hannah remained behind to assure Carmela that she and Harry would keep an eye on Hermione and Scorpius. I know you will, Carmela replied, reaching out to pat Hannah on the hand. I don't want her feeling guilty because she and Draco were going through a rough patch when he died. I just don't want my girl to fall into a depression while we aren't looking. Hannah acknowledged what Carmela had shared with a nod. She and Carmela were the only two who knew that everything hadn't been all roses and sunshine between Draco and Hermione lately. During one of our talks, Hermione even mentioned divorce. She and I talked it out, but she didn't want to stay with Draco if he wanted another life. Sighing, Carmela admitted that Hermione had told her basically the same thing. However, we both know Draco wouldn't have ever let her take Scorpius from him, and she wouldn't have left without her child. That would never happen. A divorce was out of the question. Looking around to be sure Hermione was safely ensconced in the bedroom, Hannah mentioned Kim. So, I'm not the only one who noticed, Carmela replied sagely. I used to think I was being silly, but I began to pay closer attention and noticed that Kim has a way of working little put-downs into her conversations with Hermione. Hannah smirked at Carmela. Exactly, Carmela. I don't think I've ever heard Hermione respond in kind until today when Kim told her she'd taken an awfully long time to discuss matters with Lewis. Then the overdone apology pretending that Hermione misunderstood. I certainly didn't misunderstand. Perhaps Kim is jealous of Hermione. Although I can't imagine why. Shrugging, Carmela made a point. Unless Kim does something outrageous, I think we can overlook her non-tantrums. I was just thinking, maybe her moods have something to do with Matt not wanting children for a few more years. Maybe her jealousy does too. Especially when she looks at Scorp. You don't have to keep me company, Hannah. Fausto should be along shortly. All right, Carmela. Good night. Sweet dreams. Asterisk. When Fausto finally made it home, Carmela G'd him tight. Ah, a tight. What's on your mind, love? I'm worried about our girl. I know, he said, ing Carmela on the mouth. Stop worrying. Our girl is strong. She'll be all right. Asterisk asterisk. While dawning clear and warm, Saturday, April 18, 2009 was another miserable day for Hermione. As hard as she was trying to be strong, her behavior was beginning to affect Scorpius, who whined continually for either her or Hannah to pick him up. Even Carmela wouldn't do. Scorpius did become somewhat manageable when Matt came through the flow to speak with Fausto. Up, Matt, up, Scorpius whined. Want up. Matt sat down, putting Scorpius on his lap, where he quietly remained throughout the entire conversation. It was almost 9:15 when Hermione and Hannah entered the living room. As though a bug had bitten him, Scorpius jumped from Matt's lap and headed for Hermione at a run. Mum, Matt, the little called out, turning to point at Matt. Yes, love, Hermione said as she picked Scorpius up, mouthing a silent thank you to Matt. That's Cousin Matt. Holding Scorpius' little jacket, Hannah called him over so she could put on his coat. Come on, love. We're going bye-bye with Mum. Scorpius let out a delighted giggle. Anna. Bye, Mum. Yes, you are, little man. You are going with Mum and Auntie Hannah. Asterisk. Kim seemed to be waiting anxiously by the flow when Hermione, Hannah, Fausto, Scorp and Matt came through. Matt seemed a bit surprised to see his wife standing there waiting. Everything all right, Kim? Yes, of course. Your appointment is at 9:30. It was getting late. No worries, love, Matt said, ing his wife. We are here. It was decided that Matt, Fausto, Carmela and Hannah would be the only people accompanying Hermione to stare tranquilly. Harry wasn't pleased, but it wasn't his decision to make. He ate Hannah before snidely remarking that he was starving, so leaving him at the house would give him more time for breakfast. Which earned him a right nice pinch on the side from Hannah. Kim volunteered to watch Scorpius. Why don't you leave Scorpius with me? A baby shouldn't have to sit through a business transaction. I'll be able to bring a bit of calm back to his life. Hannah gave Carmela a quick glance. More passive-aggressive remarks from Kim. Hermione replied in a soft, level voice. Thank you for your concern, Kim. At another time, I might agree with you. However, this business transaction, as you call it, concerns Scorp. As far as bringing calm back to his life, I wasn't aware the calm had left his life. I'm doing my very best to see that life for Scorp remains the same as it was before Draco died. If I'm slipping in that area, I'm sure Hannah, or Carmela will step in. Thank you though, I appreciate your concern. Picking up Scorpius, Hermione walked to the front door followed by Fausto, Hannah and Carmela. If we are ready, I say we get going. Mr. Cross probably has appointments after ours. After giving Kim another, Matt followed the others feeling a little uncomfortable with the remarks his wife had made. It almost sounded as though she was criticizing Hermione's parenting skills. From her response, it seemed Hermione had taken the remarks as criticism as well. Save me Merlin from the witch who thinks I want Hermione. Matt mumbled softly. He must have spoken more loudly than he thought, because Hermione, who had fallen to the back of the queue, turned to look at him. Praying for me, Matt, she joked. I'll take all the prayers I can get. Matt simply smiled. Across the room, Kim frowned at the exchange. Stare Tranquilli was a well-set-up, immaculate establishment, as was Severio Cross. Except for the gray hair, Xavier was the spitting image of his father. Severio presented a commanding figure. 6 feet, steel gray hair, the body of an athlete, and as handsome as Xavier. The personable wizard didn't resemble any funeral director Hermione had ever seen. Then she remembered she hadn't ever met any funeral directors. Her vision of one turned out looking like Severus Snape. Matt stepped forward to introduce everyone after introducing himself to Severio, but Fausto and Carmela were already acquainted with Severio, who greeted them warmly. After the introductions, Severio went into full funeral director mode. Hermione handed Scorpius to Hannah as Severio lightly touched her elbow to guide her to his office, inviting the others to follow. Over the next hour and a half, Severio explained in minute detail what his services included. At the end of his explanation, Hermione and Matt agreed they would like to hire his services. Hermione inquired if he could have everything ready for Wednesday, because it was her intention to have Draco back in London by Saturday for services on Sunday the 26th. Severio promised to do his best. After filling out all necessary paperwork, Severio took the group through a side-to-door to show them the room where the memorial would be held. I assure you, he said, glancing around the group, your guests will not enter through this door. There is a very lovely front area where those apparating in and those using our port keys will land. As I explained, there will be wizards to receive your guests. Mr. Malfoy's guest book will be the first stop in the receiving line. From there, the receiving wizards will direct everyone to their seats. Because this is a memorial service, the seats will not be reserved except for the first 2 rows on either side, which will be designated for family. Badges for the family are enclosed in the packet I handed to Mr. Lozio. Please take a look around. If there is something you would like to see changed, do not hesitate to bring it to my attention. If you'll excuse me, I want to get started on your request to see Mr. Malfoy to London. This is lovely, Hermione, said Hannah quietly. There is such a sense of peace. I think adding music to the service is a wonderful idea. Draco was mad for the old, weird sister's song, Magic Works. If you don't want to include the lyrics, there are instrumental copies around. I'll start looking as soon as we get back to Carmela's. Hermione rubbed the arm of her best girlfriend. I don't know what I'd do without you, Hannah. The song is an amazing idea. We'll have the song playing softly in the background, so I don't mind having the lyrics. I absolutely want it playing when friends and family get up to speak. I don't want to reserve speaking time. I want it to be natural. Those who want to speak will be allowed to speak. Both Matt and Fausto thought the song fit perfectly. Shall we go find Severio? suggested Matt. There are ends to be tied up. Vario. Tie up, repeated Scorpius from Fausto's shoulder where he'd been drowsing. Yes, love, Hermione said, raising up to Scorpius on the cheek. Ends to be tied up. Asterisk. On the way back to the office, Hermione asked if Hannah or Carmilla would take Scorpius back to the house. Give him some lunch and put him down for a nap. Matt and Fausto will stay with me. We shouldn't be too much longer. I just need to be sure that everything is in order. Carmilla and Hannah both volunteered to take Scorpius back to Carmilla's. No problem, Hermione. Hannah and I will see to our little man. Take your time. Hermione ed Scorpius one more time before she, Matt and Fausto went to the office while Carmilla, Hannah and Scorp headed out the door. When they walked through the door in the office, Severio was just finishing up with two of his staff. Come in. Please have a seat. I have news for you about the memorial service here as well as the London funeral service. Everything can be ready for a Wednesday, 2 p.m. service here in Italy. In addition, not only will I be able to have Mr. Malfoy's body back in London by Thursday, the 23rd, I have also been in touch with a superb funeral director on that end who has expressed extreme pride in being asked to assist Hermione Granger Malfoy and family in their time of need. Both Hermione and Matt were pleased with how well things were going and were silently running names through their head trying to figure out who this funeral director could be. They didn't have to wonder long, because Severio came right out with it. You might remember Mr. Zacharias Smith. While his premises are located in Scotland, he has connections and associations which allow him to work out of London. Matt looked puzzled, but Hermione spoke right up. I do remember Zacharias. I don't think I've had any news of him for years. Zacharias is proprietor of Smith Funeral Services. He sends his regards and asked me to assure you he will take excellent care of Mr. Malfoy. Shall we go over his proposal? With all things falling in place, a somewhat relieved Hermione reached out to take Matt's hand. Yes, Severio. We would very much like to hear Zacharias' proposal. Well then, said Severio handing copies to Hermione and Matt. Let's begin. Come in. Please have a seat. I have news for you about the memorial service here as well as the London funeral service. Everything can be ready for a Wednesday, 2 p.m. service here in Italy. In addition, not only will I be able to have Mr. Malfoy's body back in London by Thursday, the 23rd, I have also been in touch with a superb funeral director on that end who has expressed extreme pride in being asked to assist Hermione Granger Malfoy and family in their time of need. Both Hermione and Matt were pleased with how well things were going and were silently running names through their head trying to figure out who this funeral director could be. They didn't have to wonder long, because Severio came right out with it. You might remember Mr. Zacharias Smith. While his premises are located in Scotland, he has connections and associations which allow him to work out of London. Matt looked puzzled, but Hermione spoke right up. I do remember Zacharias. I don't think I've had any news of him for years. Zacharias is proprietor of Smith Funeral Services. He sends his regards and asked me to assure you he will take excellent care of Mr. Malfoy. Shall we go over his proposal? With all things falling in place, a somewhat relieved Hermione reached out to take Matt's hand. Yes, Severio. We would very much like to hear Zacharias' proposal. Well then, said Severio handing copies to Hermione and Matt. Let's begin. By the time she and Matt had gone over the proposal from Smith Funeral Services, Hermione was able to breathe normally again. Zacharias' prospectus covered everything from receiving Draco's body to interring him in his designated plot or vault. All Hermione and Matt had to do was fill in the spaces. The only space left open was the burial space. Hermione hadn't even thought that far ahead. She knew Draco refused to have his family buried anywhere near his father. They had talked about that. But being Draco, never thinking he would die early, he hadn't made any decision where the family should be buried. However, for a fee, and if Hermione was interested, Smith Funeral Services could have as many as 10 plots cordoned off for Malfoys in Wizarding London's lovely new cemetery. Zacharias Smith had enclosed several magical photos which showed an area encircled by exquisite greenery. After a short discussion, Hermione allowed Matt to fill in that last space. With their signature, the Malfoy family and descendants had acquired an entire section of the cemetery. Hermione almost felt guilty this was so easy. Severio and Zacharias had lifted a heavy burden from her shoulders. By filling in a few spaces, she was now able to concentrate on her son and herself, because everything else was being handled. Matt authorized a wand draft to cover the services of both Severio and Mr. Smith before Hermione could argue. Let me do this for Draco. Hermione. When you have a chance to sort through you and Draco's finances, you may reimburse me if you like. Otherwise, it's my duty to see that things go smoothly. Hermione gave up without a fight, knowing she would probably have to defer to Matt in certain things anyway. Asterisk. Severio offered Hermione and Matt coffee, telling them he could get everything settled if they wanted to wait about 30 minutes. It was already 2:30, but they chose to wait rather than come back another day. Over coffee, Hermione told Matt how glad she was that Carmilla and Hannah had taken Scorp home, because it was turning out to be a long day. I hope I have time to shower before we go to sit Draco's last day. Matt patted Hermione's arm. Don't worry, we'll have time. Severio came back in exactly 30 minutes with all ends tied up. Handing Matt and Hermione a packet each along with several extras, he assured them that the Milan Memorial and the London funeral service were all set. Severio thanked them for their business before escorting them to the door. Hermione and Matt apparated back separately. Hermione to Carmella's and Matt home to Kim. Asterisk. When she landed at Carmella's, Hermione G'd her two friends, then looked in on a sleeping Scorpius. Giving her baby a, she whispered in his ear. We've taken care of Daddy. Hurrying through her shower, Hermione met Hannah at the flow. Thank you for watching Scorp. I'll be back when I can. Carmilla G'd her adopted daughter. I love you, sweetie. Stay strong. I have to mum, for Scorpius, Hermione replied, before stepping into the flow. Hermione and Hannah stepped out of the flow, one behind the other, coming face to face with Blaise, Theo, Greg and Harry. Before we go, I want to share something with you lot. Matt and I have taken care of everything with one visit. Severio Cross is amazing. Draco will be fine. I'll share everything with the lot of you when we get back. None of you have been to sit with Draco yet, so I'm telling you it will be hard. Just pretend you sneaky gits are standing at our bedroom door watching him sleep. Thank you for doing this with me. Shall we go? Asterisk. Emilio was restless. His normal Saturday had gone out of the window. Instead of stopping in the ministry to check on things, he had taken a portkey to Belgium to see Celia. He had taken good care of his sister once she was released from prison, and they had become closer than they'd been at any time during their lives. Celia had only been back to the family estate 2 or 3 times in the past 5 years. She felt as though Italy was not the place she wanted to be. Emilio had tried to explain that nobody was dwelling on the past, but Celia remained adamant that Belgium was the place she wanted to be. Emilio landed on Celia's front stairs, hoping he wasn't interrupting anything. He was. When his sister opened the door, Ron Weasley came through right behind her. Hello Emilio, Ron greeted easily. What brings the Minister of Acquisitions to Belgium? I was just telling. Draco is dead, said Emilio, cutting across Ron. He had a fatal accident on the slopes of Alagna. Ron wanted to say good riddance, but he chose to keep his mouth shut and grab Celia, whose knees had buckled under her. I knew you'd want to know. I apologize for interrupting your weekend. Information about his memorial service in Italy and his funeral service in London will be forthcoming. I'll be getting back to Milan. We've never been great friends, but please give Hermione my regards, offered Celia sadly. Emilio sighed. I will if I can, Celia. You need to stop by to see Mum and Dad to remind them they have a daughter. Asterisk. Emilio was disappointed. He had gone to Belgium expecting to spend some time with his sister, but not with Weasley in attendance. Emilio knew it was silly, but even after all these years, he couldn't abide either Ron or Ginny Weasley. He probably should get over his aversion to Ron, because it looked like it was serious between him and Celia. What a muck-up. Ron Weasley is a brother-in-law. Back in Italy, Emilio turned his attention to his own life. As loath as he was to admit it, his heart had been hammering in his chest for the last 3 days. Even though it was something he could hide from others, it wasn't something he could help. He'd been feeling exactly as he had back at the Ministry of Magic. In the past, he'd done some foolish things, but that was the past. It had taken some time for him to get back in the good books of Theo, Blaise, Seamus and Harry, but slowly he had. They hadn't ever talked about it, but Emilio was sure they realized the truth when Hermione and Draco became a couple so quickly. They had to know Draco was sneaking around trying for Hermione's attention when he and Hermione were dating, but would never admit it. Whatever, that was a long time ago. However, he was still in love. Since this was something he could only admit to himself, Emilio pushed those thoughts aside to concentrate on other things. Pulling out his mobile, Emilio rang Marissa to ask if she was free for dinner, but had to leave a message when she didn't pick up. Marissa was not who he wanted, but she was who would allow him to be in Hermione's company without question. What could anyone say to a wizard who approached the widow with a witch on his arm? Asterisk. When Matt returned from seeing Severio Cross, he and Kim sat down to a late lunch and discussed a few things. Kim asked Matt how long before he was expected in London. Matt hadn't really thought about it, but he could tell it bothered his wife. Sometime after Draco's funeral, I imagine. There will have to be a changing of the guard, so to speak. Gas has been working closely with Draco. I'll have a conversation with him. I don't want to seem like I'm pushing anything, but I don't want to appear as though I'm failing in my responsibilities either. Don't worry, love. It will work out. I'll give you notice, so you can apply for time away. We'll go to London together. How about we get out tonight? I'll call Emilio. Perhaps he'd like to get out as well. Sounds great, love. I need a few hours away. Would you like pudding? Asterisk. While Kim was clearing up, Matt called to ask if Emilio wanted to get out for a bit. Emilio explained he had just left a message for Marissa, but hadn't heard back yet. Marissa, I thought she. Never mind. Meet us here at the house so you can say hello. Most everyone is at Draco's last sitting, but should be back by the time you and Marissa get here. Let's call it for 8 o'clock. All right. 8 o'clock it is. Shall I bring? Don't bring anything except yourself and your date. I already told Kim we'd go out, but I have the feeling there'll be a family dinner this evening because most of the family will want to stick close to Hermione and Scorpius. We'll see. I'll see you at 8 o'clock. Kim shared her thoughts. I heard that, Matt. If you want, I'll call Carmela and we can set out a nice dinner for everyone. We can go out anytime. A family dinner will be nice. Matt grabbed Kim and pulled her to him. I love it when you are brilliant. As long as you're not angry about staying in, I'm in agreement with a family dinner. You call Carmela. I'll call to ask Gas and Shauna to flow through. Perfect. Love you, babe, Matt said, leaving A on Kim's shoulder. Asterisk. Carmela and Kim were putting the finishing touches on dinner when the group that had gone for Draco's last sitting returned at 7:45. After greeting the women, Hermione headed straight for Scorpius, who was sitting on the couch looking a bit lost. Mum, Scorp called out, running for his mum. He was so excited his speech disintegrated into a jumble of mumbo-jumbo. Oh my, has my little man learned to speak Italian while I was gone? Scorpius gazed at his mum with wide eyes. Tamo, mum. Mela, Tamo. Then he turned to point at Carmela. Harry laughed at Scorpius' performance, remarking that he knew more Italian than his uncle. Ti amo, repeated Hermione before carrying Scorp over to a chair. Nana Mela taught you some words. Thank you, Nana. Carmela smiled at Scorpius as she made the dinner announcement. Kim and I thought it would be a good idea to have a nice, relaxing family dinner, and we won't take no for an answer. We want everyone around this table. Matt has enlarged everything that needs to be enlarged, so sit your asses down for a few minutes until we're finished. Seth stepped out of the flow. Hello everyone. Something smells delicious. Family dinner, brother. Carmela and Kim want to feed you heathens before you hit the streets of Milan. Streets of London, mate, interjected Blaise. We have things to do. Hermione also jumped into the conversation. You may run the streets of London tonight, but Matt and I have some things we want to go over with you. Perhaps you all can make yourself available tomorrow around 6 p.m. Is that enough time to run? Giving Hermione a sheepish look, Blaise answered for all the wizards. Sunday at 6 o'clock will be fine. We'll be here, right men? A chorus of affirmative answers filled the air. Thank you lads. Gas stepped out of the flow asking why Hermione was thanking the lads. You do know you shouldn't thank them for anything, or they'll expect it all the time. Then he and Shauna circled the room shaking hands and giving s. Minutes after Gas and Shauna arrived, the doorbell rang. When Matt opened the door for Emilio and Marissa, the room erupted in shouts of "Hello, Minister." Emilio laughed, then shook hands all around before introducing Marissa. Asterisk. Scorpius got up off the couch to go stand in front of Emilio. Up meal. Want up meal. Emilio glanced at Hermione before picking up her son. When she nodded, Emilio picked Scorp up. It's been a while since Cousin Meal has seen you. You were getting so big. Scorpius smiled as he patted Emilio's cheeks, then slid to the floor where he proceeded to walk around the room naming his uncle, cousins and aunts. Kim, Matt, Uncle Ari, Anna, Set, Sal, Sena, Meal, Mela, Baze and Teo. Then turning in a circle, he shouted, "Mine, all mine." Everyone had a good laugh at Scorpius' antics. When Scorpius finally got to Marissa, he turned to look at his mum before turning back to purse his lips and let out a resounding no. That's not nice, Scorp. Say hello to Marissa. Laying his head against Hermione's leg, Scorp ignored his mum's instructions. Hungy mum, want tips? Okay hungry boy, let's go eat. No chips. Mela and Kim have made a lovely meal. Everybody to the table, called out Carmela. Fausto came through the flow just as everyone sat down. Scorpius, who already had his food, pointed a chicken leg in Fausto's direction. Fato mum. Fato. Mine. Hermione smiled at her precocious son, yet felt sad he had mentioned everyone except his daddy. She couldn't let that be their life. Asterisk. As if Hermione had spoken her thoughts out loud, Blaise shared the anecdote about how mental Draco had gone the morning Hermione went into labor. They knew because Harry had told all the cousins about Draco, state when he arrived at the house that morning. The story garnered big laughs until Scorpius upended his plate and began to cry. Want Draco. Want daddy. Blaise offered an immediate apology, but Hermione told him not to be silly because she still had to sit down with Scorpius to explain things. I'm going to excuse myself and Scorp. My little man needs a wash. The dinner was amazing. Thank you. Everyone was quiet, because everyone but Emilio and Marissa had laughed at the story. Blaise wasn't the only guilty one. Use those wands, boys, ordered Carmela. Witches cooked, wizards clean up. Since you upset the dinner table, Mr. Zabini, you can take the lads out for dessert because you'll get none here. Go ahead. Get it done. Blaise, Theo, Sal and Seth jumped up like their trousers were on fire. The dining room and kitchen were clean in 5 minutes, after which, the single wizards made themselves scarce. Asterisk. Matt and Kim revisited their plans for the night while Emilio stepped into the study to pay his respects to Elder Malfoy, who was very happy someone remembered he was sitting over the mantel. They held a short conversation with Emilio promising to stop back soon. By the time Emilio got back to the living room, it had been decided they would get out for a bit. It was somewhat late, but it would still be nice to get out of the house. Matt invited Harry, Hannah, Gas and Shauna to come along as well, but they declined. Have a good time. Nice meeting you, Marissa, said Carmela, having her sentiment echoed by the others. Let's watch a bit of telly, suggested Hannah. I think we should give Hermione some time alone with Scorp in case she is trying to explain about Draco. He may not understand the whole of it, but Scorp is smart. He'll understand that Daddy is gone. I agree, said Carmela. Why don't you spend time with Harry tonight, Hannah? I'll help Hermione if she needs it. Yes, Hannah. Why don't you see about your husband tonight? Don't embarrass me, Potter, or you'll find yourself kipping up here on the couch. Harry raised his eyebrows, but was not about to be silenced. Understood, love. However, if you had stayed away from me one more night, I would have embarrassed you in the middle of the living room. Hannah took Harry by the hand and pulled him up off the couch. Let's go, rubbish mouth. We'll see everyone in the morning. Good night. Mum, Dad, added Gas. Shauna and I will be leaving as well. We'll see you at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Love you, echoed Shauna. See you both tomorrow. Asterisk. It's just us, said Carmela, snuggling up to Fausto. Then she went quiet. What is it, sweetie? Whenever you go quiet, I think you're plotting something. How insulting. I am not plotting when I go quiet. I'm thinking. All right then. What are you thinking? Smirked Fausto, moving away as Carmela tried to give him a pinch. I'm thinking, she said with an exaggerated pause, that Shauna is pregnant. Pregnant, shouted Fausto. That's wonderful. Shish. I said I think. If she is, they must want to keep it quiet until Shauna is far enough along to be out of danger. Gas is treating her like she'll break in too. Want to have a wager? Wouldn't having another grandchild be fantastic? Having another grandchild would be fantastic, Fausto repeated as he leaned over to his wife. But you'll get no wager from me. I'll wait in silence until they give us the news. If they're pregnant. Are you serious? You're never wrong. I'll turn off the television. Time to flow home. Asterisk. Hermione didn't really whisk Scorpius home for a bath. Her son's plaintive comment made her realize there wouldn't ever be a good time for her to try and explain the situation. Draco was gone, never to see his son again, and vice versa. She wasn't sure of how much her little man would understand, but she had to try to explain. Scorp, Mum wants to tell you something. Will you be a big boy and listen? Pajamas, potty Mum. Listen to Mum. I'll get your pajamas and potty in a minute. I want to explain about Daddy. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Want Draco Mum. Want Daddy. Hermione bowed her head for several seconds, fighting back tears for what she and Scorpius would never again have. I know you want Daddy, but Daddy is gone. He had an accident, and is gone. Summoning a magical, moving photo of the three of them from her purse, Hermione put it in Scorpius' little hands. Placing his little finger on Draco's moving portrait, Scorpius gave Hermione a sad look. Mine Mum. Draco mine Mum. Yes love. Daddy is yours and will always be yours. You just won't be able to see him anymore. As Hermione sat there explaining life, or the loss of, an idea clicked in the back of her mind. She needed to speak with Harry, Carmela and Lewis. Hermione allowed Scorpius to take the photo to bed with him. She didn't know if it was the right thing to do, but it was what her mind was telling her to do. She would address the subject another time, and keep addressing it until Scorp understood. His daddy loved him, but he was gone. By the time Hermione pulled the covers up on Scorpius, his eyes were closing, but he hadn't let go of the photo of him, his mum and his Draco. Asterisk. After Scorp fell asleep, Hermione allowed herself time to shed some tears. These particular tears weren't for herself, or her situation. They were for her son. Even though he was too young to understand the enormity of it all, he knew he wasn't seeing his daddy. Hermione felt a bit disingenuous as she sat there wondering if she was putting more on Scorpius than necessary. He was 2 going on 3. Was she making it more traumatic for him than necessary? She'd do everything she could to keep Draco alive in his son's eyes, but was that good or bad? Should she allow their son to absorb and filter at his own rate, or should she keep pushing what was gone? Lying down beside Scorp, Hermione pulled him close. As upset as she had gotten with Lewis for daring to imply something might happen to her son, she was afraid of that very thing. What magical potion, salve or spell could she use to protect her son from the things that might harm him? Asterisk. Kim and Marissa had just stepped away to use the ladies while Matt gazed around the room trying to figure out a way to say what he had to say. He respected his cousin, but knew him too well. The hopes Emilio had long ago relegated to the back recesses of his mind were surfacing once again. Matt didn't think this was good for anyone. Emilio. Emilio turned to face his cousin. I know what you're going to say, Matt, but you're wrong. I do have some modicum of propriety. Marissa. Stop, Emilio. Marissa is a shill, nothing more. I'm asking you to stay away from Hermione, because anything you do right now might set the tone for any interaction between you and she down the road. Don't. Matt stopped himself in mid-sentence as Marissa and Kim returned to the table. It's been fun, gentlemen, but they are flashing lights for last drink, last dance and last conversation, said Kim, grabbing Matt's hand as she sat down. Shall we be going? Matt and Emilio stood at the same, neither looking at the other. As far as Matt was concerned, this conversation wasn't over. He had listened to Emilio. It was now time for Emilio to listen to him. The two couples said their goodbyes at the front doors and immediately apparated off in different directions. Asterisk. Kim didn't miss much, and she hadn't missed the suddenly frigid demeanor between her husband and Emilio. "What did I miss?" she asked, stepping out of her dress. "Did something happen between you and Emilio?" "Nothing happened, Kim. You looked lovely tonight. Come here and let me help you out of those knickers." Laughing, Kim pranced over to her husband. Leaning down as Matt removed her panties, she whispered in his ear. "Way to change the subject, Mr. Lozio." "You're wrong, Mrs. Lozio. There's no subject to change. I'm just trying to get some loving." "Well, here I am, love. Take what you need." Asterisk asterisk. On Sunday morning, both the house of Maida and the house of Lozio slept in. No one except Harry stirred before noon, and he was only up because he wanted to check on Hermione and Scorpius. Grabbing a biscuit from the counter, Harry quietly flowed through to Carmella's, hoping he wasn't making a nuisance of himself. Calling softly from the flow, Harry was answered by Fausto's dulcet tones. "Come in, Harry. Have a cup of coffee with me. I heard Hermione stirring earlier, but she hasn't come out of the room. Hold that cup of coffee for me, Fausto. I want to check on Hermione and Scorp." "Fine," Faust replied. "If she doesn't answer your knock, leave it until later. Let Hermione get her rest." "Yes, Dad," Harry answered with a chuckle. "I will not wake my sister." Harry was back in 2 minutes to drink his coffee. No answer. "I'll just finish this and get back to Hannah. I'll catch up with Hermione later." Fausto and Harry enjoyed their coffee in companionable silence. When he finished, Harry clapped Fausto on the back before stepping into the flow. Asterisk. It might have seemed to Harry that he was the only one awake, however, he was wrong. Matt has awakened about 10:30, and Kim then left the house on an errand. Kim didn't question his errand because she was certain Matt was going to Emilio's. Some word had passed between them the previous night, and it wasn't sitting well with Matt. Kim turned on her side and fell back to sleep. Asterisk. Matt apparated to Emilio's home and knocked on the door. He had permissions to land in the house, but this morning he didn't want to intrude if Emilio had brought Marissa home with him. "Good morning, Matt," greeted Emilio. "Fairly early for a visit. Come on through. I was just having breakfast." "I'm not intruding, am I?" Matt asked, not moving from the front door. "No, Matt. You aren't intruding. Are you here to see if I had an overnight guest, or to finish the conversation you started last night?" "A little of both, Emilio. We all have our needs. We've never discussed my life before. I don't see any reason why we should start now. I assure you my needs are being met." "Of that I'm sure, cousin. There seems to be a witch in your face every way you turn. I just wish you'd get serious about one of them." Emilio started to say he was serious about one of them, but realized the joke wouldn't go over well with Matt. "Hopefully, I'll find the right witch before I'm 80. Until then, I'll just have to keep looking." Matt took a piece of sausage from the platter, but didn't do anything except look at the piece of food. "We have shared many things, Emilio, and I consider you my most trusted confidant. You have told me things that were probably better left unsaid, and I never condemned you. However, it's time for you to listen. Before you begin to chastise me, may I ask if you realize I'm a grown man?" "A grown man who only has one wish," snapped Emilio. "One wish, Matt. That's all. So, before you tell me again to stay away from Hermione, or call the witch I have on my arm a shill, let me be clear about my mindset. My wish will always only be a wish. I have managed to remain polite, courteous and respectful these past 5 years and will continue to do so. What part am I getting wrong? I didn't come out this early on a Sunday morning to upset you. My apologies. I have obviously overstepped the bounds of our friendship. I'll just leave this conversation here. Kim will be wondering where I am. Thanks for the sausage." "Sit down, Matt," ordered Emilio. "Please." Matt sat. "In the past 2 days, I have snapped and shouted at Seth, and now I've upset you. It might be time for me to assess my own thinking. You and your family are all under stress," Emilio advised. "I'm certain a burst of temper can be overlooked. It's true we've never had a cross word between us. That may only be because you took everything as hypothetical. Now, through a gory twist of fate, you think I might go after a dream, a wish. Relax, cousin. I won't. If I'm meant to have a significant other, I'll meet someone. If not, I'll continue to give the witches a run for their money. Perhaps, I'll start banging around with Blaze and Seth. We can be the three Lotharios. Matt laughed out loud as he walked around the table to his cousin. If that day ever comes, I will disown you. A thoughtful-looking Emilio looked straight into the face of his cousin to make a somewhat bitter reply. When you walked in here this morning, I thought that was what it had come to. I'm glad to be wrong. Please trust in me. Now, for news of the week. I'm quietly looking at another post. I've heard rumors that Fazil Akardi, head of the Department for International Development, is moving on. I even have my replacement if I can talk him into leaving Spain. You might remember James Woolley. I remember. He was your assistant when Seth and I first came to Milan. I thought he left to run his own department. He did, but that was only because there wasn't an opening here. I've put out feelers to James. He is more than interested in taking over as Minister of Acquisitions. It wasn't hard for Matt to connect the dots. Heading the Department for International Development meant lots of travel and time away from Milan. Emilio was effectively trying to take himself out of the picture. As hard as he loved Hermione, Emilio was aware he had to get over it because she had married and was now the widow of Draco Malfoy. However, it would be even harder being in love with her when she was, in a manner of speaking, single. Just knowing his cousin, Matt could figure out how extremely painful it was for Emilio to see a chance, but know he would never be able to act on that chance. When she was married, there was no hope. But now, that's a big step. Have you thought this through, Emilio? International development is a beast of a position. You'd never be stationary. A month here, a year there. Let me tell you why I think you're doing this. It isn't etched in stone, Matt, Emilio replied solemnly. The position can't even be opened for posting until Akardi puts in his papers. I'm simply letting you know I'm thinking about it. This is bullshit. You're running away. You cannot face losing Hermione twice. You realize as a beautiful, wealthy widow, she'll have wizards vying to take care of her and Scorpius. Gazing at the wall in front of him, Emilio had no answer. Well, he had an answer, but he wasn't going to speak it out loud. That would make him as much of a cad as Draco had been when he began pursuing Hermione while she was dating him. He'd rip his own heart out if he had to stand by and watch Hermione fall in love with someone else. What? No answer? Matt asked scathingly. Tell me you're not running away because you're too frightened to be one of those wizards at her door. Tell me, Matt shouted, losing control. It's just you and me here, so I'll lay it out. You are good enough. You have suffered through unrequited love for so long, I think you're the best man for her. Not today, tomorrow or the next day, but sometime in the future after a reasonable amount of time has passed, you should speak up for yourself. And here I was, thinking you'd make some inexcusable move. I was so wrong. You want to run away. Emilio took a few seconds to get his thoughts in order. His cousin had said the unthinkable out loud. Matt had said what he himself felt. He was good enough for Hermione. He could love her better than any wizard, but as much as I have burdened you with the comings and goings of Hermione Malfoy, I've never come out to say what I really feel. Matt picked up another piece of sausage, this time popping it into his mouth. Taking the time to chew, Matt finally replied to Emilio. No, you haven't, cousin. You're much more polished than that. However, I'm neither dumb nor blind. I realize you have lived with the idea that without interference, you and Hermione could have made up and got on with your lives. You're too smart for your own good, Mr. Lozio. Emilio replied with a laugh. My only fear is that even if I waited 10 years to approach Hermione, after Draco, she wouldn't be able to see me as a partner or lover. There you have it. You now know my wish and my fear. Matt grabbed one more piece of sausage before heading for the door and leaving a last word. Don't give up, Emilio, and for S sake, don't take some bullshit position. Bide your time. I'll help. A hopeful Emilio sat at the table picking over the remains of breakfast, wondering if he and Matt were formidable enough to counter real life. What? No answer? Matt asked scathingly. Tell me you're not running away because you're too frightened to be one of those wizards at her door. Tell me, Matt shouted, losing control. It's just you and me here, so I'll lay it out. You are good enough. You have suffered through unrequited love for so long, I think you're the best man for her. Not today, tomorrow or the next day, but sometime in the future after a reasonable amount of time has passed, you should speak up for yourself. And here I was, thinking you'd make some inexcusable move. I was so wrong. You want to run away. Emilio took a few seconds to get his thoughts in order. His cousin had said the unthinkable out loud. Matt had said what he himself felt. He was good enough for Hermione. He could love her better than any wizard, but as much as I have burdened you with the comings and goings of Hermione Malfoy, I've never come out to say what I really feel. Matt picked up another piece of sausage, this time popping it into his mouth. Taking the time to chew, Matt finally replied to Emilio. No, you haven't, cousin. You're much more polished than that. However, I'm neither dumb nor blind. I realize you have lived with the idea that without interference, you and Hermione could have made up and got on with your lives. You're too smart for your own good, Mr. Lozio. Emilio replied with a laugh. My only fear is that even if I waited 10 years to approach Hermione, after Draco, she wouldn't be able to see me as a partner or lover. There you have it. You now know my wish and my fear. Matt grabbed one more piece of sausage before heading for the door and leaving a last word. Don't give up, Emilio, and for S sake, don't take some bullshit position. Bide your time. I'll help. A hopeful Emilio sat at the table picking over the remains of breakfast, wondering if he and Matt were formidable enough to counter real life. Matt sighed. He didn't lie to his wife, but this was out of her purview. This was between him and Emilio. I was out of line last night. I told him I thought he should be more involved with the family in our time of sadness. He made a remark. I made a remark. This morning I went to apologize. That's it. Kim remained up on her elbow even as Matt closed his eyes. After several seconds, Kim laid back down, but Matt could still feel her eyes on him. Finally, she plumped up her pillow and ran her hand down Matt's cheek. I love you, sweetheart, but this time, you were wrong. Emilio really wasn't all that close to Draco and Hermione. You shouldn't have tried to make him feel obligated. I'm glad you apologized. Matt let out a slow breath. I'm glad I apologized too. I'm going to sleep for an hour or so, then I'll get up to face the day. Well, I'm wide awake now, said Kim, turning onto her back. I'll shower then get a brunch started. What shall we serve for the meeting tonight? Nothing fancy. I imagine most will want to get where they need to be for Monday. Blaise and Theo have made arrangements to stay in Italy, but Harry, Hannah, Gas and Shauna will probably want to get back to London. Maybe Hermione will be going back as well. Before you start brunch, will you send out for the Sunday papers? I'd like to see the write-ups for Draco's obituary and memorial service. Quote, all right love, go to sleep. I'm going to shower. Matt simply grunted. He was tired of talking. Asterisk. Over at the Maidas, Hermione and Scorpius had come through to the main rooms to find Carmilla and Hannah buzzing around the kitchen while Harry and Fausto had their heads together in the living room. Scorpius slid out of Hermione's arms to go sit on Harry's lap. Good morning, Scorp said, patting Harry's cheeks with his hands and leaving a sloppy on his cheek. Laughing, Harry wiped the slobber off his cheek. Thank you, Scorp. Uncle Harry loves disgusting, sloppy s. Just ask Auntie Hannah. Scustin, Scorpius mimicked, laughing louder than Harry. Scustin, Mum. Although all three women laughed at Scorpius, Hermione gave her son a gentle reprimand. That's not a nice word, love. Uncle Harry is going to be in trouble if he continues to say naughty words around his nephew. Yes he is, seconded Hannah, giving Harry a mean case of side eye. Fausto was so tickled he made a quick excuse and left the room. Fausto, Scorpius called after his papa. Turning to Hermione using his pointing finger, he emphatically declared that Fausto was Custon. All three witches turned to look at Harry, who made a hasty dash to the floor, calling out he would check to see if Matt and Kim wanted to have brunch with them. All Hermione could do was say no, no, no to Scorpius as he sat on the couch singing Custon, Custon, Custon. Asterisk. Harry stepped out of the flow, calling out ahead of himself so he wouldn't startle or interrupt. Kim came out of the kitchen to wish Harry good morning. Good morning, Kim. I've been sent to invite you and Matt to brunch at the Maidas. It'll save you from cooking. Is Matt up? I've been up for ages, Matt answered from the hall. I did however try to catch a few additional winks, but couldn't get back to sleep. Brunch at the Maida's sounds great. What do you think, sweetheart? He asked, turning to Kim. I've already started on pancakes. Why don't I just bring them through with me? We'll be right over, Harry. I just need to get a shirt. Draco's write-ups are nice. We'll bring the papers when we come. I'll wait, Harry stammered, reaching for the newspapers. There are 3 witches after me. I'll need you to go through first. Kim laughed out loud. Running that mouth again, Mr. Potter. I'd have thought Hannah cured you of that last night. Go on, Matt. You go first. I'm fairly certain Carmela, Hermione and Hannah won't hurt you. Shaking his head, Matt went over to the fireplace and stepped into the flow. Giggling, Kim had a few words for the errant wizard. I'll go next, Harry. I'm pretty sure they won't hurt me either. Asterisk. When Harry stepped out of the flow, everyone was just sitting down. With a sheepish grin covering his face, Harry offered a heartfelt apology for using a bad word in front of Scorpius. With a glare in his direction, Hannah casually told Harry she would see to him later. Everyone else around the table began serving themselves, trying very hard not to laugh, while Scorpius thought it fun to squish his eggs with his hand, singing out, "S. Custon, S. Custon, S. Custon." Hermione summoned a cloth to wipe Scorpius' hand while telling him not to say bad words. Scorpius smiled at his mum and performed his newest behavior, patting both her cheeks with his little hands. In return, Hermione grabbed Scorpius' little cheeks with her hands and planted on his cheek. Shaking his head, Scorpius smiled as he wiped away, then turned to Harry to repeat his new word. Scuston, Ari. Scuston. Harry, who was beet red by this time, knew he was going to get a telling off from more than Hannah figured it was best if he kept his eyes on his plate. As they began to eat, Matt told the others he had ordered copies of the local newspapers so they could see the memorial and obituary write-ups. Hermione mouthed a silent thank you to Matt for not mentioning Draco's name in front of Scorp. I can't believe how fast and efficiently Severio works. If Zacharias works as efficiently, the family should get through it all with ease, remarked Hermione quietly. I'm thinking of building a memory book. I'd like a few copies for that purpose. Of course, offered Kim. It's a must that you have copies so Scorpius can read about his daddy. As soon as Scorpius heard the word daddy, he began patting Hermione on the arm. Daddy gone, Mum. Before Scorpius could break out in tears, Hermione summoned the photo she had given him the previous night. Handing it to Scorpius, she reminded him that even though Daddy was gone, he could see him in the photo anytime he wanted. Scorpius happily took the photo from Hermione's hand and turned to Carmela, who was on his right, to show her. My Draco. Mine, Mela, mine. Yes, sweet, he'll always be yours. That's a lovely photo, Scorp. Your mum is very smart to have given it to you. Well, now that we've averted a baby meltdown, added Hannah with a slight tone. We can move on to a different topic. Harry and I will be getting back to London tonight. I was wondering if you and Scorp wanted to come back with us until Tuesday. Running her fingers through Scorp's silky hair, Hermione shook her head. If I'm not imposing on Carmela and Fausto, Scorp and I will remain here through Thursday. We'll flow back then. I'm not sure if I can face London just yet. I've had a message from James Woolley. He'll be coming from Spain and has asked to speak with me before the memorial service. James is a good man, offered Fausto, remembering the wizard who was instrumental in bringing the Lozier case to an end. It will be nice to see him again. It will be good to see James again, added Carmela, turning to give Hermione a quick glance. Are you all right with him coming? I'm absolutely all right with him stopping by. I should be asking you and Fausto if it's all right with you. It's your home after all. Here I am inviting people to come through without asking. Don't be silly, Hermione, Carmela replied, patting her on the hand. Feel free to invite whomever you wish. Hermione nodded, without lifting her head. Carmela and Hannah both realized at the same time that some part of the conversation had overwhelmed their friend. Don't love, Mr. Scorpius is wondering what's going on, remarked Carmela as Hannah put her arm around Hermione's shoulder to help her from the chair. Hermione and I will go see about getting more juice. Yay, Duce. Anna. Want Duce. Hannah brought Scorpius the juice, giving Hermione time to collect herself in the kitchen. At the same time, Harry left the table to go see about Hermione. Be back in a minute. They could all hear Hermione's sobs when Harry opened the door to the kitchen, but very quickly after that, all they could hear was the buzzing of a muffliato. Kim was puzzled. She couldn't figure out which part of the conversation had upset Hermione, and commented on it. Hermione must be overtired if the mention of an old friend brings her to tears. She should get more sleep. Yes, she probably should, snapped Hannah, taking Scorpius out of his chair. But you won't appreciate how bad things can get until your husband dies. Kim's eyes opened wide as she shrugged her shoulders. A little snippy, Hannah. Perhaps you need some extra sleep as well. Matt sighed. Sometimes it seemed as though Kim said shite just to be saying it. Getting up from the table, he advised Fausto and Carmilla he was leaving the newspapers for Hermione, assuring them he would order more. Reaching out to Kim, Matt took her by the hand and over to the flow. We'll see you all tonight. Breakfast was excellent. Thank you. Trying to be the voice of reason, Carmilla thanked Kim for bringing the pancakes before she stepped into the flow behind Matt. Emiliano and Ilaria Lozier were happily surprised when Celia turned up at the estate with Ron Weasley in tow. They didn't care that much for Ron, but like Emilio, they had come to the realization he might be the wizard with whom their wayward daughter finally settled on. Mother, father, Celia cried out, running to her parents. Emilio told us what happened to Draco. Isn't it just awful? It is awful, Ilaria replied, giving her husband the slightest of nudges. As much as they wanted to commiserate among themselves about certain things, there was nothing they could say with Ron Weasley in attendance. Ron was standing there shifting from foot to foot, aggravated that Celia wanted to come all the way from Belgium to talk about Draco Malfoy. Yes, she had gone out with Malfoy. Yes, she had lived with Malfoy for a bit, but that was years ago. Why were they really here at Lozier Estate? Celia's parents didn't like him, and he didn't really care for them, and wasn't looking forward to days of pretending they all got along. As far as Ron was concerned, he and Celia could be back in Belgium, or back in London enjoying each other's company. Sorry, what did you say? Asked Ron. Emiliano cleared his throat before repeating himself. I asked if you were on holiday. Nosy git, thought Ron. Yes sir, I am. I go back on the 27th. I hope you and Ilaria have been doing well. We have, Ron. Thank you. I hope you and Celia will be staying for dinner. Nice beef roast. Celia was nervously playing with the buttons on her blouse. We'll stay for dinner. Why don't you call Emilio so we can make it a family thing? Never mind. I'll call him, she said, walking out of the room to make her call in private. Celia rang Emilio, who picked up on the third ring. Hello Emilio. Ron and I are here at the estate. Mother and father were wondering if you wanted to have dinner with us. Emilio sighed. Why not? He damn sure wasn't doing anything else. Fine. I'll be there by 6 o'clock. See you then. Celia was happy to share her information. Your son will be joining us for dinner. I'm going to wash up. Do you mind if Ron and I use the back cottage? We'll be at the table before 6 o'clock. Help yourself to the cottage, Celia, sniped Emiliano. Better there than your bedroom. Celia huffed at Emiliano. Please don't start, father. Ron really doesn't need to see us fight. As soon as he hung up with Celia, Emilio called his go-to. He had decided to have a witch on his arm, so he might as well see it through. Maybe after they left the estate, he would be in a mood to go under her skirt. Dialing the numbers, Emilio put a little pep in his voice as he asked Marissa to accompany him to dinner at his parents' estate. Marissa was ecstatic. The minister was calling her for the second night in a row. Perhaps she would be the one to share his bed. Even better, perhaps she would be lucky enough to capture the wizard many witches considered to be the GOAT. I'd love to go, Emilio. Shall I meet you at your place, or will you come fetch me? I'll stop by your flat, and we'll apparate from there. I'll see you for 5:30. Until then. As soon as she hung up from speaking to Emilio, Marissa began to scour her closet. She had to wear something dazzling. She had been invited to meet Emilio's parents and they hadn't even had a shag. Emilio wasn't even thinking along the lines of bringing a witch to meet his parents. That was the farthest thing from his mind. To him, it was dinner, nothing more. He had other things on his mind. He'd seen Draco's memorial and obituary notices in the Sunday newspapers. Draco's death must have been gruesome, because the papers only said he'd had a fatal accident while skiing. There were so many ways for him to have suffered a fatal accident. None of them any better than the first. Did he break his neck, or get caught in an avalanche, or hit a tree? Emilio cringed. Each way was as bad as the other. Laying the paper down on the table, Emilio sat back on the couch. His one and only nemesis in the area of love and romance was gone. Period. The end. Emilio leaned back and closed his eyes. Then, what seemed like 10 minutes later, he opened them to see that it was already 5 o'clock. Hurrying into the shower, he dressed in a navy blue suit under navy blue robes. He looked immaculate. Surprising himself, Emilio was at Marissa's door at exactly 5:30. Hermione was still in the kitchen with Harry, so with a quick nod of her head, Hannah gestured for Carmela to accompany her down the hall. The door hadn't closed good behind Carmela before Hannah was speaking in low, deadly tones. Carmela shook her head. Our little Scorpius is wondering what's going on. We shouldn't get him too excited, she said, tickling Scorp under his chin. You're right, Carmela. What was I thinking? Can I just say that some witches are a wand's length away from being hexed? Right, my little love. Does Scorpius want to read with Auntie Hannah? Scorpius slid out of Hannah's arms and ran over to the dresser to get his book. Read, Anna. Read. Open pot. Come on, he said, trying to climb on the bed. Carmela sat Scorpius on the bed as Hannah opened the book and began to read. The Wizard and the Hopping Pot. There was once a kindly old wizard who used his magic generously and wisely for the benefit of his neighbors. Scorpius was leaning against Hannah spellbound when Hermione entered the room. Hannah held a finger to her lips as Scorpius was very nearly asleep. After a few more sentences, Hannah lifted Scorpius and put him in his bed, then the three witches tiptoed out of the room. Once they were situated in Sal's old room, Hermione apologized to her friends. I seem to do nothing but cry. Thank you for seeing about Scorp. I'm trying to be strong, but, as you saw, even the smallest thing can bring me to tears. I really don't care about crying in front of friends. I care about crying in front of Scorp and upsetting him. I'd better get myself together, because Wednesday will be here before I know it. Hannah and Carmela wanted to help Hermione. Unfortunately, they could only support her, they couldn't keep away the tears. For the next several hours, the three witches chatted, discussed and chuckled over the happy things that had gone on in Hermione's life. Not once did Hannah bring up the subject of wanting to throttle Kim. It was a good afternoon. It was coming up on 3:30 when Harry knocked on the door with an invigorated Scorpius in his arms. Scorp woke up looking for his mum, his nana and his aunt. I'll leave him with you while I go have a shower and a short lie down. Thanks, Harry, Hermione replied, reaching out for her good boy. Hannah stood up. I'm going to tag along with my husband. Hopefully, I can keep him from opening his big mouth. The last part was mouthed to Hermione and Carmela. We'll see you at the meeting. It was quite a surprise for Emiliano, Ilaria and Celia when Emilio showed up at the estate with a very pretty witch. A witch who sounded as though she might have made it through 6th year then given up to live off her looks. Taking Marissa by the arm, Emilio introduced her around. Whether through nervousness or confidence, Marissa started talking and literally never stopped, except when she put a fork to her mouth. Ilaria finally got a word in and asked Marissa a few easy, but probing questions, much to Emilio's dismay. You are a surprise, my dear, Ilaria said, crooking her neck as she gazed at the witch. We had no idea Emilio was dating such a lovely witch. Actually, any witch. What do you do at the ministry? Why is this the first time we're seeing you? Marissa turned to smile at Emilio as though she expected him to answer the questions. However, he simply said he thought it was impolite to inundate someone they'd just met with a flurry of questions. He's right, Ilaria, added Emiliano, agreeing with his son. Let the witch eat her meal. Celia was tickled. Her parents didn't care for this witch one whit. Yes, mother. Please let Marissa eat her meal. Marissa was so overjoyed to have been invited to the table of such a prominent family, she never even noticed the subtle barbs pointed at her. Even though Celia had spoken up against her mother questioning Marissa, she had a question of her own. Have you been able to help Emilio with his back spasms? The spasms often put my brother in a bear of a mood. I'll rest easier knowing he has you. Emilio rolled his eyes at Celia, who was obviously fishing for information. As you can see, Marissa, my family feels the need to be very inquisitive when they meet a new person. Let us have our dessert then head to my home so you can calm my spasms. Marissa grinned like she'd won a prize. Certainly, Emilio, but I don't mind the questions. I just hope my fingers are strong enough to help with your spasms. Emilio sighed. The entire family, excluding Ron who was dense, now knew this, which hadn't ever been close enough to touch his back, never mind his. Emilio sighed again. What was he playing at? He hadn't brought Marissa to the estate to be embarrassed. Although, she was the only one who didn't realize she should be embarrassed. Maybe tonight he would put some effort into making her happy. The knowledge that the witch sitting at their table was not someone of great importance to Emilio seemed to lighten both Emiliano and Ilaria's moods. They immediately changed tact. Do you really have to leave so soon, Emilio? Your father and I are hoping you'd stay to visit with us for a while. However, what they wanted and what was said were two entirely different things, with Ilaria continuing to ask questions. Addressing Marissa directly, Ilaria asked if she'd ever met Matt, espousing that she and Emiliano loved Matt. They thought his friendship with their son was instrumental in keeping Emilio on the straight and narrow. Not that Ilaria would say it out loud, but she and Emiliano also thought Matt knew. I have met Matt, Marissa giddily replied. A bit solemn, but a lovely man. Emilio and I had dinner with his family and spent some time out with him and his wife last evening. Celia jumped back into the conversation. You and Emilio had dinner at Hermione and Draco's old home. Marissa wasn't sure. Looking to Emilio, she questioned if Matt's current home was formerly the home of Draco Malfoy. One and the same, Emilio replied curtly. And yes, Celia, we had dinner there with the family. I believe that's enough questions for tonight. Marissa and I will be going. Thank you for dinner, mother, father. It was lovely. Marissa, who saw her chance at getting to know Emilio's family better slipping away, remained in her chair, leaving Emilio standing awkwardly with an outstretched hand. Oops, Celia thought, this witch has just gotten on the wrong side of the minister. She won't be giving any calming rubs tonight. Emilio dropped his hand but spoke in a level though firm voice. It's time we left, Marissa. There are things I need to get done before returning to work in the morning. Marissa realized from the firmness of Emilio's voice, she might be coming off as confrontational, so she stood. Thank you for the lovely dinner and lovely time as well. I hope to see you again. Celia smiled at Marissa, knowing this was probably the first and last time the witch would be invited to Lozier Estate. Nice to have met you. Take care. Celia's sentiment was echoed from around the room, with no one extending any future invitation to return. Asterisk. The family started arriving at Matt's house around 5 o'clock. Hermione, Carmela, Scorp and Fausto came through about 5:30. Harry and Hannah came upstairs at about the same time. Kim laid out a variety of hors d'oeuvres in lieu of making a big dinner. Just before 6 o'clock, Hermione asked everyone to take a seat so they could begin. She and Matt had used a simple spell to duplicate the information from Severio and Zacharias. Matt handed out the information, then sat down beside Hermione. Even though Hermione was the widow, it had been decided that Matt would act as head of the Malfoy family. Therefore, he was the one who went over the information. Because Severio had taken care of everything, Matt had very little explaining to do. The only item to be decided was who would be speaking at the memorial and funeral service. Hermione thought it would be better if more Italians spoke at the memorial and Brits spoke in London. Blaise had been first to offer his opinion. I've known Draco since we were children. I would like to speak at both services. A ball began to form within Hermione. She didn't want to leave anyone out, but it wouldn't be feasible to meet all demands. I understand how you feel, Blaise, but we need to work this out as fairly and equitably as possible. I'd rather you speak at the funeral in London. However, depending on the number of people who want to say a word at the memorial service, perhaps it can be arranged. Matt stepped in. I know we all want to make this as easy on Scorp and Hermione as possible, so I'll ask that you put them before your own wants. What we're asking for at this moment is who will speak on Wednesday. Gas spoke up. Willem and I have spoken. He, Gennaro, Marta, Maria and Ettore have asked to speak. There were more, but I took it on myself to keep the list reasonable. Hermione smiled at her former PES. Thank you Gas for being a voice of reason. I know your hands are full in London. However, we may have to pare it down more because your mum and papa will want to say a few words. What about you Sal? Will you speak? A faint blush appeared on Sal's cheeks as he declined. I respected Draco and I'm sorry he is gone, but there isn't anything I can say that won't be said by others. Please forgive me. Seth was feeling a bit uncomfortable. Call it guilt over Draco's death or whatever, but he'd decided not to speak either. Don't be silly Sal. There's nothing to forgive. I believe Xavier and James Woolley will say a few words as well. That's 10, not including Seth and Matt. I think that's enough to be getting on with. An important point is time. Every acknowledgement should be kept under 5 minutes. 5 minutes might not seem like a long time, but it is. I will speak last. We now have the time allotment, and list of speakers which may increase or decrease by Wednesday. If anyone hasn't had a chance to see them, we have copies of the notices which were printed for the Italian papers, which we will share. Summoning newspapers from the living room table, Gas laid additional papers from 4 different sources on the dining room table. Shauna and I brought copies of the local London papers. The 2 sets of notices shouldn't differ by much, but we wanted everyone to have a look. While everyone was taking his or her turn at reading the notices, Matt meant to take a moment to share some reminders and additional news. However, before he could speak, Seth quickly mentioned he would not be speaking and asked Matt to not make a big deal of it. Matt wasn't all that surprised that neither Sal nor Seth would be speaking. He believed the 2 wizards felt culpable in Draco's death, which was nonsense. Nodding at his brother, Matt asked for everyone to listen to what he had to disclose. Just so there isn't any confusion, I want everyone to make sure she has the pass-marked family from Severio's packet. Otherwise, you'll have to find a seat wherever, and that won't do. Hermione wants family and close friends sitting together. I know most of you have to get back to work, so we'll see you Wednesday, 4/22 at 2 p.m. Do not be late. The last thing, and I haven't discussed it with Hermione yet, is I intend to ask Emilio to officiate over the service. I'd officiate, but I'd rather sit with the family. I think that's lovely Matt. Emilio should be included, added Hermione. Thank you for being so diligent. Just be sure to advise Severio in case he already has someone to officiate. I'll contact Severio first thing in the morning, and I'll speak to Emilio shortly. That's it then. While the others spent a few minutes conversing with each other, Matt pulled Blaise aside. Are you all right with the decision to speak only in London? I know Hermione will be glad to make an adjustment if you really feel strongly about speaking at both services. However, if you speak at both services, there are probably 5 more who will want to do the same. Blaise shook his head from side to side as he clasped Matt at the elbow. No problem Matt. I totally understand. I should have thought it through before opening my mouth. I can show my love and respect just by being there. Theo and I will remain in Italy until Wednesday evening, so if Hermione or Scorp needs anything, please ring my mobile. I also want you and Hermione to know my mother will be attending on Wednesday. She has known Draco since he was a toddler, and thought highly of him. Theo and I will be escorting her, so we will not be sitting with the family. Please explain the situation to Hermione as I wouldn't want her to think I'm being petulant over not being able to speak at both services. Actually, Hermione is free right now. I'll explain myself. Thanks mate. I'll see you on Wednesday. Matt watched as Blaise explained to Hermione what he'd just explained to him. At the end, Hermione G'd Blaise tight and told him not to worry because she'd never known him to be petulant about anything. Matt saw Blaise smile and heard his answer. I've been a petulant ass on more than one occasion. Draco would have been the first to agree. I'll see you in Scorp on Wednesday. Good night. Blaise, Seth, Sal and Theo moved around the room saying goodnight to everyone before heading to the flow. Matt called Emilio as promised, but left a message for him to call back as soon as he could, because the phone just rang and rang. Asterisk. Emilio was standing in front of his bathroom mirror, running both hands through his thick, black hair. After dropping Marissa off, he had come home in a foul mood. Why had he brought a witch to the family estate? He wasn't being obtuse, or maybe he was. He'd really thought Marissa might help him move forward. However, watching her simper for his family had proven him wrong. Simpering witches just didn't do it for him. Emilio understood that women wanted to make a good impression on the family of the wizard they were dating, but what? Closing his eyes and letting out a sigh of exasperation, Emilio admitted that bringing Marissa to dinner with him hadn't fooled anyone. Her presence had only served to prove a point to his family. He still wasn't serious about any witch. It was time to get himself back into work mode. He turned on his mobile. The buzzing sound alerted Emilio to waiting messages. The first was from Marissa thanking him for a lovely evening. She hoped they could do it again. Emilio saved the message. The next message was from James Woolley advising him he'd be in Milan for Draco's service and would be stopping by the ministry to say hello. Emilio saved that message as well. The final message was from Matt, who simply asked Emilio to call him. Glancing at the clock, Emilio realized it was a tad late, but he dialed Matt back. Matt picked up on the second ring. Hello, Matt. Sorry to get back to you so late. I was at dinner with my mother, father and sister. Just got in. What can I do for you? Hello E. Then Matt told Emilio he'd been invited to officiate at Draco's memorial service on Wednesday at 2 p.m, if he was available. Emilio was silent for several seconds before asking if Hermione and Harry were all right with the invitation. For S sake I wouldn't have asked without checking with Hermione first. So, yes, Hermione is happy to have you oversee. As for Harry, he's happy when Hermione is happy. Well, I had to ask. Didn't I? I wouldn't want anyone to get insulted because it was me standing in front of them. I'll be glad to do it. You're daft. No one will be insulted. I've been away from my office for a day and a half, so my morning will be manic, but I think we should speak as early as possible. Stop by my office on your way in. I'll bring all the required information with me. Emilio agreed to make Matt's office his first stop. The cousins said goodnight, then ended the call. That was a pleasant surprise, thought Emilio as he stripped the clothes from his 6 feet 2 inches frame and slipped into bed totally in the buff. He was feeling good as he closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be a very busy day. Matt picked up on the second ring. Hello, Matt. Sorry to get back to you so late. I was at dinner with my mother, father and sister. Just got in. What can I do for you? Hello E. Then Matt told Emilio he'd been invited to officiate at Draco's memorial service on Wednesday at 2 p.m, if he was available. Emilio was silent for several seconds before asking if Hermione and Harry were all right with the invitation. For S sake I wouldn't have asked without checking with Hermione first. So, yes, Hermione is happy to have you oversee. As for Harry, he's happy when Hermione is happy. Well, I had to ask. Didn't I? I wouldn't want anyone to get insulted because it was me standing in front of them. I'll be glad to do it. You're daft. No one will be insulted. I've been away from my office for a day and a half, so my morning will be manic, but I think we should speak as early as possible. Stop by my office on your way in. I'll bring all the required information with me. Emilio agreed to make Matt's office his first stop. The cousins said goodnight, then ended the call. That was a pleasant surprise, thought Emilio as he stripped the clothes from his 6 feet 2 inches frame and slipped into bed totally in the buff. He was feeling good as he closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be a very busy day. A Tale of Two Wizards Full Circle, Chapter 6. Harry and Hannah had returned to London and would return Wednesday morning. Carmela and Fausto, who had work in the morning, were already in bed, as was Scorpius. Hermione was sitting alone in the living room with a cup of tea, going over things in her head. The first thing she thought about was her hair, then what she would wear on Wednesday. She knew she wouldn't be wearing robes. A simple dark or black dress would do. Maybe she would wear the pearl set Draco had given her when Scorpius was born. She would need a pair of shoes. Suddenly, it dawned on Hermione that her black dress, pearls and shoes were back at their estate in Wiltshire. Everything was back at the house. Hermione knew exactly what she was going to do even before the thought was firmly settled in her mind. Sending the cup and saucer to the sink, she stowed her wand away and picked up the mobile. Matt answered. "Hello Matt. Sorry to bother you this late. If it's not too much of an imposition, I'd like to step through to Wiltshire. I need to get some clothes for Scorp and myself for Wednesday. I'll be quick." "No problem Hermione. I'm wide awake. I just got through speaking to Emilio about officiating on Wednesday. Come on through. Will you need me to accompany you?" "Thanks Matt. I'll be fine. I'll be coming through in a minute." "All right. See you then." Patting her wand pocket, Hermione grabbed her mobile and stepped through the flow to meet Matt, who was waiting by the flow. Turning the flow to International England, Wiltshire, Matt stepped aside. "I know everything is in top shape at Malfoy Estate, but pay attention. Have Dusty or Embers help you with what you need to find." Matt's concern was appreciated, but, at that moment, it was annoying. Hermione patted Matt on the arm and told him that even though she might not be acting like it, she was still in her right mind and knew how to maneuver in her own home. Matt realized he was being a bit overbearing and stepped away, gesturing with an outstretched hand for Hermione to step through. "Sorry, I was being a bit of a prat. Wasn't I? I'll probably be in bed when you come back through. Just lock the flow behind you. Good night." Hermione stepped out into the apparition area of the home she knew so well and looked around. A strange thought flooded her mind. Everything looked so normal. Nothing had changed. How could nothing have changed when the master of the house was dead? The corners of Hermione's eyes burned as tears began falling. Not bothering to wipe them away, Hermione walked the house. Their house. Hers, Draco's and Scorp's. Now only hers and Scorp's. The tears were falling in earnest as she climbed the stairs to the bedrooms. Draco had left his pajamas on a chair when he hurried out that last morning, and she hadn't moved them because she was upset he insisted on going on the ski trip. Petty tit for tat. Picking them up, Hermione could smell Draco so clearly it seemed as though he had just stepped out of them. "Bloody, stupid arsehole," she called out to nobody. "You've gone and left me and Scorp alone." Then, sobbing wildly, Hermione reversed herself. "I fought with you, love, but I fought because it seemed I was losing you. The love we had was supposed to last forever. What happened to us?" Before gathering the items she needed for herself and Scorpius, Hermione went to wash her face. All Draco's personal care products sat there like they expected him to come back to use them. "He's not coming back," she screamed, using the back of her arm to sweep all the products into the waste bin that sat beside the sink. Hurrying into the bedroom, Hermione began gathering anything and everything. Then she achioed her black shoes, her brown shoes, her beige shoes. With a pile of shoes and clothing around her ankles, she sank to the floor and just sat there. 20 minutes later, she summoned everything to her purse, telling herself she would sort them back in Italy. After gathering things for Scorpius, Hermione was ready to go, but looked up to see Dusty and Embers at the door. "Miss Hermione, we sorry Mr. Draco gone. We be wantin' you to call us if you need us. We be here waitin' for you and our baby Scorpius." Then one after the other they left the room with little pops. "Thank you," Hermione called out to the still air. Picking up her purse, Hermione headed downstairs. She'd been gone far too long. Once back downstairs, Hermione took one last look around before stepping into the flow. As she whirled her way back to Milan, Hermione had to fight the feeling that she didn't want to ever go back to Malfoy Estate. Hermione stepped quietly out of the flow, adjusted the knob for local travel before stepping back in and softly calling out, "Made a house." The first thing Hermione did after locking the flow was go look in on Scorpius, who was sleeping peacefully. She began unloading the purse and soon had everything put away. Thinking it was as good a time as any, Hermione decided to treat herself to some quality me time. Remembering Kim's comment, she decided to give her hair some special care because she definitely wanted her hair to live up to Kim's expectations. With a nice conditioner in her hair, Hermione slipped on a Muggle heat cap to make the conditioner penetrate deeply into her hair follicles before slipping into a tub of very warm water. Lying back in the tub, Hermione began to experience feelings. The feelings Draco would have taken care of had he still been alive. Hermione didn't know. Perhaps it was the nearly hot water, or that it was the first chance she had to really relax since getting the news about Draco. Whichever it was causing havoc between her legs. A little voice in Hermione's head told her to take care of it herself because there wasn't anyone else to tend to her needs. Since that day in 2003 when she got together with Draco, she never had to worry about her being satisfied. He was always willing to pull her on top of him, or him on top of her. Even though other things had been lacking in their marriage, they'd always had an amazing life. The more Hermione dwelled on it, the more fierce her cravings became, and finally, even though Scorpius was sleeping in the next room and she was in Carmella's house, she grabbed her wand, locked the bathroom door and began the steps to bring herself to orgasm. At first, it was hard. Hermione would bring herself to the point of orgasm only to move the wrong way and have the intense feeling slip away. Finally, she was positioned just right and it happened. The intense pleasure of a manual orgasm began spreading throughout her lower body. While the orgasm was amazing, she also received a shock as Emilio's face appeared before her, whispering he would be a happy man if she let him do that for her. Panting and throbbing at the same time, Hermione ripped the heat cap off her hair, turned on the shower and tried to forget what had just transpired. As she rinsed off, Hermione began to breathe normally again, thinking how this was the exact opposite of what had happened way back when she was dating Emilio. At that time, it was Draco who appeared before her. 5 years later, she wasn't sure she'd chosen correctly. As disgusting as it should have been, Hermione wasn't repulsed by Emilio appearing before her in that inappropriate moment. As she had admitted to Hannah and Carmella, her life with Draco had been falling apart. Shortly after Draco's perceived dalliance with Pansy Parkinson, certain thoughts about her time with Emilio had started darting through her mind. Darting through her mind was all. She never would have acted on any illicit affair while Draco was alive, but now he wasn't, and she had latitude. She was allowed to come looking into any face she wanted, in private. These were the thoughts going through her mind in the privacy of a locked bathroom as she combed her now soft, silky hair, but she was a recent widow who wouldn't speak on such things to anyone, except maybe Carmella or Hannah. Looking closely at herself in the mirror, Hermione realized she looked pretty. Not drained, not drawn, not tired. She looked pretty. Shaking her head from side to side, Hermione spoke in a wistful sigh. The wonders of a self-produced orgasm. Fausto and Carmella were up having coffee when Hermione and Scorp came through to the kitchen. "Good morning," said Hermione, which was quickly echoed by Scorpius. "Good morning, Scorp." "Good morning, Hermione. Your hair looks lovely. Kim will be pleased." Hermione smiled but didn't respond to Carmella's comment. "Morning," said Fausto, ing Carmella goodbye and waving at Hermione and Scorp. "Off to work for me. I'll see you all later." Carmella was next. "I've got to get going as well. Don't sit here all day by yourself enveloped by sadness. Get out into the air. Have a walk. Take Scorp to the park so he can ride the swings." "Maybe we will," Hermione replied, smiling at her son. A nice ride on a swing might be just the thing to brighten Scorp's day. "I'll think about it. First, we're going to have some breakfast." "Right, Scorp. Sing, Mum. Sing. Maybe we'll swing later." Carmella grabbed her things and hurried to the door. "I think I've created a monster. You have full run of the house, Hermione. Invite in anyone you want. See you soon." At the Italian ministry, Emilio and Matt met at 7:30 a.m. so Matt could explain everything. As most of it was self-explanatory, the two wizards simply had to agree on the presentation. By 8:30, they had a perfect presentation in place and went about their daily duties. Back in his office, Emilio looked over the finished presentation just to be sure he and Matt hadn't overlooked anything. It was polished and well put together. He believed Hermione would be pleased. Emilio had promised Matt he wouldn't do anything inexcusable towards Hermione, and he wouldn't, but he was sensing an opportunity to be in her company. If he hoped to approach her at some time in the future, he might as well try to make himself as familiar as possible without making a nuisance of himself. Putting a quick call into Matt, Emilio got his answer. Matt agreed to call ahead to let Hermione know Emilio would be stopping by Carmella's later that evening to show her the presentation he'd put together, if she didn't mind. Scorpius had cereal while Hermione had a cup of coffee. She and Scorp were in the midst of a lovely game of hide-and-seek when her mobile rang. Scorp got to it first and stood there saying hello to the ringing phone. Hermione finally got the mobile and answered to find Matt on the other end. "Good morning Hermione, Matt here." "Good morning Matt. I know it's you. Caller ID remember. Right, sorry. I'm calling to find out if you'll be available this evening to meet with Emilio. He wants you to go over the presentation he put together in case there is something you want changed." "That's fine Matt. Can't hurt to go over the details. This is Carmela and Fausto's home, so please tell Emilio not to be too late. In fact, if he can make it by 6:30 he can have dinner with us. If he can't make it then, tell him no later than 8 o'clock. I'll tell him Hermione. I hope you like what he's put together. I'll speak to you soon." "Thanks Matt. See you soon." As soon as Hermione ended the conversation, without warning, the previous night popped into her head. She nervously decided not to give herself any more orgasms if they were going to make Emilio keep popping up in her life. Matt called back to let Emilio know Hermione didn't mind also giving him the specific instructions she had given him. Dinner. Emilio decided he would definitely get there by 6:30. He knew it was a small step, but it was a first step down the long path to the past then back to the future, even though a small part of him still held on to the fear. The fear that in Hermione's eyes, he'd never be an acceptable partner. However, this time, there wasn't any Draco waiting for him to up. No Draco to spirit Hermione away from him. No Draco period, which at this point in time, was a good thing. Leaning back in his chair, Emilio admitted it was time to stop blaming everything on Draco. It wasn't Draco's fault he fell for Ginny Weasley's treacherous moves. Like Harry had told him at the time. As soon as Ginny had begun her crusade against Hermione, he should have kicked her ass to the curb and got the hell away from her, but he hadn't. He'd been so fearful of losing Hermione to Draco, he hadn't realized he was being manipulated. If he ever got another chance, Emilio promised himself he would do things much differently. Harry called about noon to see how the day was going. They talked until Hermione asked if he should be getting back to work. When Harry answered, she could picture his smile through the phone. "Who's more important than you? Anyway, I'm the boss. I'll work when I want. I actually called to tell you I've seen where Zacharias will be holding the funeral. It's magnificent Hermione. It's a lovely chapel not far from the cemetery. Draco will be going in style. I'm working on something, but I want it to be a surprise. I'd better get off the mobile. Some of my gits have come through the door looking puzzled. I need to get them sorted. Scorp for us, and we'll see you Wednesday morning." Hermione loved her brother who was always there for her, no matter what, and she didn't know what she would do without Hannah. They were like the siblings she never had. After hanging up with Harry, Hermione played with Scorp until his nap time. Scorp was a bit cranky when he woke up around 2:30, but once he had a cup of juice and a few crackers in front of him, he quieted right down, which was good because Hermione wanted to get busy making a nice dinner for Carmela and possibly Emilio. Fausto was usually late, but would appreciate a ready and waiting meal as well. Hermione felt industrious, so she cooked without using magic. While she cooked, Scorpius played with his favorite thing, her mobile. It was an hour before Hermione realized he had turned off her phone. Since Draco's death and the family's inability to get to her, Hermione had not turned off the phone. Down the road she'd probably get over the feeling that turning off the mobile was bad, but at the present moment, she'd rather keep it on. The smell of baked chicken, mashed with garlic, green beans and carrots permeated the entire front of the house. Hermione didn't have time to make dessert nor was she very good at it, so she sent out for panna cotta with raspberries. Everything was ready when Carmela walked in at 5:35. After greeting Hermione and giving Scorpius a resounding on the forehead, Carmela commented on how good everything smelled. "Smells like I walked into a 5-star restaurant. Is that panna cotta? I know you didn't make it," she added chuckling. "I think making dessert is one of the only things you've never been good at. I'm going to freshen up. I'll be right back." Hermione laughed in return. "You know me too well. There's no hurry though. Emilio Lozier asked to stop by to go over his presentation and I invited him to dinner. He'll be here by 6:30. Carmela stopped in her tracks to turn back and glance at Hermione. Hermione, she said softly, calling Hermione's name as a question. I don't mean to challenge your decision, but isn't it too soon to have a wizard calling on you? Hermione shook her head and grinned at Carmela. You should see your face. Slow down, Mum. You're letting the ravings of an upset and disappointed wife cloud your vision. Emilio and I parted a long time ago, and not on the best of terms. He has a witch named Marissa who we met the other night, so he's not thinking along those lines at all. It's only business bringing him here. You must remember we agreed to have Emilio officiate Wednesday. Carmela let out a long, exaggerated sigh. I knew that. I was just checking to see if you knew that. That man though, is one handsome and charming wizard. If I wasn't married, I'd be chasing him down. Never mind freshening up. I think I need a complete wash. I'll be back, she said, heading to the bathroom. Hermione's laugh followed Carmela all the way down the hall. Carmela mumbled that Hermione obviously couldn't see what was before her. Having known Emilio since he'd taken the position of Minister of Acquisitions in 2003, Carmela thought, even as hard as he tried to hide it, Minister Lozier was still enamored with Hermione. If the truth be told, along with Draco's unfortunate accident came the change in Hermione's marital status. A status which allowed Emilio to take steps, if he dared. Pushing all the convoluted thoughts aside before stepping into the shower, Carmela scolded herself for worrying about things that hadn't happened and might never happen. Asterisk. James Woolley was at home gathering items he needed for his visit to Milan, having advised his assistant he would be out of the office until Thursday morning. He still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that mogul Draco Malfoy had basically killed himself. An accident on a ski slope. How ridiculous for a wizard. The man had a life people would kill for, yet he purposely put himself at risk. He felt bad for Hermione and her son for the loss of the husband and father. However, knowing Hermione, even with a child to care for, he felt she was more than capable of surviving without a husband. Returning to Milan was a pleasurable thought. James actually missed the friends and colleagues he'd made during his years there. He'd still be there if the correct position had opened up, but it hadn't, so he did the next best thing. He took a higher position in Spain. While not exactly what he wanted, his position had worked out well. He was well respected and well paid, but he'd still rather be working in Milan. With everything shrunken down and placed in a small case, James put it aside to have his dinner. Even though it was a sorrowful occasion, he looked forward to seeing Hermione again. She was one of the most amazing witches he'd ever met, and he'd always respect the way she'd gone into DLM and turned the company completely around. Then James had a silly thought. With Draco out of the way, he wondered if Hermione would turn to the minister, because James was more than sure Emilio hadn't given up on being with the love of his life. If the minister was anything, he was consistent. James was sure Hermione Granger Malfoy was still on Emilio's radar. He actually couldn't wait to get back to Milan to see if he was on the mark. Asterisk. With Scorpius on her lap, Hermione was sitting on the couch talking to Carmela when there was a knock on the door. Since it was Carmela's house, Hermione remained where she was while Carmela answered the door. However, Scorpius slid off the couch to follow Carmela. It was Emilio. While Carmela greeted their guest, Scorp sidled up beside her and greeted Emilio with a wide grin. "Meal, Mum. See." Carmela invited Emilio to come through and hang his cloak as Scorpius very nearly ran up his leg. "Up, Meal. Pick me up." Both Hermione and Carmela grinned at Scorpius' use of a whole sentence, congratulating him on his grown-up form. Although slightly overwhelmed by Scorpius' greeting, Emilio picked him up. Once in Emilio's arms, Scorpius performed his new habit of laying his hands on people's cheeks. "Hello, little man. I've picked you up, but you mustn't run to strangers. You must always get your mum's approval." Hermione smiled. The minister was right. Holding out her hands, Hermione beckoned Scorpius. "Listen to Emilio. You must not run to strangers." Then, with arms spread wide as though he understood every word that had been said, Scorpius pointed to Emilio, then to Carmela, then to his mum, and made an innocent retort. "Meal, Mum. Tats, Meal." It was clear Scorpius knew he wasn't dealing with a stranger. After a few minutes' conversation, Hermione invited Emilio to the table. Let's sit down. I want to be able to go over your presentation before it gets too late. I hope you like baked chicken. Do you still make the sprouts and celery Harry was so wild about? Baked chicken is fine, thank you. I haven't made sprouts and celery in a very long time, Hermione. Not much call for it in Milan. Neither he nor Hermione acknowledged it, but there was something unspoken left hanging in the air. The first and last time Emilio made sprouts and celery for her had been the night of Harry's party. That night, the night everything had truly begun with Draco. We'll rectify that, added Carmela. Sounds delicious. Perhaps you'll make it and bring it round to dinner some Sunday. It would be my pleasure, Carmela. Just say the word. Carmela watched both Hermione and Emilio. Neither one was acting inappropriately, but she was sure both were remembering things from prior times. The dinner was fabulous. The three adults talked among themselves while Scorpius happily fed himself mashed and chicken while pushing green beans and carrots to the side. When Hermione tried to feed him the vegetables, Scorp pushed the fork away. No, no, no. Taking on the position of man of the table, Emilio gave Scorpius a soft scolding. Young men never give their mother trouble. If Mum asks you to eat your food, you eat your food. Scorpius nodded as he pushed a few green beans on his fork and put them in his mouth. Meal mean to Scorp, Mum. As outspoken as it was, Scorp had made another complete sentence. After which, he ate all of his green beans and most of his carrots. Dessert was served and finished by 7:50. Hermione decided she and Emilio would hold their discussion in the dining room instead of the living room. Scorpius obviously agreed as he closely followed Hermione, Emilio and Carmela into the next room. The presentation was well done. The only suggestion Hermione had was for Emilio or Matt to contact Severio to let him know there would be an additional page added to the handouts with the names and order of the wizards and witches who would be speaking. While Emilio was speaking, Scorpius would glance at him then glance away. That's fine, agreed Emilio. I will speak to Matt as soon as I leave here. Seems trite, but I'll put the names in alphabetical order so there won't be any confusion. Including yourself, there are 11 speakers. I'm wondering if you want to add more. Why don't you leave a few slots open? Blaze's mother will be attending, and might want to say a few words. James will be by to see me tomorrow. I'm not sure he'll want to speak, but keep a space open for him. I'll speak last. Keep your eyes open, Minister. You might have to grab me before I hit the floor. Although it was a semi-serious remark, Emilio smiled. I don't think we have to worry about that. I've never seen you hit the floor even in the worst of times. Hermione returned his smile. Truer words had never been spoken. Carmela decided she and Scorp should head to the bedroom for a bit of reading. I'll just get Scorp settled down. I'll read to him if there are any visible words left on the pages of The Wizard and the Hopping Pot. Fausto should be coming through shortly. I've left his plate on the counter under a warming spell. It was nice to see you, Emilio. Don't forget about the sprouts and celery. It was nice to see you as well, Emilio replied, rising from his chair. I won't forget. Say goodnight to Emilio, Scorp. Laying his head on Carmela's shoulder, Scorpius turned his face into the crook of her neck without saying anything. Carmela shrugged her shoulders and headed to the bedroom, but Hermione and Emilio could hear Scorpius tell Carmela that Meal was mean. Hermione laughed, but Emilio was embarrassed. Forgive me if I overstepped my bounds with Scorpius. It really wasn't my place to chastise him. Hermione laughed a little louder. There's no need to apologize. You didn't say one wrong word. I think Scorp was surprised that someone other than Draco, Harry, or Fausto made him eat his vegetables. He'll be fine. Thank you so much for doing all of this, Emilio. At the mention of Draco's name, Emilio straightened his back, thinking he could want what he wanted, but it would probably always be about Draco. Pulling on his cloak, Emilio told Hermione he was glad to be of help and would see her Wednesday. I'll see myself out. Good night. Good night, Hermione called after him. Emilio was just about out the door when Fausto came down the hall. Hello, Minister. How are you? After a quick glance at Hermione, Fausto extended his hand to Emilio. Sorry I wasn't here to greet you, but there'll be other times. Have a good night. Carmela wasn't the only one who knew things. Good night, Fausto, Emilio respectfully replied before stepping out the door. That was a surprise to find the minister here. Not such a surprise, Fausto. Emilio was here to show me the presentation he put together for Wednesday. It's lovely and well put together. Asterisk. One more thing out of the way, thought Hermione as she sat down at the table across from Fausto. I made a lovely dessert. No you didn't, laughed Fausto. You may have been the best head of DLM ever, but dessert is not something you can do. Have you forgotten I'm married to your mum? She tells me lots of stuff. Well now, it seems I can't hide anything from you too. I'm going to check on Scorp. Enjoy the dessert I didn't make. I will, Fausto called out with another boisterous laugh. Hermione peeked in on Scorpius and Carmela only to find them both sleeping. The reader had fallen victim to her own words. Hermione gently nudged Carmela. Fausto is home, love. Why don't you go sit with him while he eats? I'll see to Scorp. Carmela sat up apologizing for falling asleep. Don't be silly. I appreciate you looking after my little man. Go see about Fausto. I will, said Carmela, stretching her arms above her head. I'll see you in the morning. Hermione changed Scorp into his pajamas and laid him in his big boy bed before undressing and climbing into bed herself. She was restless, but didn't know why. It was quite a while before she could relax enough to fall asleep. Asterisk. Zacharias Smith was as efficient as Severio. After a flurry of phone calls back and forth earlier in the day, Harry and Matt had gotten everything settled. Zacharias had agreed to enlarge the original space which had been purchased so it would comfortably fit a small vault in addition to the family burial plots, and offered assurances that the vault would be completed by Saturday. During their last call of the day, Harry and Matt were supremely happy they could do this for Draco, Hermione and Scorpius. Although Matt tried his best to pay for the vault and the additional space, Harry wouldn't hear of it. This is Hermione we're talking about, and it was my idea. Why would you even think I'd want reimbursement? It's paid and done. Let's just leave it right there. I do like the idea of having a vault. Hannah and I have spoken a little bit about it and think we might purchase an area for the Potters before the best spots are taken. The men had spoken a little bit about how well Hermione seemed to be holding up, then ended their conversation on that brighter note. Asterisk. Emilio went directly home from the Maida's house. At the moment, the only things he wanted were a drink, some solitude and to reflect on his meeting with Hermione. However, that wasn't to be the case. He had finished hanging his clothes and was pouring himself a brandy when his mobile rang. Emilio could see by the caller ID that Marissa was calling. Hello Marissa, how are you? Marissa let out a soft giggle. Caller ID, so much for solitude. Hello Emilio, I was thinking about the nice time we had at your parents' estate and thought I would return the favor. I'm calling to invite you out to dinner Friday evening. Emilio took a sip of brandy while he considered the invitation. Why not? There weren't any upcoming ministry functions this weekend, and as far as he knew, there wasn't anything on his calendar for Friday evening, but he'd have to check to be certain. How nice Marissa. I'm not sure of what's on my calendar. I'll check in the morning. If there isn't anything I'm required to attend, I'd like very much to be taken out to dinner. What do you have planned? I was thinking I would call Kim to see if she is amenable to her and I putting out a cozy dinner for you and Matt at their home. Emilio was so startled by Marissa's reply that half his brandy sloshed over the side of the glass and landed on his highly polished shoes. Taking a second to temper his reply, Emilio answered in a fairly level voice. I don't think that's a great way to start a friendship. You've been in Kim's company once. In addition, this is a very stressful week for Matt and Kim. You do know they are memorializing his cousin on Wednesday and burying him on Sunday. If that's your plan, I'll have to decline. In any case, I'll still need to check my calendar to be certain I'm available. Thank you for reminding me. I'd completely forgotten about the death in the family, but you have to eat sometime. If we can't have dinner with Kim and Matt, why don't we pass by your parents' house for dinner? I'd love to see them again. Emilio was through with this conversation. This witch was pushing way too hard, first inviting him to his own cousin's house then to his parents' home. As I've already mentioned twice, I need to check my calendar, Marissa. Additionally, it's bad form to invite someone out then plan the evening at places where the company might not be welcome. Marissa gave it one last push. Not welcome. It's your family. Of course you'd be welcome. I was speaking about you, Marissa. My family doesn't care to have people insert themselves where they haven't been invited. There are a few matters I'd like to clear up before my start of day, so I'll say good night. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night. Asterisk. Emilio was angry as he summoned his wand to clean the brandy from his shoes. Lovely, he grumbled. Nothing like walking around the ministry smelling like a brandy vat. After cleaning his shoes, Emilio sat back down on the couch to enjoy a full glass of brandy. When he was finished, he made 2 mental notes. He had to call Matt first thing in the morning about the additional page being added to the memorial handout, and he needed to make a notation on his calendar for the appointment his assistant had obviously neglected to enter. There wouldn't be any Friday night dinner for him. Emilio was through with this conversation. This witch was pushing way too hard, first inviting him to his own cousin's house then to his parents' home. As I've already mentioned twice, I need to check my calendar, Marissa. Additionally, it's bad form to invite someone out then plan the evening at places where the company might not be welcome. Marissa gave it one last push. Not welcome. It's your family. Of course you'd be welcome. I was speaking about you, Marissa. My family doesn't care to have people insert themselves where they haven't been invited. There are a few matters I'd like to clear up before my start of day, so I'll say good night. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night. Asterisk. Emilio was angry as he summoned his wand to clean the brandy from his shoes. Lovely, he grumbled. Nothing like walking around the ministry smelling like a brandy vat. After cleaning his shoes, Emilio sat back down on the couch to enjoy a full glass of brandy. When he was finished, he made 2 mental notes. He had to call Matt first thing in the morning about the additional page being added to the memorial handout, and he needed to make a notation on his calendar for the appointment his assistant had obviously neglected to enter. There wouldn't be any Friday night dinner for him. A Tale of Two Wizards Full Circle, Chapter 7. Matt was in the study speaking to Lewis as he went over Malfoy business documents he'd received from Gas. The 2 wizards were conversing about how much Gas had come to be like Draco, business-wise. It's my opinion that you should elevate Gas to some higher position of authority, offered Lewis. From what I understand, the Malfoy holdings and investments are vast. You won't be able to handle everything on your own. Gas has learned the business from the bottom up. He'll be a great asset. Matt respected Elder Malfoy, but sometimes he was a handful. I don't plan to handle everything on my own, Lewis, but please give me some credit. I'm sure I won't fall apart if called upon to do the things Draco did. I'm quite capable myself, you know. Lewis issued one of his familiar huffs before answering. Has everyone made it his or her business to misinterpret my words? I didn't infer, nor will I ever infer that you cannot handle your business. My point is, there is a difference between you and Draco. As vast as the holdings are, Draco only needed to concentrate on the one thing where you will have to concentrate on the businesses as well, your position as Minister of Finance. Additionally, these 2 things are based in 2 different countries. Matt ran both hands through his hair. He was letting stress get to him. Of course, Lewis. My apologies. I know that isn't what you meant. Your point is well taken. Thank you. Not a problem. You are my family, and I'll always offer my opinion. Of that I have no doubt, laughed Matt. I appreciate your input and concern. Shuffling through the papers in front of him, Matt silently wondered if he would be up to the job. Then, as if Lewis was reading his mind, the vocal portrait offered another bit of advice. The key to everything is to surround yourself with well-trained, loyal and trustworthy people. The rest will come on its own. I'll see to it, replied Matt as he continued to sort through documents. Excellent. Lewis snorted. Problem solved. Asterisk. Matt decided he'd done enough of a review for one night. After locking the paperwork in one of the desk drawers, he wished Lewis good night and left the study. Not quite ready to get in bed, Matt sat down on the couch, to think. Lewis was dead on. There was a great difference between him becoming heir apparent and Draco having been born into it. On top of which, he had a full-time position in Italy while Draco's headquarters were in Britain. Neither the ministry nor Kim would be very pleased with the amount of time he would have to spend in Britain. He wasn't that pleased either. His life was in Milan, and he didn't have any plans on changing that. Matt sat there for a few more minutes trying to sort out an intricate problem in minutes until he finally realized he would take what came. There was always more than one solution to a problem. One just had to choose the right course. Pushing all thoughts of the position that had been thrust on him out of his mind, Matt grabbed a biscuit from the kitchen which he wolfed down before entering the bedroom. Kim sat up to look at her husband. "Did you get anything sorted?" Leaning over to his wife, Matt gave a noncommittal answer. "I really didn't have a chance to look anything over." Lewis was in quite the talkative mood. "I still have a bit of time before I really have to think about things. I am going to sit down with Gas to put together a plan to meet with all the directors of the Malfoy companies. It's just a matter of when. I know I'll meet them briefly at the funeral. Perhaps Gas and I will have an itinerary by then." "My poor baby," murmured Kim, reaching out to catch Matt by the hand. "If it's too much, why not just pass the job on to someone more experienced in Malfoy matters? I know you want to do your best for everyone, but you are the Minister of Finance. Your allegiance should be to the ministry." Draco must have had more than 1 second in command. "Let them have the worries." Matt took a deep breath so he wouldn't snap at Kim when he really wanted to tell her to stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. Instead, he took the high road. "I gave Draco my word that I would step up if anything happened to him. Well, something has happened, and I intend to step up." Evidently Matt hadn't taken as high a road as he thought because Kim sat straight up in bed and snapped at him. "There's no need to be an ass, Matt. I was giving you my opinion. I'm simply looking out for my husband, which any good wife would do. If you don't want to hear what I have to say, don't bring up the subject." After Kim snapped at him, Matt let his good intentions fall by the wayside and snapped right back. "Perfect, Kim. With all that's going on, I'm going to have to contend with you acting the aggrieved wife. Stop making everything about you and the perceived slights to your person." Matt hastily unbuttoned his shirt and threw it to the side before striding to the bathroom to have a long-held pee. When he got back to the bedroom, Kim was still sitting with her back against the bed. "I love you, Matt. I don't want to fight with you. Asking about something that will affect us both should not upset you. I just think you're making everything more important than me." Yet again, Matt took a deep breath to keep from ranting at his wife. During the several seconds that passed before he felt controlled enough to give a civil answer, Matt removed his trousers and threw them on top of his shirt, then stood there facing Kim. "I love you too, Kim, so I'm not going to stand here in my boxers arguing a ridiculous point. I have never made anything more important than you. Never. Perhaps tomorrow when I'm properly dressed we can have a conversation where you enlighten me about the times I put everything before you. Right now, I'm tired, and all I want to do is sleep." Roughly pulling back the blanket, Matt slipped into bed. "Good night." Kim said good night, but was unwilling to let the conversation end. "I understand you have been put in an unfamiliar position and have to deal with it. I wasn't trying to upset you. I just don't want to look around and find myself sitting alone waiting for my husband who is off running the Malfoy world. Unfamiliar position. I have to deal with it. We're arguing over nothing, Kim. You have made it abundantly clear that you'd rather I refuse to step up as agreed, which will not happen. Both Seth and I signed our names to the Malfoy line of heirs, and I will adhere to all terms. Please stop worrying about sitting alone while I run amok. More than likely, I'll be only a figurehead, so there won't be any need for me to run anywhere." Matt turned on his side, slamming his head into the pillow. "You need to do something to keep yourself and your mind busy. Why don't you take on a few more clients? Give yourself something else to think about. For now, let's call a truce. I need to get some sleep." "Fine," mumbled Kim sarcastically. "Taking on more clients should fix everything. I'll be so busy I won't even notice you're not home. Good night." Matt sighed, but refused to say another word. 5 minutes later, he was asleep while Kim remained awake stewing over the changes about to affect her and Matt's life. The first thing Emilio had done when he entered his office on Tuesday was check his calendar. Although it was a blank page looking back at him, with the swipe of a pen, his Friday was blocked off and notated as business meeting. The next piece of business was to see Matt. When Emilio entered the office, Matt was growling into his phone, which was a surprise. Matt was one of the most laid-back wizards Emilio knew, but it was more than obvious that something had gotten under his skin. Emilio closed the door to the office, then took a seat to wait for Matt to finish his call. After slamming down the phone, Matt thanked Emilio for closing the door. It's only 7:45 and already it's been a beast of a morning. How hard is it to make sure monetary contributions are allocated correctly? Not hard, especially if that's your job, he said, answering his own question. I've let this go for 2 months. I'm now in search of a new allocations manager. My apologies, cousin. What can I do for you? I'll speak my piece quickly. Hermione and I went over the presentation. She is quite satisfied with the way it is, but had one suggestion. We have added a listing page which will specify who speaks and in what order. We'll also be leaving a few blank slots in case Mrs. Zabini and/or James wants to say a few words. I've said all that to ask if you will call Severio to inform him there is another page being processed and will be to him before 2 p.m. today. Matt nodded but brushed aside everything Emilio had said to ask how dinner went. It was a pleasant meal. That's all. A pleasant meal. I mean, what? Did you show up at the door and Hermione rushed you to the table then hurried through the presentation without a word of conversation? Don't be an arsehole, Matt. Carmela and Scorpius were there as well. Of course we held a conversation. While Emilio didn't mention how he had scolded Scorpius, he did mention that Carmela had invited him to a Sunday dinner if he promised to prepare his famous sprouts and celery. Well done, remarked Matt with a wide smile. How was it that sprouts and celery came up in the conversation? Hermione brought it up. She asked if I still made the sprouts and celery Harry found so delicious. I told her I hadn't made it in a very long time. That was when Carmela stepped in saying the dish sounded delicious. All that sounds promising, so why the long face? Prodded Matt. I've never mentioned this before because it is hurtful and embarrassing, but sprouts and celery played a big part. From there, Emilio explained about the night of Harry's party where he and Celia met Harry and the rest of Hermione's friends for the first time. Matt was puzzled. Sounds like a good time. What's so hurtful and embarrassing? Emilio went on to explain the rest, starting with his suspicion that Hermione had gone to Draco's flat and how he and Harry had trespassed trying to find her. He finished by telling Matt about the exchange of curses between him and Draco. Incredible. Was Hermione at Draco's flat? No, but in my heart I felt he had spirited her away from the party. What did Hermione say? We never talked about it. Shortly after, Hermione accepted the position at DLM and things went downhill for us. I would never have believed it of Draco. What a filthy trick. However, if it happened, Hermione is not blameless. Emilio stood. I didn't come to rehash old bullshit. I'm going back to the office to get this last page in order. I'll speak to you later. Shite. Matt mumbled after Emilio left the office. What an imbecile. That was a stupid thing to say. Picking up his phone, Matt first called and left a message for gas, after which, he called for his assistant. They had an allocations manager to hire. Asterisk. Both Fausto and Carmela had left for work by the time Hermione woke on Tuesday. Scorp was still sleeping, so she pulled together breakfast ingredients. Looking at the eggs, sausage, potatoes and bread, Hermione thought how strange it was to be cooking breakfast with her own hands. She had to admit she'd become used to dustier embers preparing the food, because that's the way Draco liked it. He often told her the way she had advocated for house elf rights might have once been popular, but in their home, house elves were there to help out. They had argued back and forth, but with a baby to look after, Dusty, Embers and Chrissy had become welcome help. What a difference a week could make, she thought as she pulled out a chair and a Chiota cup, saucer along with the pot of tea. Hermione sat there drinking tea, preparing nothing, until she heard Scorp call out for her. Sighing, Hermione got to her feet. What a difference a week could make. Asterisk. After bathing and dressing Scorpius, they went back to the front where Hermione placed her little man on the couch with his favorite toy, her mobile. After vanishing the breakfast ingredients, Hermione fixed both her and Scorpius a nice bowl of cereal. Waving the mobile around, Scorpius shouted out orders. "Talk Mum, talk Mela, talk to Anna." Laughing, Hermione took the phone from Scorp's little hand and handed him his photo of her, Draco and him. "Here love, here's your photo, let Mum have her phone. Finish your cereal." Taking the photo from Hermione's hand, Scorpius held his spoon in one hand and the photo in the other, happily pointing out his mum, his daddy and himself. Watching her son, Hermione's insides twisted into a knot. Scorpius was so happy to have a photo of the father he would only ever know through a moving picture. Hermione sat there in some sort of daze, thinking things that didn't make sense anymore. It wasn't until Scorpius, angrily chattering some gibberish, hit her on the arm with his spoon that she came back to herself. "I'm sorry love," she said as she lifted Scorp from the chair. Mummy got lost in her thoughts. "Let's give you a quick wash up and we'll take Mela's suggestion and have a walk to the park so you can ride the swings." "Yes Mum," Scorpius answered, patting Hermione on her cheeks. Scorp sing. James Woolley was in the process of unpacking the small case he'd brought with him. Everything else had been hung in the closet or put away in drawers. James thought he may have overpacked, but wanted to be safe rather than sorry. He had revised his away schedule to reflect his being away until the following Monday. Besides the memorial service on Wednesday, he wanted to be ready for any other event that might arise while he was in Italy. After a nice, steamy shower, James called Emilio to let his former boss know he was in town. He wanted to invite Emilio to lunch and possibly find out more about the minister's plans to leave his position. As disrespectful as it sounded, James was more interested in possibly securing the Minister of Acquisitions position than the death of Draco Malfoy. However, Emilio didn't pick up the phone, so James left a message conveying his hotel and room number with the thought they could have lunch together if Emilio picked up his messages in time. Next on James's list of things to do was contact Hermione Granger Malfoy. She had invited him to visit with her at Fausto Maeda's home when he came to town, but he didn't want to turn up without giving advance notice. Hermione picked up on the first ring. Hello Hermione. James Woolley here." "Hello James. Have you made it to Milan?" "I have. I'll be in Milan through Friday. If you are up to it, I was hoping we could sit down sometime today to catch up. I realize you're probably busy, but I hoped to see you before you had to get back to London." "That's fine James. Wednesday is rapidly approaching. I welcome the distraction. Right now, Scorp and I are just getting back from the park. He needs his lunch then a nap. It's 12:30 now. How is 2 o'clock for you? We can chat over a late lunch. As long as it isn't an imposition, 2 o'clock will be fine. I'll see you then." Hermione gave Scorp a quick wash-up, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with milk, another quick wash-up because he got more peanut butter and jelly on himself than in his mouth, then laid him down for a nap. After putting Scorp down, Hermione showered and washed her hair. It wouldn't do to meet with James smelling like peanut butter, jelly and park. By 1:45, Hermione had lunch set aside and ready. She also set out a decanter of brandy just in case James wanted an early drink. By 2:30, she and James were just finishing the simple lunch she had prepared and were chuckling over the things that had gone on during her early days at DLM. James spoke about how sorry he was that her husband lost his life at such an early age and how much he'd be missed. The discussion reminded Hermione she should ask if James wanted to say a few words at the service. He declined speaking, but assured Hermione he would be among the attendees. The conversation had moved through many different subjects without having mentioned Emilio once when James's mobile rang. It was impolite to take a call while in the middle of a conversation, but it was Emilio calling, so James excused himself to speak with the minister. Hermione was actually glad James had received a call, because she was running out of conversation. A catch-up was nice, but it was time to bring it to an end. Besides, she thought she heard Scorp moving around. When James finished his call, he told Hermione it was time for him to get going. He thanked her for the lunch and the conversation before walking to the door. "I'll see you tomorrow. I wish you and your son the best. I know there's no need for me to tell you to remain strong, because I've never known you to be anything else." Thanks, James. It would seem everyone knows how strong I am except me. All I can do is the best I can. I'll see you tomorrow. As she closed the door behind James, a few scattered tears rolled down Hermione's cheeks. Why? She didn't know. Perhaps she was feeling as though a proverbial door had just closed along with the front door. Whatever it was, passed as quickly as it had come, and it was a smiling mother that proceeded down the hall calling out her son's name. Asterisk. Just before Carmilla got in from work, Hannah called to let Hermione know she and Harry would be flowing through that evening instead of Wednesday morning in case she needed help with something. Hermione was a little embarrassed to admit she didn't need help with anything. It was the truth. Severio had done such a masterful job, there really wasn't anything to be done, but Hannah understood. The thing Hermione had a problem with was Hannah telling her that she and Harry would be staying at the Luxia Wizarding Hotel. Even though she argued back and forth with Hannah, Hermione finally gave in. It was just for 2 days as they would all be going back to London on Thursday. Hannah told Hermione to expect them sometime around 8 o'clock. Hermione was happy. She missed her brother and sister if she didn't see them at least once a day. Asterisk. Gas returned Matt's call and the two men made an appointment to meet Wednesday at 10 o'clock. Gas agreed with Matt about meeting all the different directors. He also informed Matt that the way the line of heirs was set up, he should be receiving some kind of magical notice of his new position. If I'm correct, the notice will include details of your next steps, added Gas. Suddenly Matt remembered. Seth and I did read something along those lines when we agreed to join the line of Malfoy heirs. I have the paperwork safely stored away. It wasn't important at the time, but it is important now. Who would have imagined anything happening to Draco? Excellent. If you can find it and read it over, you'll be prepared. Prepared. You sound as though something will fly through my window and tap me upside the head. What should I be prepared for? A normally somber Gas gave out a shout of laughter. I meant nothing of the sort. Although, if something comes flying through your window, call the guys. They'd love to see that. Knowing a bit about the intricacies of Malfoy ways, I'd say some glowing envelope with a magic ticket inside will appear on your living room table to whisk you away to Malfoyland. You're an ass, Gasper Maida. I'm sure it's as simple as documents sitting somewhere marked only open upon the death of the current heir. Maybe a small changing of the guard ceremony, so to speak. Whatever it is, replied Gas. You should receive it within a week after Draco's funeral. I have to go. I'll speak to you in the morning. All right, mate. I'll see you then. Give Shauna my love. Will do. Asterisk. James stopped by the ministry to say hello to the friends and colleagues he'd made over the years and pick up any information he could about open postings. It was actually hard to get any information about job postings as everyone he spoke to wanted to discuss nothing other than the untimely death of Draco Malfoy. After his 5th encounter, James gave it up as a bad job and headed to Emilio's office where he was welcomed like an old family friend. Emilio got up from his desk to clasp James's hand. Welcome, my old friend. Come in and have a seat. Things just aren't the same without you. When did you arrive? Nice to see you too, Emilio. I arrived in Milan this morning. I'm staying at the Luxia. I was hoping you and I could have dinner. For once, I'll buy. Emilio smiled. You bet your ass you'll buy. You have the means. I'll be happy to have dinner with you. I'm also hoping you'll accompany me to Lozier Estate before you leave. My parents would love to see you. I think my father cares for you more than he does me. Ha, ha. I doubt Emiliano cares more for an assistant than he does his own son. It would be my pleasure. I'll be here through at least Friday. Make it happen. So, besides all the furor over Draco's death, what else is going on? Right now, that's all anyone can talk about. The wealthy entrepreneur who literally killed himself. Sad story really. The wizard thought so little of his wife and son he participated in dangerous muggle games. Well, yes, said James, clearing his throat. He was not there to disparage Draco Malfoy or listen to the minister disparage him, so he deftly changed the subject. I was over to see Hermione earlier. We had a nice lunch and a lovely conversation. As much as James's revelation intrigued him, it was time for Emilio to keep his mouth closed. In the past he had let James see how much he cared for Hermione, but not now. Not when her husband had just died. So Emilio did what James had done. He changed the subject. Sounds lovely. I was wondering if you are still interested in coming back to Milan. Although I have changed my mind about the Minister of Marketing position, Matt and I have been networking for an additional position. We are looking at a Minister of Policy and Procedure position. It is all but confirmed. I'm hoping you will allow me to put forth your name. You have the credentials and the experience. Best of all, it will bring you back to Milan. What do you think? James was overwhelmed. Of course he was interested. I am most assuredly interested in coming back to Milan in a position of authority. Thank you for considering me. Wonderful. Before we head out to dinner, I'd like to introduce you to Mario Spergati, Head of Hiring and Installations. You'll file your application, I'll put in my good word and we'll go from there. Wonderful. James and Emilio took the lifts down 2 floors to speak to Mario. When they were done, James had been assured that his name would be on top of the list. It was a happy duo that headed out of the ministry to have dinner. Over dinner, James and Emilio discussed a number of things. James watched the minister closely and came to the conclusion that he hadn't given up on certain things. It was all in the eyes. The minister never said one thing out of order, but James knew his former superior hadn't given up on anything. This time around, he was just being careful. James and Emilio were just leaving the dining hall at the Luxia when they ran into Harry Potter and his wife just signing in. Harry and Hannah exchanged pleasantries with Emilio and James before heading to their suite of rooms. Emilio thanked James for dinner before apparating to his own home. For him, it had been a very pleasant night. Carmela and Hermione, with Scorp on her lap, were chatting about Hermione's day when Fausto came down the hall. Greetings lovely ladies and Scorpius. Fato mum. Fato. Hi Fato, sang out Scorpius. Grinning from ear, Fausto plucked Scorpius from his mother's lap. Come have some dinner with me young man. I'll tell you all about my day. Scorpius began giggling like a maniac while slapping his hands against Fausto's cheeks. While the 2 boys ate dinner, Hermione and Carmela had tea. Harry and Hannah should be coming through shortly. They have reserved a suite at the Luxia. Carmela started to argue but Hermione held up a hand. I've already had this argument with Hannah. They don't want to impose on anyone so they are staying at the hotel. Lowering her voice, Hermione admitted that she thought Harry and Hannah would rather stay at a hotel than deal with Kim. I understand. They might have a hotel room, but if they are here too late, I think they should make use of Sal's old room. I agree, replied Hermione soundly. However, it will all be up to them. Scorp was giggling over whatever Fausto was telling him, so Hermione asked if he was laughing because they had eaten all the treacle tart before Uncle Harry got there. Scorpius laughed his hardest. Fato ate it mum. Fato ate it all. The 2 witches grinned as they clasped hands over Scorpius' full sentences. Your boy is growing up. He'll be speaking like an adult before long. I know, replied Hermione. It's a shame that Draco isn't here to see this. He would have been so proud. As Carmela sat there commiserating with Hermione, Harry and Hannah stepped through the front door. We're here, shouted Hannah. At the same time, Harry shouted even louder. Do I smell treacle tart? Scorpius Malfoy better have saved me some. Scorpius stood up in his chair to immediately rat out his papa. Fato ate it Ari. Fato ate it all. While the 2 boys ate dinner, Hermione and Carmela had tea. Harry and Hannah should be coming through shortly. They have reserved a suite at the Luxia. Carmela started to argue but Hermione held up a hand. I've already had this argument with Hannah. They don't want to impose on anyone so they are staying at the hotel. Lowering her voice, Hermione admitted that she thought Harry and Hannah would rather stay at a hotel than deal with Kim. I understand. They might have a hotel room, but if they are here too late, I think they should make use of Sal's old room. I agree, replied Hermione soundly. However, it will all be up to them. Scorp was giggling over whatever Fausto was telling him, so Hermione asked if he was laughing because they had eaten all the treacle tart before Uncle Harry got there. Scorpius laughed his hardest. Fato ate it mum. Fato ate it all. The 2 witches grinned as they clasped hands over Scorpius' full sentences. Your boy is growing up. He'll be speaking like an adult before long. I know, replied Hermione. It's a shame that Draco isn't here to see this. He would have been so proud. As Carmela sat there commiserating with Hermione, Harry and Hannah stepped through the front door. "We're here," shouted Hannah. At the same time, Harry shouted even louder. "Do I smell treacle tart? Scorpius Malfoy better have saved me some." Scorpius stood up in his chair to immediately rat out his papa. "Fato ate it Ari. Fato ate it all." The song, "Oh Children," Harry and Hermione's dance song, belongs to Nick Cage. I own none of it. I have to say, this song is one of the things that made me despise Ron Weasley. Makes me tear up whenever I hear it all these years later. A Tale of Two Wizards Full Circle, Chapter 8. While Hannah and Hermione giggled uncontrollably, Fausto acted as though he was very hurt, which confused Scorpius. "Fato sad Mela. Fato sad." Then stepping out of his high chair, Scorpius climbed onto Fausto's lap and patted his cheeks. "It's okay Fato. It's okay." Hermione and Hannah grabbed hands. Their boy was becoming so knowledgeable so quickly. Hermione knew Harry loved treacle tart and had put away a large portion for him. "No worries love. I have set aside a good amount of dessert for your Uncle Harry." "Okay," answered Scorpius. Fato being bad. Immediately after dinner, Scorpius took his favorite toy and went to sit in the living room while the adults remained at the table. Harry offered a bit of information. "We ran into Emilio and James Woolley at Luxia. They were just finishing up dinner as we were checking in." "I saw James today myself," replied Hermione. "I had him over for a late lunch. We had a great conversation. Although he didn't come right out to say so, I believe he would like nothing more than to be back at the ministry in Milan." "That makes sense," offered Harry. "Perhaps the minister is helping James attain his goals." Turning to face Hermione, Harry inquired how things would go after the memorial service. "I know Severio has set aside a room for after the service, but what will we do after?" "Shall we all meet back here?" Hannah spoke up. As the widow, Hermione will remain to greet the guests who want to offer personal condolences. "I think Harry and I will stay for a bit, but we'll need to get Scorp back to the house. If you'd like Hermione, I'll get everything packed up so we can get an early start back to London." Hermione felt so loved. Her adopted sister wasn't leaving anything to chance. "Scorp and I are fine. I plan to leave some things here at Carmela's. Except for what we will wear, the rest has been all packed up. We'll be ready to go home at first light Thursday." Harry, who was still ing down treacle tart and vanilla ice cream, held up a hand. "Hold on. No one is suggesting anyone be ready at first light. Second light will be fine." "Git," Hermione said, reaching out to Harry. "First light, second light. It's all the same. Scorp and I will be ready to get back home by 11 a.m. "Perfect," Harry replied, getting up from the table. 11 a.m. it is." Harry excused himself to the loo, but before he could make it out of the room, Hermione advised him that she had an idea she wanted to discuss with the lot of them. Harry shrugged. "Sounds like a plan. I'll be right back." While Harry was gone, Hermione shared a bit of what she wanted to discuss. Fausto, Carmela and Hannah all thought it was an interesting idea. It was Carmela who suggested involving Matt, as they would have to get his permission to speak with Lewis. Harry was back. "Why do we have to speak to Lewis? What have I missed?" "You haven't missed anything, Potter," joked Hermione. "I've had an idea and I want your opinion." "All right, let's hear it then. I hope it's good, because I don't want Lewis shrieking in my ear over things misconstrued." "Have you checked with Matt? I'm sure we'll need his permission to go trooping through his living room." Hannah frowned at her husband. "We haven't discussed anything yet, Harry. Let's worry about Lewis and Matt once we move forward." Capitulating, Harry agreed. "All right love. We'll talk it out. Have we learned how to make gold out of rocks?" Carmela smiled at Fausto. Their adopted children needed a swift hiding. Hermione told Harry to sit down and stop being a git, which he did. She had then gone on to explain her idea. When she finished, the others, including Fausto, were looking at her in awe. "Amazing idea, Hermione," Harry replied, offering an opinion. "I suggest we keep it among ourselves until you've done some further study. This could be the next great money maker." "I agree with Harry," said Carmela. "Let's keep everything among ourselves until we see what's what. I'm not sure you need to speak to Lewis. Your idea is sound. We just need to find out if there is a market for living portraits. People often say one thing, but do another. Does anyone really want a living portrait of a detested mother-in-law leaning against their mantel? Everyone laughed except Hermione. I'm serious about this. I'm now an unemployed mother with a child to support. I need to be thinking of a way to support us. Harry snickered. I understand your need to remain busy, but please don't sit there crying poor mouth. Draco was a man of means, which means you are a widow with means. Hermione jumped up from her chair and faced Harry. Do you think I'm doing this to disparage Draco? I'm not dense. He was my husband, which means I know the state of our affairs. I'm not interested in this because Draco left us with nothing. I'm doing it so Scorp and I can be independent. If you can't see that. Cutting Hermione off, Fausto came to Harry's defense. Please calm down, Hermione. You'll scare Scorpius. I don't think that's what Harry meant. The assumption is, you'll never have to work again. I know the assumption, Fausto, snapped Hermione. I just want to make it clear that my son and I will not be solely dependent on Malfoy money. Hermione stood there embarrassed and huffing like she'd just run a race, not realizing her tone and volume really had upset Scorpius. Sliding off the couch, a crying Scorpius ran to his mum. I want potty, Mum. Scorp wants potty. Picking up her son, Hermione left the kitchen, but called over her shoulder. It was a stupid idea. Let's just forget about it. The room went quiet for several minutes before Carmilla, followed by Hannah, went to see about Hermione. Hermione had put up a silencing charm, but as soon as Carmilla opened the door, she and Hannah heard Hermione's heart-wrenching sobs. Scorpius was patting his mother on the head trying to comfort her, but he was sobbing as well. Mela, he called out plaintively, running to Carmilla and pointing at Hermione. Mum sad. Carmilla felt tears welling up in her own eyes. Hannah plucked Scorpius from Carmilla's arms. Come with Auntie Scorp. I'll get you washed up for bed. She and Scorp passed Harry as they left the room. I didn't mean any of it, he whispered to Hannah as she pushed past him. It doesn't matter what you meant. It matters what you've caused. Get in there. Harry stepped inside, closing the door behind him. I hope you know I didn't mean anything foul. I would never treat my sister that way. I can fix this. Do you want to dance? I can put on Oh Children if you like. That always cheered you up. Getting to her feet, Hermione smiled at her brother as she pulled something from the bloody, beaded bag. I never could resist a good, when your lover leaves you and you're about to die, song. With a swish of her wand, the song of their teens began to play. Harry grabbed her hands, and they danced. Hey little train, we are all jumping on. The train that goes to the kingdom. We're happy, Ma, we're having fun. And the train ain't even left the station. Hey, little train, wait for me. I once was blind but now I see. Have you left a seat for me? Is that such a stretch of the imagination? Hey little train, wait for me. I was held in chains but now I'm free. I'm hanging in there, don't you see? In this process of elimination, Harry and Hermione actually danced as they had all those years ago. Finally, Hermione stepped back and whispered, I'm all right now. I apologize for being such a twat. Thanks for the dance. I needed that. Anytime, Harry said as he headed out the door. By the way, I think your idea about living portraits is brilliant. Let's follow it out to the end. The wife and I will be leaving now. We'll see you tomorrow. I might speak out of turn from time to time, but Merlin's truth, I love you. Good night. Good night, Harry. I'll see you tomorrow. Hermione was washing her face when Carmilla and Scorp appeared at her door. Scorp immediately held his arms out for his mum to pick him up. As soon as he was in her arms, he laid his head on her shoulder and held up the family photo she had given him. Here, Mum, was all Scorpius said before laying his head back down on her shoulder. I'll leave you and Scorp to yourselves, said Carmilla. Fausto and I will meet you at Stair Tranquilli. Good night. Try to get some sleep. It was quiet when Matt got in from work. Kim, are you here, love? There was no answer. Removing his cloak, robes and shirt, Matt headed to the bedroom to change into something more comfortable. After changing, Matt decided he would start dinner. He was in the middle of preparing a lovely broccoli, garlic chicken with fettuccine when he heard the whoosh of the flow. Several seconds later, Kim came walking through. Matt walked over to greet her, but received a less than warm return greeting. Stepping back, Matt asked if there was something wrong. Kim shook her head. Everything is fine. I'm going to take a quick shower. Kim's attitude had put a damper on Matt's good mood, but he understood. Everything revolving around Draco's death was stressing his wife out. Once he got the Malfoy business settled, he and Kim would hopefully get everything back in order. Matt mixed the dinner ingredients together, then set them aside. He and Kim needed to have a talk. Kim, who was sitting at her vanity when Matt walked into the room, looked at her husband through the mirror. Is that garlic chicken I smell? It is. With fettuccine. Before we have dinner, I'd like to revisit our conversation from last night. I need you to define exactly what I'm doing wrong. You accused me of putting everything before you. Now is the time for you to tell me what everything entails, so I can right my wrongs. I was upset and may have said some things that aren't quite true. Kim answered as she pulled jeans and a jumper out of the closet. You are a wonderful husband and I apologize for my remarks. You'll also be glad to know I've decided to act on your suggestion. Starting today, I've taken on 3 additional clients. In fact, I have 2 showings this evening, so I won't have dinner until later. I'll be meeting my clients in the square and we'll go from there. Matt sat quietly watching as Kim brushed her hair, then put on a dab of lipstick. Even though she had reversed herself about him putting everything before her, she was making a definite point. About not sitting around the house waiting for him to come home. She was keeping herself busy. After dressing, Kim gave Matt a quick peck on the cheek, telling him she'd be back soon. Matt absolutely couldn't fathom why his wife was so angry, and she was angry. Her words were saying one thing, but her demeanor was showing something entirely different. Kim wasn't normally antagonistic, but was obviously feeling some kind of way about what she thought the future held for them. He could only imagine how much worse it might get after he was instated as the Malfoy heir. Matt went to the kitchen to fix himself a plate, wondering what he could do to rectify things between himself and Kim. The one thing he did know, he wouldn't go back on his word. After 3 forkfuls of fettuccine, Matt discarded almost a full plate before going in search of the documents he and Gas had discussed. Asterisk. Emiliano and Ilaria Lozier had been going back and forth for most of the day. Emiliano wasn't sure if they should attend Draco's memorial service, whereas Ilaria did. We are only going to pay our respects. It's a courtesy. We are going. You didn't care for him at all, replied Emiliano. He was a slick con artist who... Ilaria held up a hand. Please don't start, Emiliano. We've promised Emilio we wouldn't make those kinds of statements. Draco Malfoy is being mourned. This is not the time. Oh, the filthy blighter is dead, so now you love him. Ilaria glared at her husband. You know good and well I don't care one whit for the recently deceased Draco Malfoy. That isn't the question. I want to do this for our son. Years ago he found the witch he would love for life. He may now have a chance to have his heart's desire, and I'm determined to help in any way I can. If it means making a public showing for Draco Malfoy, that's what we'll do. You do not have to accompany me, but I'm going. Emiliano sighed and reached out to his wife. I understand, my love. You will not have to attend alone. While I understand that Emilio and Hermione may never get together again, I'm his father and will support his efforts to the end. Thank you, Emiliano. Our formal robes are ready. I have them hanging on the closet door. Emiliano smiled at his wife. After all they had gone through, he knew she was what had kept him going all these years, and he planned to reward her. There was a lovely holiday excursion to Constance Le Prince Maurice Hotel in Mauritius with her name on it waiting to be used. Asterisk. Minister of Acquisitions Emilio Lozier had a 7:30 meeting with vendors on Tuesday evening. He was there to answer questions about recent changes to how the ministry would accept shipments. Although it had been a long time coming, Emilio had updated regulations. No longer would the ministry accept deliveries that hadn't been reviewed on both ends. It was something Hermione had taught him a long time ago, but one he was now making mandatory. It wasn't a long meeting, because Emilio made it quite clear where he stood on the matter. Vendors could accept the new rules and continue to supply the ministry, or they could move on. Although there were several very vocal vendors, no one wanted to give up their lucrative ministry business relationship. In the end, it was unanimous that they would accept Emilio's mandate. Willem from DLM attended the meeting even though it had been his practice for years to utilize the things Emilio was now advocating. Before leaving, he stopped to have a short conversation with Emilio and ended by telling the minister he'd see him at the memorial service. Emilio and his assistant remained behind after the vendors left to essentially ratify the changes. Wednesday morning the updated terms would be sent to all vendors. If they signed the document, they would continue to service the ministry. If not, Emilio would be looking for new vendors. Emilio and his assistant were at the end of their discussion when his mobile rang. Excusing himself, Emilio stepped away from his assistant to take the call. Caller ID showed Marissa. Hello Marissa, how are you? I'm fine minister, how are you? I'm just following up on our previous conversation. How does your calendar look for Friday? Ah yes, my calendar. Actually, my calendar was clear, but in the interim a good friend returned to Milan and I will be spending Friday with him. Perhaps we can get together another time. Several seconds of silence. Have I offended you Emilio? Of course not. Why would you even ask? Well, things seem to be going well between us, but now you are acting as if I've done something to annoy you. I am tying up the ends of a meeting Marissa. This is not the time to discuss feelings or impressions. Perhaps we can meet Thursday evening for dinner and drinks. I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock. That sounds wonderful Emilio. I look forward to Thursday. Good night. Good night Marissa. Back at the table, Emilio's assistant had everything squared away. Handing his superior the list of vendors, the assistant remarked he would have the necessary documents out within the hour. Emilio was pleased with the way the night had gone. Thank you. Stay on top of it and inform me of the results. They'll go along or they'll be gone. Simple. Thank you for your time. I'll see you in the morning. The assistant wished Emilio good night as he gathered up all the parchment laying in front of him. Emilio went back to his office to tidy up a few loose ends, but spent an hour just mulling things over. He thought about what he was doing with Marissa. Then he thought about how Hermione would be going back to London in a day's time where she would be subject to all the wizards who would want to take care of her and Scorpius. There had to be something he could do to be one of those wizards. Finally giving up, Emilio decided he would take things as they came. He loved Hermione, but that didn't mean they would ever get back together. However, it also didn't mean he would give up trying to get back into her life. He also decided it wasn't such a great idea to keep dating Marissa when he had no plans of building a relationship with her. To Emilio's way of thinking, Thursday evening might be the right time to distance himself from the witch who was looking for more than he wanted to give. Hannah was silent when they returned to the Luxia. Harry knew why, but didn't want to broach the subject if he didn't have to. Even though Harry had cleared things up with Hermione, his faux pas had put Hannah in a mood that was not to be taken lightly. Hannah was a witch with the patience of McGonagall. However, if you crossed her the wrong way, there could be hell to pay, and he had crossed her this evening. Hannah finally broke the silence. I imagine you're proud of yourself. Here it comes, thought Harry. I'm not proud of anything right now Hannah. You can't believe I would intentionally do something to upset Hermione. I simply stated an opinion. And a well-thought-out one at that, Hannah replied sarcastically. So, the heart-wrenching sobs it brought out in Hermione was just an expected side effect. Harry knew he hadn't done anything on purpose, so all this negativity he was receiving from Hannah was not sitting well. Stop Hannah. You're working yourself up for no reason. It's over and done. Over and done, shouted Hannah. Don't tell me to stop. I'll stop when I'm finished Harry Potter, not before. Hermione had an amazing idea and you made it seem as though she was being stupid. Did you not hear what she said going down the hall? Forget about it. It was a stupid idea. You have her doubting herself. Harry walked over to Hannah and enveloped her in his arms. I apologized Hannah. Hermione is fine. She and I have argued with each other for years. The only difference was I chose an unfortunate time to be an ass. I apologized to her, and I'm apologizing to you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt my best friend. Hannah capitulated and all the fight went out of her as she began to sob. We have to be there for her and Scorp Harry. She gave up everything when she married Draco. Without him, she will wither away if she can't be productive. Standing in the middle of their hotel room, Harry whispered to his wife. "We won't let that happen, love. We just won't. Please stop crying, because you're getting me all emotional," he said, wiping away her tears. "I'll be more careful with the things I say." "Okay." Hannah nodded. "Okay. I want you to know that I like Hermione's idea. It's something I'd like to see her do. I also think I'd like to be involved." Harry pulled back to look in Hannah's face. "Would you really? What will you do with the leaky? Is that really a question, Potter?" "I'll do what I've done from the day I took it over, run it. I have competent and trustworthy staff, which is all I need. I'll be entrepreneur by day and bar owner by night. I'm versatile like that." Harry laughed as he leaned down to Hannah on the neck. "Well, I'd find it very exciting to be the husband of an entrepreneur. I'm thinking that this husband would like a bit of private time with his soon-to-be mogul wife." Snickering as she grabbed Harry by the hand, Hannah gave him a very cheeky answer. "Well, get those clothes off, Potter, because this soon-to-be mogul wants to feel that stick." "Clothes coming off as we speak," replied Harry, releasing the catch on his trousers and letting them fall to his ankles. "I'm ready, wife. It's time to put up or put out." Hannah giggled. "Just get in here to put out this fire, Mr. Funny Ass." "I'm waiting." Hermione allowed Scorpius to sleep in her bed. Looking down at the miniature Draco and smoothing his hair, she felt so helpless. She had made some big statements earlier, but meant every word. If her living portrait idea didn't work out, she'd find something else. She was determined not to become one of those idle, wealthy witches like Narcissa Malfoy, only intent on the next party or event. She'd already had 2 careers, another wouldn't hurt. Scorpius turned on his side and the family photo fell into Hermione's lap. Tracing her finger over Draco's smiling face, she muttered some scathing words. "Look what you've gone and done, Draco. You've had your way and achieved nothing more than leaving your son fatherless. Good job." Tucking the photo under Scorp's arm, Hermione laid down and wrapped herself around her son. Hermione woke early on Wednesday, April 22, 09. It was as though her inner workings were reminding her that this was going to be a hard day and she should get up and get prepared. It was early enough that Fausto and Carmela were still there. Hermione could hear them, but didn't make any attempt to engage either one. She would see them later. Sitting back down on the side of the bed, Hermione began to plan her day. She was all the way to 5 p.m. before she realized anything after 2 p.m. was already planned out for her and Scorp. The enormity of it all washed over her, and instead of preparing for her day, Hermione climbed back into bed to lie beside her son. Hermione was pulled from a very vivid dream of her and Draco arguing about his dangerous behavior by a knocking. Sitting up, she pushed the hair out of her face and looked at Scorp, who was sitting at the bottom of the bed playing with the mobile. "Good morning, my love. Such a good boy to be quiet and let mummy sleep." The soft knocking continued, and Hermione could hear Hannah calling her name. Jumping out of bed, Hermione opened the door. Hannah was visibly trembling. "You had us so worried. We've been trying to call you since 9 a.m. What's wrong with your mobile?" They both looked at Scorpius at the same time. As if he knew what the day held for him and his mother, a subdued Scorp was sitting quietly pressing buttons on the phone. Handing the phone to Hermione, Hannah picked Scorpius up. "It's almost 12:30, Hermione. Why don't you have a shower and dress while I take care of this little one? Harry will be here in a few minutes." The big coward didn't want to come through until he knew there wasn't anything wrong. "Our portkey will activate in an hour. Kim will be traveling with us. Emilio and Matt will be apparating from the ministry. The boys will be picking up the portkey nearest to them, or apparating directly to the service." "Oh Merlin, 12:30, how did that happen? I'll be quick." "Thank you, Hannah. No need to thank me, just get ready. You're the one person who should not be late." Hermione hurried through her shower, and was dressed 15 minutes after that. At 1:05, she came down the hall to find Hannah, Harry, Scorp, Kim, Matt and Emilio standing in the living room. Looking around, Hermione walked over to Scorpius before apologizing to everyone for holding them up. "Jing, Hermione," Harry spoke for everyone. "You haven't held us up. We still have a bit of time." "Harry's right," offered Matt, holding up what looked like a square, flat paperweight. We can activate this portkey anytime after 1:15. I suggest we go then. You and Emilio should be there by 1:30 at the latest. All right. I'm ready as I ever will be, Hermione remarked as she walked over to take Emilio's arm as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Looking up at the minister, Hermione told him she hoped he didn't mind escorting her. I'm officiating, replied Emilio. It's my duty to see that the widow gets there safely. Although Hermione's actions had surprised him, Emilio simply crooked his arm. He wasn't about to fail this witch when she needed him. Not again. He could be there for her, but there was absolutely nothing he could do to calm her trembling. Asterisk. Before walking out the door, everyone except Emilio G'd Hermione and Scorp. 10 minutes later, the portkey had dropped them off at Stare Tranquilli. Severio asked that Hermione, Scorp, and whomever else she considered immediate family stand by the memorial book to greet people as they came through the door. However, after a quick word with Emilio, Severio led Hermione and Scorpius and those closest to her to the front pews, whispering that the greetings could be done in the reception room after the service. Asterisk. At 2 o'clock, Severio had the ushers close the front doors. At 2:01, Emilio began to speak. He spoke for a few minutes about the well-respected wizard who had met an untimely death, leaving behind his widow and their son, pointing to Hermione and Scorpius as he did so. He then explained that he would be calling the speakers in alphabetical order, also reminding the speakers they should keep to the allotted 5 minutes. Hermione had to hush Scorpius when he began asking about his daddy. Draco gone, mum. Draco gone. As strong as Hermione was trying to be, her son's words were pulling at her heart. Yes, love. Daddy is gone, but you have your photo. Summoning their photo out of her purse, Hermione put it into Scorp's hand, and he immediately went silent. Witches and wizards took their turn, some speaking earnestly about the fair and honest owner of DLM while others related funny stories about Draco. Xavier Cross gave a rousing speech about the man he considered the epitome of class. Gas spoke eloquently, as did Carmela, Fausto, Velia, Gennaro, Marta, Ettore and Willem. Blaze's mother spoke of knowing Draco since he was a toddler, briefly touching on how his death would have crippled his mother and father had they not predeceased him. Hermione remained stoic as everyone spoke his or her piece, but began to get butterflies as Matt got up to speak, because that meant she was next. She was the last. Matt was full of nothing but praise for the wizard and his wife fiancée at the time, who had tracked him and his brother down after finding out they were part of the Malfoy line. Matt unashamedly spoke about how Draco had changed the lives of 2 lads from Belgium, and how they would be forever grateful. By this time, Hermione could hear sniffles from around the room, and had to steel herself not to break down again in front of Scorp. Preparing for her turn, Hermione passed Scorp to Harry, who was sitting next to her. However, before Emilio could invite her up, Sal and Seth came forward. Very nearly holding each other up, they both spoke briefly about how much they respected Draco. Then Seth, who was rapidly losing his composure, admitted that he and Sal were with Draco that last morning and hadn't planned to speak because the guilt of not being able to save him was overwhelming. Sal finished by earnestly telling the guests how Draco wouldn't want them to feel guilt. He'd want them to stand in front of his friends, family and colleagues and remind them of what a super lad he was. So that's why we've chosen to speak. We want everyone to know that Draco Malfoy was a super lad, and like you all, Seth and I are sorry he's gone. With the last word, Seth and Sal went back to their seats. From the corner of her eye, Hermione saw Fausto reach over to touch Seth and Sal on the shoulder as she heard Emilio invite her to close the service. Hermione wobbled a bit as though her knees would give out, but Emilio noticed and met her halfway to the podium, escorting her the last few feet. Thank you, Minister. It's those last few steps that throw a girl off. Hermione's comments drew a few smiles throughout the room. At that point, Scorpius slid off Harry's lap and hurried towards his mother. Harry got up to get him, but Hermione held up a hand. It's fine, Harry. Scorp belongs up here with me. It was then that Scorpius threw both Hermione and Emilio a curve. Hesitating for maybe 2 seconds, he changed the game. Instead of going to his mum, Scorpius went to stand in front of Emilio and lifted his arms. Up, meal. Want up. A number of people softly remarked, how cute, so sweet. A faint blush appeared on Emilio's face as he looked to Hermione for direction. Not wanting to cause any further disturbance, Hermione gave Emilio a quick nod and a small smile to her precocious son before turning back to the podium to begin her recitation. Hermione's first words to the assembly were simple. "I apologize for the distraction. My son is as feisty as his father." Hermione wobbled a bit as though her knees would give out, but Emilio noticed and met her halfway to the podium, escorting her the last few feet. "Thank you, Minister. It's those last few steps that throw a girl off." Hermione's comments drew a few smiles throughout the room. At that point, Scorpius slid off Harry's lap and hurried towards his mother. Harry got up to get him, but Hermione held up a hand. "It's fine, Harry. Scorp belongs up here with me." It was then that Scorpius threw both Hermione and Emilio a curve. Hesitating for maybe 2 seconds, he changed the game. Instead of going to his mum, Scorpius went to stand in front of Emilio and lifted his arms. "Up, meal. Want up?" A number of people softly remarked, "How cute, so sweet." A faint blush appeared on Emilio's face as he looked to Hermione for direction. Not wanting to cause any further disturbance, Hermione gave Emilio a quick nod and a small smile to her precocious son before turning back to the podium to begin her recitation. Hermione's first words to the assembly were simple. "I apologize for the distraction. My son is as feisty as his father." Hermione spoke for less than 5 minutes, but she'd had everything she wanted to say locked in her head for the last 3 days. She spoke easily and earnestly. When she finished, she could hear more sniffles throughout the room. After thanking the guests for taking the time out of their busy days, Hermione waited in place for Severio to present her with the guest book. Stepping away from the podium, Hermione handed the guest book off to Emilio while taking Scorp from his arms. "Thank you, Minister." "Tanks, meal." "Bye," parroted Scorp, happily giving Emilio a little wave. Before closing the service, and with a bit of a blush still showing across his nose, Emilio reminded the guests they were invited to the adjoining room to visit with the family. As the guests filed past Emilio heading to the family reception area, many stopped to shake his hand and compliment him on a job well done. Except for his mother and father, who were not going to greet the widow, Matt was last to leave the room. Emiliano and Ilaria greeted Matt, gave their son a quick compliment, then left the premises. When they were finally alone, Matt also complimented Emilio on a job well done, among other things. "Let's spend a few minutes with Hermione and Scorp before we get back to the ministry. Unless of course you plan to stay and babysit," Matt added, jovially slapping Emilio on the back. Looking quickly around to ensure they were alone, Emilio growled at Matt. "You're beginning to sound like my mother and father. Statements like those are uncalled for and inflammatory." Matt grinned and shook his head. "You have to admit that Scorp was the cutest thing. I think he recognizes his next daddy." "Enough, Matt, please," replied a frustrated Emilio. "I'm going to give Hermione her book and that will be the end of it for now." "Are you coming?" "Of course I'm coming. I wouldn't miss the rest of this for the world." Huffing, Emilio strode away from Matt, but Matt was right on his heels trying to get his chuckling under control. The room was crowded as many of Hermione and Draco's Milan colleagues, employees and friends stood in a queue waiting to give her and the family their personal condolences. Emilio, who thought people were looking at him strangely, went over to Harry to give him the guest book. However, before Harry could take it, Hermione turned away from the queue to personally thank him. "Thank you so much, Emilio. I apologize for the antics of my son, but you handled him so well." Emilio looked directly into Hermione's eyes and couldn't turn away. He thought he saw the Hermione of old looking at him. The Hermione who had once thought a lot of him. Realizing he was staring, Emilio handed Hermione the book, gave a slight bow, and with heart thumping, stepped away to speak to guests who were waiting to greet him. Watching from the other side of the room, Matt didn't miss Emilio's interaction with Hermione, and couldn't help thinking how one twist of fate could change a person's future. He and Seth were living examples. How easily it would have been for life to have gone in an entirely different direction for the both of them. The rest of the afternoon went well. By 5:30, Hermione was ready to call it done. She spent a few minutes thanking Severio for his diligence and complimenting him on his attention to detail. Severio had nothing but good Words to say, your husband was a very well-liked wizard, Hermione. I'm so sorry for your loss. It was a pleasure serving you, but I hope you don't have to see me anytime soon. Thank you. Feeling emotional, Hermione jeered Severio before looking around for Harry. I'm ready to go, Harry. Scorp must be wondering where I am. I have the book and a few programs, replied Harry. I'm ready. With one last wave at Severio, Hermione, Harry and the others left Stair tranquilly to activate their return portkey. Asterisk. Once back at the house, Hermione, Harry, Hannah and Carmilla sat down to discuss how they thought things went, with all agreeing that the service had gone off flawlessly. Scorp threw a bit of a wrench into the works, admitted Hermione. Other than that, the service was well done. Emilio was great. I owe him a lot. I think Scorp surprised him more than he surprised me, but he handled it well. Harry had misgivings. Emilio agreed to officiate, and he did his job. I don't think you owe him anything. Carmilla gave a quick cough before clearing her throat. While it's true that the minister was only doing the job he had agreed to, I think a small thank you can't hurt. I've spoken to him about joining us for dinner some Sunday. Why don't I set it up and let you all know? I'm really looking forward to his sprouts and celery. Harry's mind went directly to food. Oh, are we talking about Emilio's signature dish? In that case, I agree. We should reward the man with dinner, and he should reward us with a very large pan of sprouts and celery. Hannah laughed at her husband, but quickly sorted him out. If you keep talking, I will kill you with a curse. The others laughed along with Harry. All right, love. I've said my piece. He responded with a sheepish grin. As usual, Carmilla had everything managed. Speaking of food, I've ordered takeaway, which should be arriving shortly. All Italian all the time. Nothing against the food offered at Stair Tranquilli, but, to me, it wasn't the time nor place for food. Scorp knew exactly what takeaway meant and voiced his opinion. I hunji, he squeaked, turning Hermione's mobile over and over in his hand. I hunji now. Have mercy, said Hermione, shaking her head. My child is becoming a monster. I hope the food arrives soon. No sooner were the words out of Hermione's mouth than there was a knock on the door. I think we are saved, laughed Carmilla. The food is here. Asterisk. Luckily, Carmilla had ordered a ton of everything, because Sal, Seth, Blaise and Theo came through the front door just as Kim, followed by Gas and Shauna, stepped out of the flow. We thought we smelled food, Blaise remarked happily before giving Scorpius a. Pushing Blaise away, an ornery-sounding Scorpius answered in no uncertain terms. Stop, Blaise. I hunji now. Everyone laughed at the look that appeared on Blaise's face. Hermione smiled, but cautioned her feisty son to be a good boy. Scorpius took 1 second to reply before lifting another furkful to his lips. I good boy, mum. Scorp a good boy. Asterisk. As everyone else was milling about, Seth stopped to tell Hermione that his mates in Belgium sent their condolences and were sorry they couldn't make it to the service. Hermione asked Seth to extend her thanks, assuring him she hadn't expected his mates to change their day to mourn a wizard they'd only met 3 or 4 times. Seth shrugged. 3 or 4 times was enough. I grew up with them, Hermione. They respected Draco, not only as an astute businessman, but as a fair-minded man who plucked their friends out of near poverty. Of course, Hermione replied, a little embarrassed she had brought up things which were better left unspoken. Thank you for telling me, Seth. Scorp and I appreciate it. My pleasure. Asterisk. By 9 p.m., the guys had all left so the Brits could get themselves sorted. Scorpius was in bed and Fausto, Harry, Gas and Xavier were at the kitchen table trading war stories while Kim and Shauna sat in the living room with Hermione, Carmilla and Hannah trading their own stories. The wine had loosened Carmilla's tongue a bit and she was in the middle of telling the story about how Draco had sent a traveler to the States to pick up product with an end delivery destination of Gstad because he thought the traveler was trying to chat Hermione up. I think Hermione and I might have giggled the entire day. Right, love? She asked Hermione while getting a bit maudlin. We miss you at DLM, Hermione. I haven't had a laugh like that in ages. Hermione sat there blushing. She wasn't about to get into the things that happened while she ran DLM, because some of the things weren't that memorable. Trying not to catch the eye of any of the witches, Hermione excused herself to go to the ladies, bumping against Shauna's leg as she did. Shauna was burning up. The ladies' room forgotten, Hermione asked Carmilla to come check her daughter-in-law because she was running a fever. After feeling Shauna's cheek, Carmilla hurried to the kitchen door to get gas. "We need you in here, Gaspar. Shauna is ill. She's burning up." Gas came running with Harry and Xavier at his heels, pushing the witches gently aside. Carmilla didn't give Gas a chance to say anything before she began rushing around insisting that they get Shauna to the hospital immediately. Ignoring his mother's pleas, Gas summoned a cool cloth from the bathroom and began wiping Shauna's neck and forehead. "Will you all please step back a little?" Gas asked crankily. If Shauna really was in distress, she wouldn't be able to breathe with the tight circle you've formed around her. "She's all right. I promise you." An embarrassed grin broke out on Shauna's face as she reached for Gas' hand. "Gas is right. There's no need to worry. I'm fine." Clenching Gas' hand even more tightly, Shauna addressed Carmilla and Fausto. "Mum, Dad, Gas and I have news for you." Fausto was suddenly very glad he hadn't taken Carmilla up on her wager. Gas sighed. "We do have news. However, this isn't the way we wanted to inform you. Shauna and I are pregnant. The old healer told us it is quite common for a witch to run a bit hot in the first 3 to 4 months of her pregnancy. We are nearing the end of our 3rd month, so this fever thing should go away shortly." There was about 10 seconds of dead quiet before Carmilla grabbed Fausto and ed him directly on the mouth before pulling Gas and Shauna into a tight. "We're having a grandbaby," she shouted. "We're having a grandbaby." Fausto quietly reminded Carmilla that Scorpius was sleeping, so she should bring her voice down to a shriek. This was big news. Carmilla couldn't help herself, but after giving her husband a hard glare, she stopped shouting. Xavier offered his congratulations before telling everyone he was leaving so the family could enjoy their good news. Kim appeared to be dumbfounded for a minute, but soon joined in the congratulations. Fausto had to hold Carmilla back so everyone else could have a turn jing the pregnant couple. However, as soon as Fausto let go, Carmilla plopped herself between Gas and Shauna and simply sat there beaming and mumbling. Taking a moment while Carmilla was calm, Gas explained that he and Shauna had planned to announce the pregnancy at the next Sunday dinner. "I'm sorry everyone. I guess I'm just not able to hold my heat," joked Shauna. "Thank you all for your congratulations, but I think it's time for me to get home to my bed. I'm glad we could be there for Hermione and Scorp, but now I'm tired." The women stood when Shauna stood. To give her a last thanking everyone, Shauna directed her comments to Hermione and Hannah. "I'll probably see you ladies later in the week. If not, we'll see you at Draco's funeral on Sunday for sure." "No worries, love. Get some rest. Hannah and I will see you on Sunday." Carmilla, who was still beside herself, remarked that she and Fausto would be coming through to London on Saturday. "Perfect, Mum," replied Shauna. "I would appreciate the company." After Gas and Shauna left, Fausto was hard-pressed to keep his ebullient wife calm. Taking her by the arm, he wished everyone a good night as he pulled Carmilla towards their bedroom. Hermione was happy for Carmilla and hopped up from the couch to give Carmilla one more. "I'm so happy for Gas and Shauna as well as for you and Fausto," Hermione whispered in Carmilla's ear. "We will spoil this baby rotten." Carmilla grinned as Fausto grabbed her waist and took her to the bedroom. Harry and Hannah told Hermione they would see her and Scorp at 11 o'clock before leaving for the Luxia. Kim remained behind with Hermione for a few minutes more. The two witches chatted about the wonderful news while enjoying one last wine before parting. "Matt and I will see you on Sunday. If you need help with anything at the estate, please call me. I'll be glad to help." Hermione was surprised by Kim's remarks. Until now, the witch always seemed to have something undermining to say, but she decided to take a high road. "That's nice of you to offer, Kim, but Scorp and I will be all right. I hope you and Matt will have time to stop by the house after the funeral service. I'm looking forward to a bit of peace and quiet before Sunday. It's hard to imagine my husband will be gone for good after Sunday." Kim G'd Hermione before heading for the flow. "We'll all be there for you, Hermione. It will all work out in the end. Good night." Hermione tidied up all the empty glasses and plates before heading down the hall to get some sleep. Scorpius was fast asleep in his big boy bed with his family photo tucked safely in his hand. Hermione gave him a, used the bathroom then climbed into bed. One down, one to go, she thought to herself. Jing the pillow on the other side of the bed, she whispered how she wished Draco was there beside her. Asterisk. Matt was already in bed when Kim entered their bedroom. Hello love. Why didn't you come to Carmela's house when you got in from work? Matt explained that it had been a very long day. It's been a long day for everyone, Matt. You could have stopped by to show your face. Pulling himself up in the bed, Matt asked if they were going to argue over a simple choice he'd made. Kim continued removing her clothes. No Matt, we aren't going to argue. I'm going to undress and get into bed. However, before I do that, I'd like to share a bit of information I learned this evening. After a small health scare, Shauna and Gas disclosed that they are pregnant. It was a joyous announcement. I thought Carmela was going to burst. Matt remained quiet because he knew where this was going. I want us to get pregnant, Matt. I want us to have a child. Matt knew this and suddenly realized just what Kim's recent temper had been about. He had made it quite clear they should wait a few years before having a child, but it already had been a few years. He'd always be busy. He'd always be in demand. Perhaps it was time to expand their family. Holding out his arms, Matt gestured for Kim to come to him. Once she was in his arms, Matt eyed her as he ran his hands down her body. I love you, Kim. If you think this is the right time for us to have a child, I won't disagree. No more contraceptive charms for us. From here on out, our purpose is not only to enjoy but to make a child as well. Shall we get started? He asked, pulling Kim on top of him. Kim giggled as Matt tweaked her breast. We start from now, husband. Do your best. Asterisk. It was late, but Emilio was still sitting on the couch with a drink in his hand. Matt had done his level best to embarrass him earlier, but that aside, he believed he had done a good job officiating. He couldn't think about his officiating duties without thinking about his short interaction with Hermione. The look he thought he'd seen in her eyes was probably just wishful thinking on his part. It wasn't as though Hermione treated him in any sort of rough manner, it was just that he couldn't even consider himself within her friend zone. He'd been relegated back to acquaintance, and that hurt, especially since she was now single, a widow. Well, he had waited years for Hermione the first time around. If there was even an iota of a chance they'd get back together, he could wait a bit more. For another 30 minutes, Emilio sat staring blankly at the wall. He was being an ass. He and Hermione had parted at a fork in the road years ago, and their lives had gone off in entirely different directions. She with Draco, and him with Witch after unsatisfying Witch. Letting out a sigh of exasperation, Emilio got up from the couch and headed to the bathroom. It had been a long day, and he was tired. With all the thoughts he'd had about Hermione while awake, Emilio spent the night tossing and turning as Marissa passed through his dreams whispering about setting a date. Asterisk. Carmela woke Hermione early on Thursday morning so she and Fausto could say their goodbyes. In a soft whisper she told Hermione they would see her on Saturday and would more than likely be staying with her and Scorp at Malfoy Estate. Hermione stepped out into the hall, closing the door behind her so they wouldn't wake Scorpius. All right, Mum. We'll see you on Saturday. Thanks for all you've done. I don't know what I'd do without you and Fausto. Give him a for me. I'm going to lie back down for a few. See you on Saturday. Bye, love. Don't oversleep. Flo, call Kim to let her know you all are coming through. We don't want to give her yet another thing to comment on. Hermione nodded, and was about to explain about her and Kim's interaction the previous evening, but decided it could wait until she and Carmela saw each other on Saturday. The two witches gave each other a quick. Then Carmela headed down the hall and Hermione returned to the bedroom to find a wide-awake Scorpius grinning at her from his big boy bed. It's very early, love. Lie back down. Potty, Mum. Need potty. Hermione let out a soft sigh. Scorp was too wide awake to even think about having him lie back down. Lifting him out of the bed, Hermione led him to the bathroom, then decided to bathe him while they were in there. Okay. You'll go potty and have a bath. Then we'll have breakfast. Yes, Mum. Okay. Hermione bent down to pick Scorp up and give him a tight. I love you so much, my handsome little man. You are so smart. Before long, you'll be ready for an early entry to Hogwarts, she laughed, giving him a raspberry under his chin. Potty Mum. Potty. Sorry love. Mum was just loving on her little man. You know how to get on the potty. You sit down and I'll take a quick shower. Okay, Scorpius replied with a grin. His mum was letting him be a really big boy. Hermione showered, then Flo called Kim to let her know they would be coming through at 11 a.m. An exuberant Kim told Hermione to come on through. Asterisk. Hermione had everything packed up and ready when Harry and Hannah arrived. With everything ready to go, they stepped through the flow and landed in Kim and Matt's flow area. Kim and Matt's flow in Kim and Matt's house. She hadn't thought about it ages, but this house was where she and Draco had experienced many of their firsts. Their first UAL experience, their first fight. She thought. First, second and third fights all. Hermione would have gone on and on thinking about her and Draco's firsts, but Kim broke her train of thought. Good morning, said an obviously giddy Kim. Have you had breakfast? I can put one together very quickly if you like. Hannah glanced at Hermione, wondering why this normally condescending witch was being so welcoming. Hannah didn't have long to wonder, because Hermione requested a few minutes with Lewis while agreeing to a few crackers for Scorp and a cup of tea for herself. Please, feel free Hermione. I'm sure Lewis will be glad to see you. Anything for you Hannah, Harry. We're fine, answered Hannah. Harry and I are going to Flo home. Please tell Hermione we'll see her later. After giving Scorp a, Harry set the international Flo to their address in London and they stepped through. Asterisk. Louis Adrian Malfoy opened his eyes when Hermione called his name. Hermione. My word, it's been a while. How are you coping? I hope this conversation will be better than our last. Do you have business to discuss? Hello Louis. Our last conversation was a bit contentious. Please forgive me. I was not myself. I'm here today because I have another matter to discuss. Would you be willing to listen to an idea I have? Of course I would, answered Louis emphatically. I haven't had a good conversation in ages. Just so you know, I requested to be moved to Malfoy Estate to be able to watch over you and Scorpius. My request was denied. I can't say I was happy with the outcome. It was you and the lovely Mrs. Maida who brought me to Italy, so I think it is you who should have the last say. As much as I care for Matthew and Seth, I do not believe it is up to them to decide where my portrait resides. I belong in England with my ancestors. Hermione sighed. Louis was not wrong. It was her and Carmela who had spirited the portrait out of Malfoy Manor and brought it to Italy. You do remember that Draco and I were in a problem. We needed you here Louis. I agree you should be returned to England. While I cannot promise you will be returned to Malfoy Manor, I can offer you a place at Malfoy Estate with Scorpius and myself. That will be fine Hermione. Shall I tell Matthew or will you? Scorpius and I are on our way back to Wiltshire, but I'll speak to Matt as soon as I have a chance. I had specific thoughts in mind when I entered the study, but somehow got off track. I'll hold off on what I want to discuss until you are home with me and Scorp. Thank you for speaking with me Louis. Perhaps if we time it right, Matt will bring you when he comes over for Draco's funeral. One last thing Louis. If you plan on being arbitrary and confrontational in front of my son, I'd rather you stay here, because I will not subject Scorpius to hissy fits. Shall we agree on that? I would never, Louis huffed. 5 years with you and Draco taught me better. You won't have any worries on that account. I look forward to returning to home of my ancestors. Good day Hermione. Good day Louis. Hermione apologized to Kim for leaving Scorp with her so long, but Kim wasn't bothered. In fact, she told Hermione that Scorpius was a lovely child and she didn't mind at all. Thank you anyway, Hermione replied as she picked Scorp up. We'll see you on Sunday. Oh Kim, would you ask Matt to give me a call when he has a chance? I need to speak to him about Louis. Say bye to cousin Kim Scorp. Scorp simply gave Kim a brief wave before turning his face to the Flo. The Flo was still set on international, so all Hermione had to do was direct it to Wiltshire instead of London. Once that was done, she and Scorp stepped through to their own home. Asterisk. They hadn't stepped feet on the floor good before Scorpius was sliding out of Hermione's arms and running for the study. Without stopping, he had then run to Draco's den. Looking puzzled, Scorp quickly frog crawled up the stairs. Careful on those stairs, love. Mum doesn't want her big boy to fall and hurt himself. I'm not fall, he replied, moving even faster. Hermione was halfway up the stairs when Scorpius let out a loud wail. Running up the last of the steps, Hermione arrived at her bedroom door to find Dusty and Embers standing off to the side while Chrissy had her arms around the bawling Scorpius trying to comfort him. When Hermione walked up, Chrissy removed her arms from around Scorpius, then she, Dusty and Embers disapparated with 3 small pops. Hermione was rocking Scorpius in place, murmuring to him. "What is it, love?" she asked, looking him over. "Did you hurt yourself? Let Mummy make it all better." Scorpius continued to howl until Hermione got firm with him. "You're being a bad boy. You're not hurt, so stop crying this minute." Laying his head on Hermione's shoulder, Scorpius stopped crying, but continued to gasp out little sobs. When he finally looked up at Hermione with his little, red-rimmed eyes, what he whispered broke her heart. "Daddy gone. I want my Draco Mum." It took several seconds for Hermione to realize she'd been so busy trying to get back to some semblance of normal she'd forgotten that their home was the last place Scorpius had seen his father. All the running from room to room and up the stairs was because he was trying to find Draco. Hermione G'd Scorpius tightly as she fought to hold back her own tears. Carrying her son to the bedroom she used to share with Draco, Hermione sat Scorp down on the bed as she summoned the slightly worn family photo, which would be one of the only things to keep him connected to his Draco. Pulling Scorp onto her lap, Hermione began to explain that his daddy was gone and he would only be able to see him in his photo. Scorp smiled at the photo as he ran his hand across the face of his smiling father, and like before, the fatherless child calmly remarked, "Daddy gone, Mum." "My Draco gone." Hermione smiled back at her son because, for the moment, he understood. "Daddy gone. I want my Draco Mum." It took several seconds for Hermione to realize she'd been so busy trying to get back to some semblance of normal she'd forgotten that their home was the last place Scorpius had seen his father. All the running from room to room and up the stairs was because he was trying to find Draco. Hermione sat on the bed for an hour holding Scorpius, and probably would have sat there a lot longer if Embers hadn't popped in to check if she wanted lunch. Hermione sat Scorp on the bed as she stood and stretched. Life must go on. If she didn't have her son, she probably wouldn't even think about food. However, she did have a son. A son who was probably half-starved. He'd only had a piece of toast and the few crackers from Kim, so she asked Embers to put out chicken soup and chips for Scorp and a cucumber and onion salad with a half-tuna sandwich for her. "Yes, Mrs. Embers, be doing that very fast." Then, before Embers could pop away, Hermione questioned the elf about something that was puzzling her. "Why was Chrissy here?" Bowing, Embers gave a ready answer. "Chrissy been coming here to check that you and Master Scorpius is okay. She knowing the bad news about Mr. Draco and was thinking something happened to you and the young master too. We been telling her you all is all right, but she made herself in charge and wouldn't leave until she saw you and young master for herself." "Chrissy a bad elf?" "No," countered Hermione. "Chrissy is a good elf just like you and Dusty. It's her job, is it yours, to make sure the family is safe. Chrissy is a Malfoy Manor house elf, but she is welcome here at all times. However, I will speak to her about coming in and putting herself in charge of Malfoy Estate." "That won't do, because you and Dusty are in charge of Malfoy Estate when I'm not here. Even though Draco is gone, the rules remain the same." "Thank you." With his head hung down, Embers solemnly replied that he understood before disappearing with a pop. Asterisk. While Hermione was speaking to Embers, Scorp had slid off the bed and left the room. Hermione found him sitting nonchalantly on his potty playing with her mobile. She sat on the side of the tub watching her handsome son, her heart overflowing with love. Except for his darker hair, Scorp looked so much like Draco it was uncanny. "My big boy. My big, handsome boy," she cooed, running her hand through his hair. "You and I are going to have a wonderful life. I'll see to it. Let's go have lunch, then you can have your nap." No sooner had the words left Hermione's mouth than Embers appeared calling her and Scorp to lunch. With a clean bum, Scorp pulled up his own pants and turned to Hermione with a grin. "Lunch, Mum." "Yes, love, lunch." Asterisk. Chrissy appeared at the table as Hermione and Scorp were just finishing up, so Hermione took that moment to set Chrissy straight about the rules at Malfoy Estate. Chrissy stood stock still listening to everything Hermione said before two tears rolled down either side of her cheeks. Hermione felt like an imbecile. All alone at Malfoy Manor, Chrissy had been suffering just as much as the rest of the family. She would never again see the beloved master she'd known since his birth. Lucius was gone, Narcissa was gone, and now Draco. Getting hastily up from the table, Hermione walked over to stand directly in front of the elf before resuming her talk. Scorp and I understand how painful it is to be left alone. Draco meant the world to us as he did to you, Dusty and Embers. Just because he's gone doesn't mean we'll be any less of a family. I propose that you keep Malfoy Manor neat and tidy until such a time Mr. Matt and myself decide what will be done with it, but spend your time here with Dusty and Embers. That way, you won't be alone. With that said, I'll remind you once again that you, Dusty and Embers are to work together. You will not take over. Are we clear? We's clear Mrs. Hermione, she mumbled, looking down at her feet. I be keeping up with my work at the manor, but I's going to be living here with you, young master, Embers and Dusty. I's so glad I's going to be living with my family. Nobody been checking in on Chrissy since my Mr. Draco died. I really been missing him so bad. Thank you my missus. I's going to tell Embers and Dusty, but I won't be taking over. I just be telling them. With a pop, Chrissy disappeared. Hermione couldn't help but smile. Scorp wouldn't ever want for anything with those three elves in the house. During the time Hermione had been speaking to Chrissy, Scorp had laid his head on the table beside his plate and fallen asleep. Hermione conjured a cloth to wipe Scorp's face and hands before carrying him up to his bed. Asterisk. With Scorp down for his nap, Hermione wandered into Draco's study and sat down at the desk which was piled high with condolence messages from as far away as California, USA. The mates Draco met back in 2002, and who had come all the way from California to attend their wedding had sent individual as well as collective messages. They were a great bunch of guys. As she went through the messages, Hermione was overwhelmed by the sheer number of well wishes for her and Scorp. She could feel herself welling up as she read through the personal sentiments. It was gratifying to know Draco had been so well respected. It was a given that she would save these along with the obituaries and visitor books for when Scorp was old enough to appreciate them. Hermione decided she would start sending the thank you replies. Checking the desk drawers, she found a box of blank cards she had used from time to send out thank you notes. Summoning her wand from the kitchen, Hermione transformed the plain-looking cards into beautifully embossed cards. Picking 3 of the cards, she filled in 3 different thank you messages. With another twist of her wand, Hermione replicated the 3 messages onto the rest of the blank cards before addressing the envelopes. Hermione had then called out softly for Embers, who appeared before the last syllable left her mouth. Yes, Mrs. Grabbing all the envelopes from the desk, Hermione asked Embers to take them to the Ollery and mail them out. Giving Hermione a half bow, Embers took the envelopes and disappeared with a pop. Asterisk. For no other reason than she could, Hermione began looking through the desk drawers. There was correspondence that she spent a few minutes reading, but as most of it related to the businesses, she figured Gas and Matt would sort it out. The other drawers contained little else of interest until Hermione opened the bottom drawer on the left side. The drawer contained a large folder with lots of receipts, brochures and remnants from the sports adventures Draco had taken and planned to take. After a quick look through, Hermione went to return the folder to the drawer when a bright, red bit of something fell onto the desk. Putting the folder aside, Hermione picked up the bit, which turned out to be a tightly folded napkin. Hermione thought she recognized the distinctive napkin, but wasn't sure until she unfolded it. Smoothing it out in front of her, Hermione immediately recognized the crest of the Lengus Lodge. She and Draco had stayed there on several occasions when he wanted to get away from the bustle of work, London and Wiltshire. There was writing on the napkin. It was a bit faded, but holding the napkin close to her eyes, Hermione could just make out the words. As the words and meaning sunk in, Hermione quickly pulled her hands away as though they'd been stung. Thanks. Hope you'll have more time next trip. It was signed PP. Hermione nearly gagged. Her senses obviously had been on point. The PP had to be Pansy Parkinson, and the greeting obviously meant she and Draco had spent time together when she was in London for that conference week. In a rapid movement, Hermione used the back of her arm to swipe the entire folder onto the floor before breaking into heart-wrenching sobs. The love of her life, the wizard of her dreams, had met secretly with a former flame. Whether anything intimate had gone on between them wasn't the reason for her tears. She was crying because she'd been right. Her and Draco's relationship had been deteriorating and he'd rather meet some. With tears still falling, Hermione waved her wand to gather the folder and its contents, which were lying strewn across the floor. "Accio, Accio," she called out. As the contents slid back into the folder, Hermione held the napkin tightly in her hand. Once everything was back in place, she returned the folder to the bottom drawer. In the back of her mind, Hermione didn't know why she was holding onto the napkin. Was it the fear someone else would see it and know Draco had been stepping out with another witch? It couldn't be that, because even if one of the cousins or mates came across the napkin, she knew they would never mention it. Hermione read the words once again, then started to call out an Evanesco to vanish the napkin away for once and all, but she hesitated. Hermione remained in the chair with silent tears slipping down her face. She hadn't imagined anything. Draco had stepped out on her at least one time, maybe more. The thought took her breath away. As silly as it sounded, the knowledge of Draco meeting up with Pansy, especially at a place they had visited together, was like a catharsis. After the cry, Hermione felt cleansed. There wouldn't be any more illicit meetings. There wouldn't be any more wondering if their relationship would last. She had won by default. Then and there, Hermione vowed to live her life as though she'd never seen the napkin. After her sojourn in Draco's study, Hermione felt she should have Embers box all Draco's correspondence and have it removed from the study. She didn't need or want it. Let Gaspar and Matt deal with it. However, when Hermione explained what she would like done with the contents, Embers threw caution to the wind and offered an opinion. "I's not trying to dispute my missus, but Mr. Gas and Mr. Matt will be needing this information. Might be important. I can just be moving it to the closet." Hermione thought about it. Just because she was annoyed with her deceased husband, wasn't a reason to interfere with information that would probably be needed down the road. Although he had spoken out of turn, Embers was only looking out for the family business, and was quite correct. "That's a fine idea, Embers," Hermione replied. "Move it all to the closet. I'll inform Matt and Gas where they can find it. Thank you. After you've finished with that task, please go check on Scorp. I'd like a few more minutes to myself." "Yes, Mrs.," answered Embers as he cleared the drawers with a wave of his hand and moved it all to the closet. "I'll see to the young master right away." Before Embers could leave the room, Hermione informed him that she'd spoken to Chrissy and he and Dusty should allow Chrissy to help out around the estate. With a wide smile plastered across his face, Embers assured Hermione that he, Dusty and Chrissy had everything worked out. The manor elf would be living with them, but she wouldn't be taking over. Hermione held back a smile as she nodded at Embers. There was no putting anything over on Embers. Slipping off her shoes, Hermione put her feet up before summoning the white wine in a glass. She filled her glass to the top, sat back in one of the big chairs and took a sip. So much had changed. No longer would she sit in the study, den or library with a glass of wine waiting for Draco to come through the door. She could have her wine, but she couldn't have her husband. What the hell would she do now? After a few more sips, Hermione set the glass of wine aside and began to think about her future. Should she keep Malfoy estate, or should she find something more manageable? Should she find a position? Carmela suggested she come back to DLM, but that would mean moving back to Italy, and that wasn't something she was prepared to do. At least, not at the moment. Reaching out for her glass, Hermione realized she was putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. She hadn't even buried Draco. These kind of thoughts could wait. Finishing off the wine, Hermione placed the glass back down on the table. It was time to go see about her baby boy. Harry was having a busy day. It was case after case. By late afternoon, he was annoyed he hadn't been able to get away to check on Zachariah's progress with the vault. Smith had assured him it would be ready for Sunday, but Harry wanted to see for himself. In addition, he wanted to be able to show it to Hermione before the funeral. Finally, at 4:15 Zacharias rang Harry to let him know everything was in place. "Harry, Zacharias here. The vault is finished. You may stop by and have a look anytime you wish. I have it enclosed in a shrouding charm to keep the nosy Nellies away until the funeral. A simple swish and flick deshroud will bring it into focus. If you plan to stop by, please remember to replace the spell when you leave. I'd like to keep it a secret until Mrs. Malfoy has a chance to see it. Let me know what you think. I'll see you on Sunday." Harry was happy. "Fantastic, Zacharias. I'll stop by tonight and have a look. I'll call Hermione tonight so we can visit it tomorrow morning. Thank you for your time and hard work. I know Hermione will appreciate it. We'll see you Sunday." After disconnecting the call, Harry let out a loud, satisfied sigh. Everything seemed to be turning out well. It was the least he could do for Draco, Hermione and Scorpius. Seated behind his desk, Harry hurriedly moved through case file after case file. By the time he finished, his Aurors had already checked in and left for the night. He was ready to go have a look at the vault. On the way out the door, his mobile rang. Hannah was calling to see if he wanted anything special for dinner. Harry suggested baked chicken. The conversation was quick because Harry wanted to get to the vault. Although small by Malfoy standards, the vault was perfect. Zacharias had outdone himself. Grey marble throughout, 3 separate vault drawers with space to add more and the Malfoy name embossed over the door. Zacharias had already had Draco's name embossed on the center vault drawer. Draco would have his family on either side of him for all time. Harry thought Hermione wouldn't mind the size of the vault, because there was room to expand when Scorpius married. For now, there would only be 3 Malfoys to bury. If Hermione remarried somewhere down the line, she would take her husband's name and most likely be buried beside her husband. Scorpius, on the other hand, would want to be buried next to Draco. Ah, Scorpius. A feeling of sadness washed over Harry as he thought about the 2-year-old who wouldn't ever see his father again. It was such a tragedy. Harry walked the interior one more time before leaving. His most fervent hope was Hermione would be pleased. Things had been ridiculously intense since Draco died. Gas was being inundated with calls, notes, messages and letters from Malfoy investors wanting to be reassured that the Malfoy businesses would remain solvent. It had finally come down to Gas sending out a blanket message explaining that everything was on point, and he was setting a mandatory meeting in the London offices for 11 a.m. on 4/27, the Monday after Draco's funeral. Gas was exhausted. Between the nervous investors and his pregnant wife, he was done in. Not that he was complaining, but going home to a nauseous, irritable wife was the last thing he needed after dealing with 7 mainline companies and 3 satellite companies on a daily basis without Draco. Draco had done it with ease, but he wasn't Draco. If he'd known the bloody fool was going to kill himself, he'd have made a greater effort to learn every aspect of the Malfoy holdings. Gas sighed, silently chastising himself. He was being too hard on himself and his now deceased mentor. After 5 years, he knew the business almost as well as Draco. It was just that he didn't have the Malfoy name, and the name made all the difference. Gas was looking forward to the day Matt was officially inducted into the Malfoy line of heirs, because he needed a break. Emilio was in the middle of a late meeting with James Woolley when his mobile rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Emilio let the call go to voicemail and resumed his conversation. He and James were discussing James's acceptance of the Minister of Policy and Procedure position. "Thank you for accepting the position, James. I know Spain will be sorry to see you go, but Italy will be glad to have you back." James was more than excited. Securing a position in his old ministry was awesome. He had come to enjoy his position in Spain, but coming back to where he considered home was even better. "I appreciate all the assistance you've given me, Emilio. I will do the ministry proud." "I have no doubt of that," Emilio answered easily. "I know you'll have to give notice in Spain. When does your position start?" "HR has given me 30 days to take care of any loose ends in Spain. I'll be back and forth setting up my office, but my first official day is scheduled to be sometime during the first week of June." I look forward to getting back into the swing of things. I'll also need to find a flat. I imagine I'll be quite busy between now and June. Emilio had a quick thought. Matt's wife is a well-known realtor. Why don't you speak with him? I'm sure he'd be willing to set up an appointment with Kim. Tell her what you are looking for, and she will see to it. Hiring Kim would give you one less thing to worry about. Great idea, Emilio. I'll put a call into Matt. I know you have calls to return, so I'll be on my way. There are a few people I'd like to see before I return to the hotel. I look forward to our Friday evening adventure. See you soon. Yes. I'll meet you at the hotel about 8 o'clock. We'll stop by my parents' home so you can give them a shout. If my mother doesn't try to keep you all night, I figure we can find some entertainment at that gentleman's club you favor. Putting on a cheeky grin, James nodded at Emilio before leaving the office. Hermione was upstairs reading to Scorp when Hannah stopped by the estate to check how she was getting on. Hello, Hermione. Hello, love, Hannah greeted as she gave Scorpius' cheek a pinch. Have you been taking care of Mummy? Scorpius lifted his eyes from the book to grin at Hannah. Hopping pot Anna. Hermione shrugged, knowing full well what Hannah was thinking. The wizard and the hopping pot should be ingrained on Scorp's brain by now. There were other books he liked to have read to him, but Hopping Pot was his all-time favorite. Hermione wanted to talk with Hannah, so she gave Scorp his favorite toy, her mobile, to keep him entertained. Hannah had sensed Hermione had something on her mind, and was curious about what it could be. Her first thought was it must have to do with Draco's funeral. Hannah hoped nothing had gone wrong with the plans. As soon as the two witches sat down on the sofa in the corner of the bedroom, Hermione began stringing words together. No semblance of a sentence anywhere, just a bunch of words. A surprised Hannah held up a hand to slow Hermione down. You're rambling, love. Slow down. The most I could make out was red napkin. Don't tell me some lunch mishap has gotten you this annoyed. What's going on? Shaking her head, Hermione assured Hannah that it was nowhere near as simple as a red napkin. From there, she explained in detail about finding the red napkin with a note from Pansy Parkinson. Then, it was Hannah shaking her head as though that action would obviate the words coming out of Hermione's mouth. Hermione was her best friend, but she had found it hard to believe when Hermione first suggested Draco might be dallying around outside of their marriage. She had commiserated with Hermione, but thought her friend was being overly dramatic. Draco had taken a hard line on a lot of things, but Hannah knew he was in love with his wife. The information Hermione was sharing wrenched at Hannah's heart. From the sound of it, the napkin was physical proof Draco had stepped outside of his marriage. It didn't matter if he had simply slipped away to meet Pansy Parkinson and done nothing else. His behavior had been sneaky, disgusting and immoral. Hannah thought silently how hard she would have laid into Draco if he had still been alive, but belaboring the point wouldn't do anyone a bit of good. Throw the bloody napkin away, Hermione. Vanish it into nothingness. Draco's gone. Whatever that did or did not happen between him and Pansy is over and done. Don't torment yourself over something you cannot change or correct. As bad as this seems, Draco loved you and Scorp, and no red napkin can change that. You have a long life stretching out in front of you. Don't let this one misstep on Draco's part color your perception of life and the wizards you might meet in the future. Throw it away. I'm not tormenting myself. I'm simply sharing a bit of information with my best friend. Hermione assured Hannah. Besides, I wanted you to know I wasn't going mad when I spilled my guts to you and Carmilla about my suspicions. Taking Hermione by the hand, Hannah quickly assured her she hadn't ever thought she was going mad. Maybe a little off-center, but not mad. The corner of Hermione's mouth turned up in a sad smile as she questioned what could she have done that would have prevented Draco from straying. I knew you were blaming yourself. Don't even go there, snapped Hannah. It takes two to make a marriage work. Even if you had become the worst shrew, Draco should have tried to work it out instead of seeking some witch to stroke his ego. However, the man is deceased. I'm not going to sit here disparaging him. I know it must hurt, but you need to keep your face forward. After the funeral, you might want to think about a short holiday. I'll even volunteer to go with you. A genuine smile appeared on Hermione's face. Thank you for that lovely suggestion, Mrs. Potter. I certainly admire the way you have inserted yourself into my implied holiday. Both witches let out a giggle. Hermione's little chat with Hannah had put her in a better frame of mind. This hadn't been a case of an overactive imagination. The napkin had proven she was sane and overly intuitive. In that moment, Hermione realized she didn't need to hold on to the evidence. Pulling the red bit out of her pocket, Hermione vanished the napkin right in front of Hannah, then finished up by swiping her palms together in a gesture of being all done with it. That's the way to do it, love, Hannah remarked softly. Just remember the good, because the bad has just been vanished into nothing. Nodding and letting out a big sigh, Hermione looked over at Scorp to see his little head drooping down on his chest. Picking Scorp up, Hermione murmured in his ear. Come on, love. Mum doesn't want you to fall asleep right now. You'll be up all night. When he heard his mum's voice, Scorp's head popped up like a jack in the box. Holding up the mobile, Scorp waved it at Hermione. Mela, Mum. Mela. Hermione glanced at the mobile to find 4 missed calls. Carmela had called, and so had Harry and Matt. Hannah grinned when she saw the look on Hermione's face. Let me guess. Scorp is right on the money. Both your mother figure and brother figure have called. Returning Hannah's grin, Hermione nodded in amazement. Add Matt to the mix and you are right on the money. I'll return the calls later. Anybody home? Shouted a voice from downstairs. Well, that's one less call you have to return. Auror Potter is in the house. Asterisk. It had only been hours since Hermione and Scorpius returned to Britain, but Matt wanted to be sure they had settled in. He was especially concerned that the very quick Scorpius wouldn't be able to process the fact that his father was still missing. Both his attempts to contact Hermione had been unsuccessful as both calls had gone directly to voicemail. Making a mental note to try again later, Matt turned his attention to the work in front of him. However, it was a bit of slow going because he had other things on his mind. The head of Ministry Italia had announced a mandatory meeting for all his ministers at 5 p.m. in his assembly room. Matt had discussed the probable content of the upcoming meeting with Emilio, and they were both in agreement that an announcement was imminent. There were rumors floating about the ministry, but Matt knew better than lend credence to any of them until he got confirmation directly from the HOMI's mouth. After that, the sitting ministers would act accordingly. Let the backbiting begin, thought Matt. Harry headed straight for Scorpius even before greeting Hermione or his wife. Hello, little man. Are you being a good boy for Mum? I'm a good boy, Ari, answered Scorpius holding up Hermione's mobile. A big, good boy. Harry smiled at the brave, little boy in front of him before turning to Hannah and Hermione. How's everything going? I hope you're rested because I have something to show you. Hannah can watch Scorp for an hour or so. Just you and me, love. What do you say? Hermione was puzzled but didn't mind getting away from the house for a bit. I'm fine with going on a bit of adventure if my lovely best witch doesn't mind sitting with the little man for a few. Of course I don't mind. You two go do what you need to do. Scorp and I will be fine. All right. I'll just throw a bit of water on my face and we can go, Harry. I generally hate surprises, but for you, I'll make an exception. I do have a dim memory of your love-hate relationship with surprises. This one, I think you'll love. It won't take long. Have you spoken to any of the family since you arrived home? I haven't, replied Hermione from the open bathroom door. I missed a few calls which I plan to return this evening. I'm ready, Harry. We can go. Grabbing Scorp up in her arms, Hermione smothered his little face with S. Mum is going out for a bit. You be a good boy for Auntie Hannah. When I get back, I'll have Dusty fix us something nice. We'll be fine. Perhaps I'll be able to interest Scorp in something other than hopping pot. Maybe some telly. All right then. We shouldn't be gone too long. I won't allow it, replied Hermione with a chuckle. We're off. Harry took Hermione by the elbow as soon as they stepped out onto the grounds. Prepare yourself. We are about to take a short hop of apparition. Like most witches and wizards, Hermione hated the feeling which accompanied side-along apparition. However, after a small stumble and a bit of nausea, Hermione pulled herself upright and had a look around. Harry, she questioned with a tone of surprise. Are we at the cemetery? We are. Why? Always with the questions. Just hang on for a second. I have something to show you. Aren't most cemetery plots the same until they are decorated with a headstone? Harry let out a loud sigh. Yes, Hermione. Most cemetery plots are sectioned patches of dirt. Well, Harry cut across whatever Hermione was about to say. You do remember what a surprise entails, right? It is something a person, especially an inquisitive witch, is not expecting. That's why we're here, so I can show you something you weren't expecting. Harry held up his hand when Hermione tried to speak. Let me get right to it, or I'll be here all night answering your questions. Matt and I decided to do something special for Draco. With a quick swish and flick, Harry loudly called out Defied before asking Hermione to look over her left shoulder. Hermione turned but didn't see anything except a gray, marble internment chamber. What am I looking for, Harry? Then, her eyes trained on the name over the entrance of the marble chamber. Malfoy, she said softly. The name over the entrance is Malfoy. Oh Merlin, Harry, is this the surprise? You've had a special burial chamber made for Draco. Moving closer to the building, Hermione began to choke up as the total beauty of the structure overwhelmed her. It's beautiful, she whispered, turning to Harry. How did you manage this? Harry grinned at his inquisitive sister. It was all down to Zacharias Smith. He's a master of funeral services and the accoutrements. I told him what I wanted and he had it done. Magnificent, isn't it? Fit for the Malfoys. Hermione stepped back to look Harry in the eyes. Malfoys. Yes, love, Malfoys. Currently, there is room for 3, Draco, you and Scorpius. If, or when Scorpius has a family, the vault can be expanded to include them as well. You do plan to be buried beside your husband and Scorpius beside his father, do you not? A grinning Hermione offered a cheeky response. Although I don't plan on dying anytime soon, I think this was a stellar move on you and Zacharias' part, because I do plan to spend my eternal rest next to my husband. Thank you so much, Harry. This is what I call a surprise. May I have a look inside? Of course. That's why I brought you here. Asterisk. Hermione marveled at the interior. The same gray marble had been used throughout the vault, with dark gray vault drawers being the offsetting color. These colors remind me of Draco's eyes, whispered Hermione softly and solemnly. It is absolutely amazing. Harry stood by as Hermione spent a few more minutes walking the length of the vault, running her hand over the beautiful marble. Now that you've seen my surprise, it's time we get back to the house. We don't want Scorp to think you've disappeared from his life as well. With one last look around, Hermione stepped out of the vault ahead of Harry. Please ask Zacharias to have some discreet, magical photos taken of the service and the vault. I'd like them for the book I'm putting together for when Scorp is older. Not a problem, Hermione. I'm sure Zacharias will be glad to do anything you ask. Hermione gave Harry a on the cheek. You do good work, Potter. Now let's get home to my boy. Done, answered Harry before waving his wand to put the shroud charm back in place. Asterisk. The head of Ministry Italia made the announcement most of his ministers had been expecting. He was giving up his position to take care of his failing health and would be leaving within the next 60 days. There wasn't any mention made of Fazil Accardi leaving the Minister of Marketing post. Accardi giving up his post had obviously been just a rumor. Failing health, a euphemism for finally being pried out of an office he'd held for over 30 years. Even through the scandal of 2004, Homie had clung to the position. However, a new governing body had been able to pry the last bastion of a corrupt bygone era from his place at the top. The air in the room pulsed with excitement over the announcement, with each minister visualizing just what the departure meant. For every shift along the top lines, there would be equal movements in the middle and quite possibly the lower rungs. A shakeup might be in order. Emilio and Matt were two of the last to leave the room, staying behind to offer their lame duck homie the obligatory sentiments, which he accepted with a sense of humility not seen in years. The last connection to the old, corrupt guard had been broken. Heading back to their offices, Matt and Emilio joked about the homie leaving claw marks on the furniture. Yes, laughed Matt, being chucked out of an office you don't want to leave can do that. The two men were still grinning when Emilio started off the lift. By the way, said Matt as he held the lift door open. James has been in touch. I relayed his message to Kim, who was expecting his call. She asked me to thank you for sending business her way. No need to thank me. I know Kim will serve James well. I'll speak to you later. Asterisk. Back in their offices, Matt and Emilio each reflected on the information that had been disseminated, and what it might mean for their careers. They both came to the same consensus. It would have to be a very special position to make either man give up what he currently had. Matt cleared up a few things on his desk before heading home. Since he and Kim had hashed things out about getting pregnant, he was looking forward to a little baby-making time. It felt so much better to be going home to an affable wife as opposed to an irritable one. Baby Lozier sounded good. It just rolled off his lips. Matt planned to get in their baby-making practice before he mentioned anything about new positions that might be opening in the near future. Kim was having a hard enough time with him becoming executor of the Malfoy holdings. Matt gave Kim a long, loving when he walked through the door, but learned his idea of baby practice was off the table when he tried to get a little handsy. Kim had other ideas. Hold on there, Mr. Lozier. She giggled, pushing Matt's hands away. I have 3 properties to visit this evening to check if they are something which would interest James Woolley. Grabbing Kim around the waist and nuzzling the crook of her neck, Matt told her he was much more important than a mere client. I want nothing more than to get you in our bed. This might just be the night we are destined to make our child. Look at properties tomorrow. Kim gave Matt a quick before backing away. Ah, baby making feels pretty good then. I can't believe the wizard who wasn't interested in having children for a few more years is standing in front of me begging to make one. Unfortunately for you, I've already made appointments to see the properties. Wait up for me and I'll show you something good. With a loud sigh, Matt headed for the bedroom, calling over his shoulder. You may have been joking, my love, but I plan to lay in our bed waiting for you to return. Then you won't have any excuse. In that case, Mr. Lozier, I will finish my business as quickly as I can. I'll see you in a bit. Love you. All right, love, hurry back, Matt groaned as he rubbed himself. My little soldier doesn't know anything about appointments. Asterisk. Matt changed into pajamas before stopping in the den to have a few words with Lewis. A few words turned into a 45-minute conversation, but Matt didn't mind. Even though he wanted to ring Hermione before it got too late, the discussion with Lewis was worth it. He enjoyed speaking with the elder Malfoy. When Matt left the den, it was coming up on 8 p.m. A quick wave of his wand brought his mobile to his hand. He immediately rang Hermione, but once again, the phone went straight to voicemail. Blast it, he swore, throwing the phone down on the couch as he jumped up. What good is a bloody mobile if the woman keeps it turned off? I'm going to have a bite to eat. I'm starving. Matt had taken a few steps toward the kitchen when the mobile rang with caller ID showing Hermione's name and number. Great minds think alike, Matt mumbled as he rushed to get the phone. Hello, Hermione. I was just trying to call you. Hello, Matt. I saw that you called, but Harry had me out to see the vault, and I had to get Scorp settled for the night before I returned the call. Did you need something? I called for several reasons. I wanted to find out how you and Scorp are doing on your first night back, as well as double-check about bringing Lewis through on Sunday. And, of course, I want to hear all about the vault. Hermione laughed. Don't want much, do you, cousin? Matt returned the laugh. Scorp and I are making out fine. It was a bit touch and go when we first arrived. I think Scorp expected Draco to come running out to pick him up, but we got that sorted. Asterisk. Hermione went on to describe the vault and how pleased she was with it. She committed to having Lewis stay 6 months in Britain and 6 months in Italy, as well as how she wanted to look into having a living portrait of Draco made. As soon as those words left Hermione's mouth, Emilio popped into Matt's mind. How would that play out if Hermione gave him a second chance? A living portrait of Draco looking over everything being done didn't bode well for any relationship Hermione might pursue, especially one with Emilio. However, he remained tight-lipped. It wasn't up to him to speak about things that might never come to pass. Matt and Hermione spoke for several more minutes before ending the conversation. Kim and I will see you Sunday morning then. Give Scorpius our love. I will, Matt. Good night. Asterisk. Matt's stomach made a soft growling sound as he headed to the kitchen. Damn, I'm hungry, he mumbled, pressing pieces of ham and cheese together and stuffing it into his mouth. "Put that down," called a soft voice from across the room. "Let me put my things away and I'll fix you a proper meal." Matt stuffed the ham and cheese into his mouth anyway before turning to grin at Kim. "You've caught me at a disadvantage. I was so hungry I didn't have time to get D. You're quite the comedian. Give me a minute and I'll set something out for you. Then you'll get D, as will I. Asterisk. Emilio sent Marissa a quick owl to remind her he would be at her flat by 8:30. He wasn't looking forward to saying what he planned to say, but it had to be done. It wasn't fair to Marissa that he keep stringing her along when his mind was on another witch. After sending the owl, Emilio also left for home, working out in his head exactly what he would say to extricate himself from his implied relationship. Asterisk. Initially, Marissa was happy to be on the minister's arm. He was a catch. A gorgeous, high-powered minister who could have his pick of just about any witch in Milan, and he'd chosen her. Well, he hadn't exactly chosen her. She had put herself in his path on so many occasions he'd finally noticed her. It had been mobile tag for quite a while, but she'd finally snagged a date, of sorts. Emilio had also taken her to meet his parents, which she considered a score. Throughout dinner and dessert, Marissa sat there grinning, not only because she was out with Emilio, but because she was going to make this the night they consummated the relationship. It was stamped on her brain how she would do whatever necessary to get the minister in her bed, even if it came down to placing his hand between her knickerless legs. As far as she was concerned, tonight was the night. Suddenly, Emilio's words pulled her from her reverie. "I'm sorry, Emilio. What was it you said?" Emilio swallowed the liquid gathering in his throat. This was a part of dating he didn't like. The end. The brush off. I was saying that I've enjoyed your company, but... Marissa gazed at Emilio in surprise. But what? But, he continued. Work and other matters are making it impossible for me to give any relationship the attention it deserves. I think we should take a step back. Marissa wanted to make a rebuttal, but Emilio knew it was best if he didn't give her the chance. Overall, she was a nice person, but he needed to move away before it came down to sharing intimacy. I believe this will be best for the both of us. Marissa watched as the semifreddo in front of her melted into a pile of mush. Even her dessert knew how she felt. There wasn't going to be any moving forward. There wouldn't be any placing his hand on her bear. There wouldn't be anything else. Emilio had made it clear he didn't want a girlfriend. At least, he didn't want her as a girlfriend. As tenacious as she'd been in pursuing him, Marissa recognized the truth. Emilio didn't have any plans to call on her again. She was upset, but not stupid. She wouldn't make a scene. That would be disastrous. No witch wanted to be the woman who became famous for making a scene because she'd been dumped. Discretion was the greater part of valor. Even as she saw the life she'd pictured with Emilio drift away, Marissa kept her composure and deflected. I guess when I look at it in the cold light of day, we never really connected, or we'd be much farther along than this. Thank you for being so forthright. Family matters can be such a bugger. Dessert just doesn't appeal to me at the moment. Shall we leave? Emilio raised a hand for the server. After the bill was paid, he escorted Marissa to her door where, keeping her back to him, she remarked how she wished things had turned out differently. Emilio didn't respond, feeling anything he said would just make the parting more painful. He apparated away as soon as the door closed behind Marissa. Asterisk. After she finished speaking to Matt, Hermione dialed Carmela. Not only did she want to hear Carmela's voice, she also wanted to tell her about Harry's surprise. Fausto answered the phone. He and Hermione spoke for a bit before he handed the phone to Carmela. Hello, love. How are things? How is Scorpius? They spoke for an hour, during which Hermione explained what Harry had done for Draco. Carmela was thrilled by the sound of it, telling Hermione she couldn't wait to see the result. The two women discussed a few last things, including how early Carmela and Fausto planned to be at Hermione's door Saturday morning. Hermione assured Carmela they couldn't get there too early for Scorp, because he'd be delighted to see them at any hour. Asterisk. After the call, Hermione sat motionless in Draco's big bedroom chair, feeling overwhelmed. This wasn't a rehearsal. This was the real thing. On Sunday, she would be burying her husband for all time. Scorp wouldn't be at the funeral. She'd rather he remember his father as he had been, not a cold figure in a coffin. However, that brought up another problem. With everyone at the funeral, who would look after her son while she saw to Draco? Hermione sat there arguing with herself. She trusted Embers, Dusty and Chrissy, but did she want to leave Scorp in their hands? Perhaps she should bring Scorp to the funeral. Her mind went back and forth. Finally, she called Hannah, the sister she could always depend on. Between them, they could work out a solution. It was fairly late, so Hannah was surprised when the phone rang. A drowsy Harry first suggested she let it go to voicemail until Hannah told him it was Hermione. "Fine," he replied gruffly. "Answer it, but don't be long." Hannah rolled her eyes at Harry as she connected to her sister. "Hello, love. What's going on?" By the time the call was finished, Hannah found herself in charge of getting a babysitter for Scorpius. As she explained her position to Harry, she watched the clouds form in his eyes. "Who do you know that Hermione doesn't?" he asked, raising up on his elbow. "We'll all be at the service. Who'll be available? Why didn't you just tell her to bring Scorpius?" Hannah lashed out at her husband. "Don't you dare speak to me that way, Harry Potter. I didn't tell her to bring Scorpius because she doesn't want him there. The issue is to find a babysitter. I agreed to help, and I will." "Fine," snapped Harry, turning on his side. "Find someone." "I will," Hannah snapped right back. They went to sleep back to back, angry over words, because they definitely weren't angry with Hermione. The next morning, the atmosphere between Harry and Hannah was still a bit chilly. He gave her a perfunctory before leaving and she let him leave without saying a word. They'd had words before. They'd both be over it before dinner. Hannah had a few hours before she needed to be at the bar, so she ran through her repertoire of friends looking for a proper candidate to babysit Scorpius. Then she had an idea, not a great idea, but a plausible one. Grabbing her mobile, Hannah put in a call to DLM. Hannah explained the situation to Carmilla, then listened as the motherly witch shared her thoughts. When the conversation was over, Hannah was pleased, and the buck had been passed to Carmilla, who assured her friend she knew the perfect person to ask. "I'll ask and get back to you. If the answer is yes, Hermione will still have the last word." "Sounds good, Carmilla. Time for me to get ready for work. I'll speak to you later today." Emilio had spent a good bit of Thursday evening thinking about the breakup with Marissa. On the one hand, he was glad to have distanced himself from the witch. On the other, he felt somewhat uneasy over the small lie he had told. However, in Friday's morning light, Emilio conceded that distancing himself from Marissa had been the right thing to do. He wasn't interested in any serious dating at the moment. Being single wasn't so bad. Even though the low-key buzzing about the previous night's announcement kept him on alert, Emilio finally straightened his back and began tending to his duties. There were orders on his desk that needed to be signed. In addition, he had an appointment later on that day to visit a new vendor. The buzzing would have to go on without him. Around 10:30, Emilio's assistant alerted him to a personal call on his line. Emilio picked up the phone and was surprised to be greeted by the voice of Carmela Maida. "Good morning, Carmela. This is a surprise. Has something gone wrong? I'm more than sure our delivery arrived in good order." "Good morning to you too, Emilio. All is well with deliveries. I'm calling on another matter. I need a favor. Actually, Hermione needs a favor." Emilio's mind started racing. What could either woman need from him? Whatever it was, if it was in his power, he would do it. "I'll be glad to help out, Carmela. What is it you need?" Carmela took a deep breath. Once she asked the question, she wouldn't be able to take it back. She was in for a penny, in for a pound. "I'm wondering if you will be available on Sunday. If so, you are needed in London." Emilio was confused. Sunday, London. Sunday was Draco's funeral. Why would he be needed there? Carmela rightly interpreted Emilio's silence as confusion, and forged ahead. "Hermione doesn't want Scorpius to attend the funeral. She thinks it's better if he remembers Draco as he was. The problem is that the family and friends will be attending the funeral. Since Scorpius is very comfortable with you, I thought you might not mind keeping a watch on him for a few hours." Emilio was speechless. Getting nothing but silence from Emilio's end, Carmilla tried to backtrack. I'm sorry if I've offended you. It was just a thought. Please forgive this old witch for overstepping her bounds. We'll find another way. Finally finding his voice, Emilio spoke up. You haven't offended me, Carmilla. In fact, I take your request as a compliment. As long as Hermione is on board, I'll be glad to look after Scorpius. Now the silence was on Carmilla's end. Emilio laughed into the silence. Does your silence mean you've asked me before checking with Hermione? Here's what we can do. I'll keep Sunday open. If Hermione agrees, let me know. If not, no harm done. I'm so embarrassed, Emilio. I didn't think ahead. I'll check with Hermione and get back to you one way or another. I'm certain she'll be very appreciative. If not, I'll banish her to her room. They both had a laugh over Carmilla's response before ending their conversation. Asterisk. Carmilla hung up the phone thinking, all they had to do now was convince Hermione. Emilio sat at his desk thinking, Hermione will never agree to it. Carmilla felt she'd done the legwork, so it would be up to Hannah to convince Hermione. Picking up the phone, Carmilla rang the number to the Leaky Cauldron to share the news of what she'd done. Although Hannah didn't broadcast her shock when Carmilla explained who she'd approached to be Scorp's sitter, she was shocked. Emilio was the last person she'd have chosen. Not because she didn't trust him around Scorp, but because. All sorts of images were flashing through Hannah's mind, from a friendly write-up to Hermione and Emilio having a hot, sweaty shag. Carmilla had to call Hannah's name twice before she could get her to respond. You're too quiet, Hannah. What are you thinking? You don't even want to know what I'm thinking. Carmilla laughed. Get your filthy mind out of the gutter, Hannah. We are only asking a favor. We're not trying to get those two into bed. Of course you're right. Would you please try to tell that to my inner self who, at the moment, is freaking out? All right. We're two grown witches. Hermione can't take us both. Hannah laughed so hard she dropped the mobile before hurriedly retrieving it and assuring Carmilla she would check with Hermione. The two friends chuckled for a few more minutes before ending their conversation. Asterisk. Hannah had spent a fair few minutes talking to Carmilla, so instead of making a call which would probably be even more lengthy and private, she sent Hermione an owl. In truth, as proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, Hannah could stay on the mobile all day if she wished. The staff would cover for her. However, in this instance she'd rather not call and possibly have to hear Hermione shout the room down. An owl would be just as effective. Asterisk. Hermione had taken Scorpius out for a bit of playtime and managed to get some shopping done as well, and returned to the house about 3 o'clock. After getting Scorp settled, Hermione headed to the master bedroom she and Draco used to share, letting an involuntary sigh escape her lips. No matter her state of mind, or how sunny her disposition, whenever Hermione entered the bedroom, she was reminded of how much she missed a loving embrace. Pushing thoughts of a warm embrace and a good shag out of her mind, Hermione laid her purchases on the bed while she hung her cloak. Sitting on the side of the bed, Hermione used her wand to put away everything she'd purchased except the soft, silky underwear which she held against her cheek to enjoy the softness before sending them to the underwear drawer as well. Once everything was away, she felt a little better. For some inane or insane reason, Hermione felt she had to have on lovely, new knickers as she stood facing Draco for the last time. Why she felt this way was a mystery, but it was what she was going to do. Asterisk. An owl had arrived in her and Scorp's absence, and one of the house elves had placed it on top of the dresser. Hermione lazily summoned it with her wand before leaning back on the bed. Holding the message in front of her eyes, she began to read, then hastily sat back up. Hannah and Carmilla had found her a willing babysitter for Sunday, Emilio Lozier. Hermione reread the message. Her first tendency was to be outraged, but the more she thought about it, the more it seemed feasible. Scorpius liked Emilio and was very comfortable around him. Even more comforting, Hermione was sure Emilio would protect Scorp as if he was his own. She was still going to put the fear of Merlin into the two women. They couldn't just ask people to do her favors. It wasn't right. Emilio might have had plans. Then she chastised herself. Emilio was a grown wizard. If he'd had prior plans, he would have refused the request. Grabbing her mobile, Hermione sent a dual text to Carmilla and Hannah. You do know you're both as mad as hatters, but we'll discuss that this weekend. Since any trustworthy person we could have called will be with us on Sunday, I accept Emilio as a babysitter. If, and only if he was not pressured. I don't want to owe anyone a life debt. That was a bit of humor. Once everything is sorted, you may have Emilio call me. I'll see you on Saturday morning, Miss Carmilla, and Miss Hannah, I'll speak with you later. Thank you for your assistance. I love you both. Asterisk. Emilio still wondered why and how the call he'd received from Carmilla had come about. If the call had come from anyone other than Mrs. Maida, he would have been quick to call bullshit and hang up. Evidently the request was real. Carmilla had called back to tell him Hermione was fine with him babysitting Scorpius, and he should call her for details. Of course he hadn't called Hermione yet. Instead, he had busied himself with reports, a review of their newest vendor, and more shitty, little jobs which could be done anytime. He was doing them to keep from ringing Hermione before he had the conversation sorted in his head. So many things happening at once. Not only had this invitation to sit Scorpius appeared seemingly out of nowhere, but so had a very interesting piece of information about a, so far unconfirmed, upcoming job position. Emilio didn't want to get too enthused about any of it, but the magical feelings coursing through his body made him feel omnipotent. Whatever was about to come in the next phase of his life, would be welcomed with open arms. Emilio hadn't realized he'd been lost in reverie until his assistant loudly cleared his throat. Sorry to intrude, Minister, but incoming Minister Woolley is online too. He is having a problem getting through on your mobile. Thank you, said Emilio looking at the dark face of his phone. How silly. He'd forgotten to recharge his phone and his assistant hadn't bothered to check on it. Time had certainly flown by. Mobile charges were spelled to last 30 days. Reaching into his top drawer, Emilio recited the recharge charm before picking up the business line. James, how are you? My apologies for the cock up with the mobile. It went off charge. I'm well, Emilio. A cock up with the mobile. Sounds like your assistant is slipping in his duties. James replied cheekily. Too right, James. Emilio replied with a chuckle. My best assistant disappeared when you took the position in Spain. Thank you, Minister. I've called because I'd like to bring a courtesy gift to your mother this evening. I was thinking a lovely bouquet of flowers, but have no idea what appeals to her. A wonderful thought, James. However, my suggestion is to bring nothing except yourself. My mother will be thrilled with your company. Besides, if you bring her a gift tonight, she'll expect one every week. What a rude thing to say, Emilio. I was kidding, James. Mother loves lilies. Instead of meeting at the hotel, why don't you come to the house? We'll have a drink before heading to my parents', then leave from there. Sounds good, Emilio. I'll see you about 6:30. After ending the call with James, Emilio gave his assistant a bit of a telling off about letting something as important as charging his mobile slip past him. Asterisk. Back at his desk with his mobile on full charge, Emilio checked the number Carmilla had given him, then dialed Hermione's mobile. In for a penny, in for a pound, he thought just before Hermione answered. The conversation between Hermione and Emilio wasn't an extended one, but it was fairly detailed. Hermione told Emilio she appreciated him putting his plans aside to come to London, and he told her it was his pleasure because he liked the little man. Hermione invited Emilio to come through in time for brunch, which he declined, explaining it seemed rude for a wizard to take a seat at Draco's table so soon after his death. He explained that his thought was to take Scorpius out on an adventure rather than sit in Malfoy estate. Hermione was quick to reply. You're a friend, Emilio. You're as welcome in my home as any other friend would be. Leave the past in the past. Don't read into things that aren't there. I understand about declining brunch, but I must insist you attend the dinner. As a matter of fact, I have a special request I'd like to see added to the tables. All the ingredients are here. I'll expect sprouts and celery on the table. Will you now? Emilio sassed, feeling all 2003. I'll see what I can do. I'll get little man to help me prepare. Hermione laughed. I have 3 very capable house elves who will be more than glad to help you. I'll see you Sunday at 12:30 my time. Be sure to speak to Matt about using his flow. Stepping through a flow is so much easier than hiring some shitty portkey. I will do that, Hermione. They were ready to end the call when Hermione softly spoke Emilio's name. Shivers went through Emilio. His name had rolled off Hermione's lips like a caress. Like she cared. Yes, he replied cautiously. Thank you. I'll see you Sunday afternoon. You're welcome, Hermione. I'll see you then. Matt had just returned to his office and was picking up his messages. There was the normal whining from clients who wanted special exemptions or special pricing. Matt sent them all to saved messages. Then he came to Emilio's message. His cousin sounded as though he'd lost his mind. Matt listened to the message 3 times before realizing that Emilio wasn't in distress. He was happy. Matt didn't bother calling Emilio back. Instead, he headed to the lifts intent on getting details face to face. You aren't going to believe this, offered an obviously excited Emilio when Matt came through the door. I probably won't, joked Matt. Without any fanfare, Emilio shared his news. Hermione has asked me to sit for Scorpius on Sunday. Matt sat down. What? Begin at the beginning, Emilio. Don't leave anything out. Emilio sat across from Matt and explained the entire thing. When he finished, Matt stayed silent, not really knowing how to let his exuberant cousin down gently. Emilio might think Hermione was inviting him to her home in hopes of a liaison, but from the look of it, all she needed was a sitter. You seem to be overly elated at this request. What do you expect to come of it? Emilio tensed up. I don't expect anything to come of it, Matt. I'm just amazed Hermione chose me. Matt stared at his cousin, and decided to hold his tongue about certain things. All right. If that's the case, I'll see you at dinner. Will it be held at Malfoy Estate? No, Matt. Zacharias Smith has a venue set up. I've been charged with getting Scorpius there by 3:45, which I plan to do. I've also been asked to prepare. Don't tell me, Matt replied. Your signature dish. Emilio was annoyed by Matt's insinuations. Stop with the tone, Matt. I do not have any ulterior motives, nor do I have any expectations. If you think I do, you don't know me as well as you think you do. I won't deny it. I love Hermione. I'll probably always love her, but to think I'd do something foul when she's just buried her husband is disgusting. I have work to do. I'll see you on Sunday. Matt rose from the chair. You should know me better than that. I wasn't insinuating anything. I simply asked a question. However, if that's what you think, you don't know me as well as you think you do. I'll see you Sunday. It was an irritable Emilio who went through the outstanding work on his desk. He and Matt had just bumped heads, and he didn't like it. If Hannah had been shocked over Emilio as a choice of sitters, Harry had been livid, and the argument from the previous night carried over to Friday. Harry had taken off early and stopped by the Leaky to see if Hannah could get away early as well. There was no problem. Hannah turned the pub over to the staff with orders to call if they needed her, and accompanied her husband home. The shite began after she shared the Sunday plan. Whose idea was that? Harry growled. You were so sure you could find a proper babysitter, yet you end up with a wizard who... What is the problem? A wizard who what, Harry? Snapped Hannah, throwing her cloak down on a living room chair. A wizard who what? If you're insinuating that Emilio is doing this because he has ulterior motives, think again. Emilio is a classy, well-mannered wizard who wouldn't try anything so despicable. Really? Harry shot back. Do you remember what went on? Hannah was infuriated that Harry would harp on that old shite. Shut up, Harry, she said, poking him hard in the chest. The way I remember it was Draco pushed into Hermione and Emilio's relationship and won the witch. Good for him. I've heard it all before. Not disrespecting the dead, but if Hermione wants to have a go with a handsome wizard and he with her, it's not your business, nor is it anyone else's. Moving closer to Harry, Hannah softened her tone. I know you love Hermione like a sister, but I think she is quite capable of backing off a wizard if she finds herself in a sticky place. If she needs or wants help, I'm sure you'll be the first person she calls. Harry put his arms around Hannah and cupped her chin. Lowering his voice and softening his tone to match Hannah's, he eyed her gently on the lips. I apologize for my tone. I agree that Hermione is able to take care of herself. I'm an ass for arguing with the witch I love about something that has nothing to do with me. If Hermione wants to have a go with a handsome wizard, I just hope it's not today or tomorrow. Hannah threw her arms around Harry's neck and laughed out loud. You were an ass, Harry Potter, but I'll be sure to tell Hermione she is allowed to shag anyone she likes, as long as it isn't today or tomorrow. Harry was embarrassed enough to give Hannah a sheepish look as he led her towards the stairs. All this talk about having a go has got me all worked up. Get your lovely ass upstairs so we can have a go of our own. Hannah swished her bum back and forth as she climbed the stairs. So, suddenly my gruff, annoying husband realizes if he continued being short with his lovely, wife he wouldn't be getting anywhere near her fabulous. Making a grinding motion with her lower body, Hannah gave one last caution. I'm glad you've finally come to your senses. Then turning her head to glance back at Harry, Hannah opened her mouth in a wide O and made a very cheeky remark. I think you'll be quite pleased with what my mouth is going to do to you. By this time, Harry's engorged cock was straining against his trousers, and he was practically pushing Hannah up the stairs. True to her word, Hannah fellated Harry so well she had the head aura calling out for mercy. With lips firmly around Harry's dick, Hannah looked up at him and winked. The wink was just the thing to push Harry into orgasm. With something that sounded like a wail, he went crashing into orgasm, shooting his liquids all over Hannah. He laid there experiencing the intense pleasure of an oral orgasm while Hannah summoned her wand to clean herself. In the short amount of time it took for Hannah to clean her mouth, face and neck, Harry was back rigid as a pole and ready to give Hannah a fierce shagging. Pulling Hannah on top of him, that's exactly what he gave her. Matt was not in an entirely good mood when he arrived home Friday evening, so he really wasn't interested in the bit of news Kim had to share. He listened to Kim's chatter, but the argument he'd had with Emilio was weighing heavily on his mind. He and his best friend and cousin had had words. That was Ed up. It wasn't like he was trying to demean Emilio. It was just another case of him trying to rein Emilio in. What's going on with you, Matt? Kim asked, pulling his face around so they were eye to eye. I'm trying to tell you something. At least pretend you're listening. Aw, sweetheart, I'm sorry. I had words with Emilio today. I may have overstepped. Emilio again, she answered sharply. Why don't you just let that man live his life? He's grown. He'll survive or he won't. Anytime you get out of sorts, it's about Emilio. I don't know the secret, but it's getting pretty annoying to have to face an irritable husband because of something another grown wizard has done. Matt closed his eyes. He wasn't going to get into this with Kim. His business with Emilio was his business. Rather than explain, he apologized. Sorry, love. I'm being an ass. What is it you have to share? Kim rolled her eyes at her husband as she got up from the chair. It isn't important. I simply wanted you to know I found a flat for James Woolley and, unlike you, he was pleased with my efforts. Matt sighed. He liked James, but at the moment he didn't give two shits about how much he liked some flat. Let's call a truce, love. I don't show it enough, but you're more important to me than anything. Forget about Emilio. Forget about James. This is our time. How about we get on our best muggle outfits and make a night of it at Regalia? Come on, he said, pressing himself up against his wife and nuzzling her neck. Let's have some time. Turning so she was facing Matt, Kim gave him a reassuring. A night at Regalia sounds delightful. We haven't been out in ages. You're exaggerating, love, Matt replied as he gave her a swat across the butt. We went out every other weekend before all this about Draco came up. Of course, we could remain at home to practice our baby-making skills. Not a chance. I'd like to get out of the house for a bit. All right, Mrs. Lozio, have it your way. Just let me suggest that you do not shake that lovely ass in my face, because when you do, I get ideas. Kim giggled as she pulled away from her husband, intent on having a shower and getting dressed before Matt could change his mind. Matt followed closely behind Kim right into the bathroom. Leave me be, Matt, Kim shrieked, pulling the shower curtain closed. You aren't getting any until I have my night out. Now go. Matt stood by silently until he heard the water cascading down on his wife before stepping into the shower, clothes and all. Grabbing Kim around the waist, Matt held her tightly as he spread her legs and pushed 2 fingers into her For 1 second, he thought Kim would give into his foreplay, but he quickly found out different when she gave his rigid dick a hard pinch. You may go lick those 2 fingers, because that's as close as you're getting to this honeypot for now. Take that thing out of here. Go have a drink. I want my night out. There will be no compromise. I'm already soaking wet. You might as well let me shower with you. We can have a quick shag and be done with it. Kim sighed. All right. Get out of those wet clothes. Those fingers did give me something to think about. Hurry up then. A quick shag it will be. I still want to go to Regalia. Matt laughed as he removed the wet clothing and let them drop to the floor. Prepare yourself, witch. Your husband's stiff dick is coming in. Asterisk. The shag was quick, but the second and third took a bit more time. By the time they were finished, their wobbly knees had forced them to the bottom of the tub. As they sat there with Kim's back to Matt's front, a night on the town seemed more and more unlikely. Thank you for that, my love, Matt whispered in Kim's shoulder. I needed it more than you know. Shall we wash off and get dressed? You deserve a night out. Kim was feeling the effects of their lovemaking, and politely declined the offer to go out. I think my knees will be weak all night. I think we should have a nice dinner and watch some romantic fare on the telly. Matt left a row of S along Kim's back and neck, lifting her as he stood. If that's your wish, let's do it. I think a nice lamb stew sounds good. We'll cook together. Romantic telly isn't quite up my alley, but there are other things we can do. Kim grinned at her husband as she dressed. Food then more. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me as well. Let's get cooking. Asterisk. Hermione was sitting alone in the den sipping a glass of wine. Dusty, Embers and Chrissy had come to get Scorp for some playtime, and she was grateful. It wasn't that she didn't want to be with her son. Not at all. She just wanted a tiny bit of time alone. She had just put her feet up on the small table in front of her when her mobile rang. With a sigh, she looked at the caller ID, then pressed the talk button. Sal, how are you? Other than feeling a bit out of sorts, I'm well. I just wanted to check on you and Scorp. Hermione set her wine down on the table and put her feet back on the floor. We're fine. You sound down. I hope you're not still feeling culpable in Draco's death. It was an accident. Are you in London? Come by the house so we can talk. I could use a bit of adult company right about now. No problem. I'm here in London. I want to talk too. Would you mind if I apparated directly in? I wouldn't mind at all. Have you eaten? I'm good. I just want to talk. All right, Sal. I'll see you in a bit. Asterisk. Sal landed in the back hall 20 minutes later bearing a small toy for Scorp. Handing the toy to Hermione, he turned to hang his cloak. Seems like forever since I was here joking with Draco about where we would go next. I apologize for that, Hermione. I'm a single wizard who forgot his place. I shouldn't have encouraged Draco. Hermione didn't want to hear this. As much as she wanted to place blame, Hermione knew it wasn't Sal's fault. She had cautioned Draco time after time about his dangerous habits, but he was a grown man who didn't want to listen to what he called her bullshit. You know Draco. He didn't need your encouragement to do what he wanted. While you're here, there is something I'd like to discuss. It's been weighing heavily on my mind. I believe had I gotten there sooner I would have been able to save Draco. He taught me spells, Sal. I know the hour reversal charm which I could have used to turn time back 5 hours. I could have saved him, she sobbed. Instead, I was at home pouting, letting my 2-year-old son play with my mobile, not allowing any calls to get through. The window was there. I could have saved him. Sal summoned a cloth from the nearest bathroom and handed it to Hermione. Don't be foolish, Hermione. You couldn't have changed anything. Even if you could have reached Draco within the allotted time, the hour reversal charm is dangerous and unstable. It could have killed everyone around you. Are these the thoughts you've been living with? Please stop beating yourself up. I don't want to step out of turn, but you need to get those thoughts out of your head and keep them out. Draco, rest his soul, made a choice and it killed him. Hermione continued to sob. As fast as she wiped away the tears, they returned. Finally, Sal reached out to take her hand. If you don't stop, I'll put Mum on your tail, and you know how she can get. I shouldn't have come. The last thing I wanted was to stir up bad memories. For the sake of Scorp and yourself, you need to stop blaming yourself. Scorp has lost his father. He doesn't need to lose his mother as well. Hermione held on to Sal's hand for several seconds. You were always there for us, Sal, and I appreciate it. I suppose I'm just taking a walk down memory lane. Nothing but shoulda, woulda, coulda. I know I couldn't have saved Draco. I guess I just needed to hear it. I'll be alright. As you said, I have to be, for my son. Thank you, love. Let me get Scorp down here so he can greet his Uncle Sal. Wonderful. I'd love to see the little guy. However, you might want to throw a refresher charm on that mottled-looking face. Scorp will think I've made his mum cry. Hermione smiled before lifting her wand to cast a refresher charm over her face. I'm ready. After taking a deep breath, Hermione called out to Dusty, Embers and Chrissy to bring Scorpius down to see his Uncle Sal. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.